To be honest, Yun Kuai was an immortal cultivator at the peak of the divinity transformation stage with extraordinary computational ability. However, Li Linghai disturbed his mind. He was not entirely convinced by Li Linghai that Dongfang Shang's betrayal was pretended. However, Li Linghai's words were mixed with the dark spiritual energy that had been condensed for 1,000 years. When his brain was invaded, he was not entirely free from its influence either. Seeing that Dongfang Shang suddenly charged out with his Smilodon, Yun Kuai was suddenly alarmed. His natural intuition was to condense all his spiritual energy and activate all his attack magical equipment, covering all the critical parts of his body. Being chased by Hellstar, he had already accelerated to the highest speed. The Earthshocker was an enormous, super-heavy colossus, and it was difficult for the colossus to change direction. Naturally, it was not easy for him to dodge Dongfang Shang. Besides, Yun Kuai did not intend to alter his direction either. Altering the direction at such high speed would only further rip apart the colossus that was already on the brink of destruction, which would give Dongfang Shang a perfect opportunity to attack. Chances were that Hellstar would catch up to him too. Yun Kuai was 90% sure that Dongfang Shang was on his side. But what if the odds beat him? Despite Li Linghai's bullshit, she was quite right about one thing. The position of Yun Kuai's branch in the Yun family was entirely supported by his unparalleled strength. He could not die. If he died, his branch would soon decline, and his unworthy offspring could not defend the enterprise that he had created at all. They would even kill each other in internal strife. It would be no different from his entire family being wiped out. Therefore, although hundreds of contingency plans popped up in his head, Yun Kuai finally gritted his teeth and chose the plan that guaranteed the highest odds of survival for himself. The plan was to continue to rush unstoppably at Dongfang Shang, who was on his way without changing his speed. If Dongfang Shang is on our side, he will certainly jump away voluntarily, Yun Kuai thought to himself. Dongfang Shang, however, was greatly shocked by Yun Kuai's aggressive assault. He had been confused by the black fog just now, and the navigation system on his colossus was almost entirely wasted. He did not even reach the edge of the world fragments after wandering in the darkness for a long time, much less figuring out a way to escape from the realm of horror. But however he called other people, he was responded with either the background noises or creepy laughter in the communication channel. Deep down his heart, Dongfang Shang already more or less regretted it. He regretted that he was reckless enough to have been persuaded by Silver Fox, Legenda, with only a few words before he saw all of Li Linghai's trump cards. Had he known better, he wouldn't have fallen into such an awkward situation. If Li Linghai was not simply Li Linghai, but that emperor, or someone who had inherited the strength of that emperor, he certainly had made the most terrible decision of his life. He couldn't have regretted it more. However, there was little he could do about it right now. He had just betrayed Li Linghai to take the 4 Kurfürst families' side. Could he just betray the 4 Kurfürst families and return to Li Linghai after only 10 minutes? That seemed too. While his head was in a mess, the fog around him was suddenly driven away by a dazzling light. In the next moment, he saw that acyclic Earth Yun Kuai was lunging at him, screaming and shouting, in his Colossus Earthshocker, that was best known for its toughness and sturdiness. In the meantime, Li Linghai's Hellstar was covering the back of the Earthshocker, as if the two of them were going to attack and kill him together. For some reason, Li Linghai's shriek echoed next to his ears. Yun Kuai, kill the traitor. Every one of Dongfang Shang's nerve endings almost protruded out of his body in shock. Dongfang Shang couldn't have known acyclic Earth, Yun Kuai's personality and battle style. The man seemed to be simple and straightforward, and the arts that he had been practicing were all open and masculine too, giving the feeling that he was just a reckless man. But in fact, he was sordid, shameless, and selfish. He would not let go of the slightest interests and would not get involved in the tiniest danger. Naturally, the experts in the divinity transformation stage, particularly the battle-type ones, were mostly like this. As the saying went, there are fearless battle-type immortal cultivators, and there are battle-type immortal cultivators in the divinity transformation stage, But there are no fearless battle-type immortal cultivators in the divinity transformation stage. Why? The reason was simple. Blades and guns on a battlefield did not know who you were. The real bold and fearless guys had all been killed before they advanced to the nascent soul stage. The battle-type immortal cultivators who had survived thousands of bloody battles for hundreds of years and who had even entered the divinity transformation stage, no matter how macho and candid they looked like, were certainly cowardly and shameless in their hearts. However, even cowardliness and shamelessness had different levels. Acyclic Earth Yun Kuai, on the other hand, was the king of cowardliness and shamelessness. If someone among Devilish Abyss, Acyclic Earth, and Starbreaker bent under the pressure and shifted to Li Linghai's side, it could only be Acyclic Earth Yun Kuai. Dongfang Sheng had not been confident in the first place. Furthermore, his combat ability was far from Yun Kuai's, which meant that he had little time to think everything through. If he were to spend one more second thinking, it was possible that his colossus would be torn into halves by Yun Kuai's Earth Shocker, and his head would be punched into a pulp by Yun Kuai's iron fists. Before his head figured everything out, his soul and his body already had natural reactions. The spiritual shield around his body expanded by 3 times, and the saber that he had been holding in his hand unleashed an aura dozens of meters long at Yun Kuai. As a result, if Yun Kuai did not change his direction, he would be stabbing himself into Dongfang Sheng's saber with his lightning-like speed. Dongfang Sheng's logic was simple and clear. His pose was only the most fundamental defensive movement. If Yun Kuai was still on the 4 Kurfürst family side, he certainly would turn his direction and dodge the saber after recognizing the colossus Smilodon and realizing that Dongfang Sheng was an ally. As for why Dongfang Sheng did not get out of the way himself, the reason was even simpler. It was because Li Linghai's Hellstar was coveting him from sideways, and however he moved, he would inevitably reveal loopholes, which might allow Hellstar to swallow him entirely. From the perspective of self-protection, the policies that they chose were absolutely correct. However, when the 2 correct policies co-occurred, they became the greatest joke and tragedy. Dongfang Sheng and Yun Kuai both realized each other's movements and misunderstood each other's intentions. Although they were both in the divinity transformation stage, Dongfang Sheng's level was slightly lower than Yun Kuai's, and his combat ability was even lower. However, Yun Kuai just had a huge fight with Li Linghai. His Colossus Earth Shocker had been deformed by Hellstar, and one of its arms was gone. His combat performance had plummeted. Due to the heavy damage, their real combat abilities were actually similar. In other words, they posed a fatal threat to each other at this moment, and they both had a slim chance of winning if they attacked the enemy first. The opportunity would be gone for good if not grasped in the next 0.01 seconds. When one party's saber unleashed dazzling brilliance, it was hard for the other party to not join the arms race by intensifying his own spiritual energy and firepower. There was no telling who attacked first, but driven by their instincts, Dongfang Sheng's saber naturally slashed forward, and all of Yun Kuai's aggressive magical equipment was bombarded at Dongfang Sheng. Boom! 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 Earth Shocker and Smilodon, the 2 colossi, collided brutally. Blasts were immediately surging out like tides. It was often the case that the first round of blast had already been caught up by the second round even before it dispersed. A colorful rainbow seemed to be taking shape on the intense battlefield. In the middle of the rainbow-like blasts, hundreds of interconnected cracks appeared on the shells of the 2 colossi. The longest and deepest damage almost pierced through the entire spiritual residences, i.e., the cockpits. As the battle intensified, the 2 colossi were like 2 magnets that were stuck together, and there was simply no separating them. Traitor! Yun Kuai let out the most furious roars. He was an expert at the peak of the divinity transformation stage who specialized in fighting after all. Despite the exhaustion of his soul and the disability of his colossus, he was not to be beaten easily by a fleet commander such as Dongfang Sheng in a duel. Earth Shocker kicked Smilodon right in the chest brutally, almost blowing the breastplate as well as the spiritual shield up at the same time. In the meantime, the balance system of Smilodon was disrupted, forcing the colossus to stagger in the midair. Its speed, mobility, and dodging ability were almost reduced to zero. Then, the remaining arm of Earthshocker glowed with spiritual energy, which transformed the entire arm into a heavy cannon or a battering ram. It was about to punch the broken breastplate of Smilodon. Every magical equipment unit on Smilodon was moaning in desperation. Under the overwhelming pressure, the cockpit was almost on fire. His head entirely blank, Dongfang Shang simply stabbed his saber forward without considering anything under the motivation of his natural brutality. He thought that he was dead for sure, but halfway during Yun Kuahai's bombardment, dozens of tentacles from Hellstar pierced into the back of Earthshocker and completely penetrated the Colossus. Even the arm that was smashed at Smilodon brutally was stalled by more than 10 tentacles. Yun Kuahai's punch condensed all of his fury. It was unstoppable and magnificent. Even the metal tentacles could not stop its entire momentum. It was not until more than 10 metal tentacles were ripped apart that his attack was finally slowed down. The result of the other dozens of metal tentacles sabotaging the body of Earthshocker was that the spiritual shield around the Colossus was immediately gone. Having no time to consider, Dongfang Shang simply pressed his burning saber forward. Having lost the protection of the spiritual shield, and because the frontal plate armor had been broken in the battle against Hellstar a moment ago, how could Earthshocker withstand Dongfang Shang's desperate counterattack? After a crack, the super-enormous saber dozens of meters long with a temperature of thousands of degrees submerged in the breastplate, penetrated through the cockpit, and almost blew the left side of Yun Kuahai's body up. The blades that the Colossi used were mostly known as Starship slashing sabers, whose length varied from 10 meters to 100 meters. When the auras were unleashed to the maximum, the edges of the sabers could be pushed to hundreds of meters away. It was certainly no exaggeration that such weapons could cut apart a starship. Even though Yun Kuahai was an expert at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, he was a man made of flesh and blood after all. The starship slashing saber could cut a warship into halves, not to mention his body that had been seriously worn out in the battle against Li Linghai just now. He could have avoided the attack, but the dozens of metal tentacles from Hellstar, which had pierced into the cockpit from the rear, blocked all the places that he could possibly dodge to. Several of them were tied to his limbs. When the thorns were activated at the same time, the dark forces corroded his spiritual energy and flooded into his body, depriving him of his resistance. Dongfang Shang was an expert in the divinity transformation stage too. Although he was not a maniac leading the charge, he was a seasoned warrior. When a battle was most intense, it was not unusual for him to fight in his Colossus on the battlefield in person. Naturally, he was not one of the research type or admin type immortal cultivators in the divinity transformation stage who could not deal any damage. After only one attack, half of Yun Kuahai's body was almost burnt up, and he let out the most painful roars. Li Linghai took the opportunity to wave the metal tentacles of Hellstar and urged them to move forward along his wounds, attacking his bones, veins, and nerves all the way. His burnt internal organs were immediately minced into a mess. Why? Due to the heavy wounds, Yun Kuahai's brain was almost boiling, and his computational ability had hit rock bottom. He could only let out blurred roars in confusion, wondering why Li Linghai attacked him from his back when she was trying to recruit him a moment ago. Very simple. Dongfang Shang is more useful than you. He is an excellent fleet commander, while you are just a simple-minded warrior. Li Linghai delivered a telepathic thought to the broken Earthshocker and sneered, "The simple-minded warriors such as you are pawns that can be abandoned anywhere and anytime." Before the waves of the telepathic completely dispersed, the dozens of metal tentacles had strangled and ripped Yun Kuahai's broken body into pieces. Then, they retreated and tied up the power units of the Earthshocker. From the sharp end of every tentacle, orange brilliance was emitted, implying that they had been heated to thousands of degrees. Boom! 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 Part of Yun Kuahai's soul survived and escaped from his broken body, but it was immediately wreathed in the overwhelming tides caused by the serial explosions of the Colossus, which entirely devoured it in the next second. The expert at the peak of the divinity transformation stage was completely obliterated just like that, both physically and spiritually. Right when the earth shocker exploded, the thick black fog around suddenly turned thinner, like a black tide ebbing, revealing a large space. More than 10 hunters in the nascent soul stage were exposed. Of the 10 or so experts in the nascent soul stage, 5 were also using colossi, and the rest were equipped with the most advanced crystal suits. At first look, they were rather glamorous and dominating. However, their hearts were colder than ever when they could not find a way out in the dark fog because the navigation systems on the colossi and the crystal suits were seriously damaged, and when they had vaguely guessed Li Linghai's identity or her source of strength. While they were still in a panic, the black fog around them suddenly dispersed. Before they reached out to their partners, their eyes had been attracted by the intense explosions. When the explosions took place, Hellstar stabbed the metal tentacles in the back of Earthshocker, and Smilodon had cut into the cockpit of Earthshocker with a saber. It appeared that Li Linghai and Dongfang Shang had joined their hands and killed Yun Kuai together. As Yun Kuai's soul was vaporized in the explosion, Dongfang Shang was no longer able to explain himself at all. Seeing that, all the nascent soul stage experts were so shocked that their blood was almost frozen. Thinking quickly, how could they not know that was going on? Li Linghai's traces were reported by Dongfang Shang. The riskless battlefield for an ambush was selected by Dongfang Shang, and the guards around Li Linghai were personally arranged by Dongfang Shang so that they would not be on the spot during the operation. But right now, they had been tricked into such a weird, dark space which was likely to be the most treacherous world fragment. It was all part of Dongfang Shang's plan. Dongfang Shang did not betray Li Linghai at all. They had been tricked. When the nascent soul stage experts had the epiphany, thousands of lightning bolts were striking in Dongfang Shang's head too. Thinking everything through, he couldn't help but moan in pain. General Dongfang, so many people have witnessed you killing Yun Kuai in person, including many from the Yun family. Li Linghai's creepy voice came over in time. No family can stand the loss of an expert at the peak of the divinity transformation stage. Even if you can escape today, you cannot get away from the wrath of the Yun family. They might not kill you, but you will never be the commander of the Dongfang family's fleet. To appease the Yun family, Li Jianda will certainly kick you away without any hesitation. Your Grace. Dongfang Shang couldn't have looked more painful. Thinking for a moment, he changed his way of addressing. Your Majesty, have you seen those guys who each have their own malicious plans? Li Linghai said, I will only keep 3 of you alive. Besides Devilish Abyss Li Jianyi and Starbreaker Song Huanjin who have the highest combat ability. There is one last opening. Take a guess. If those people are kneeling before me and fighting for the last opening, will they try to kill Li Jianyi and Song Huanjin? Or will they try to kill you? Your only way of survival is either to lead those guys in the nascent soul stage to kill Li Jianyi or Song Huanjin, or to convince Li Jianyi and Song Huanjin to kill all of them. Otherwise, you will end up exactly like Yun Kuai. I assure you that you will certainly be killed even if no one else here dies, because they did not betray me, did they? No. Dongfang Shang's mind completely collapsed. He defended himself in panic. I did not know that Your Majesty was Your Majesty. Fair enough. It was an honest mistake. You betrayed Li Linghai, not me, which was why I was willing to give you one last opportunity to correct your mistake, and why I killed Yun Kuai instead of you a moment ago. Li Linghai sneered. Now that you have recognized who I am, do you not foresee what magnificent strength I can grant you? Can the commander of the deep-sea fleet or the Dongfang family's fleet be compared to the commander of the fleets of the entire imperium of true human beings? Dongfang Shang's breath halted. Although he knew that it was not as simple as that, he was still exhaling flames because of Li Linghai's instigation, the flames of desire and ambition. You have 10 seconds. Li Linghai said, right now. Devilish Abyss Li Jianyi and Starbreaker Song Huanjin are still trapped by my great array and stalled by my branch souls. In 10 seconds, I will remove the array and expose them before you. Make a judicious decision. The looks on Dongfang Shang's face changed non-stop, until it was entirely covered by darkness in the end. Howling like a ghost, he snatched a broken fragment of Earth Shocker from the flames and raised it high before he jumped to be above all the experts in the nascent soul stage. "You've been fooled." His eyes bloodshot, Dongfang Sheng roared at the many experts in the nascent soul stage like a hideous monster. "His Majesty and I have long made the plan to catch all his opposition in the 4 Kurfürst families. Right now, a fierce battle is going on outside, and all the people you brought are being annihilated by the deep-sea fleet. You are trapped here without any chance to escape too. Look at what has become of acyclic Earth Yun Kuai and his Colossus. Can any of you resist His Majesty's dominance?" Dongfang Sheng threw the remains of Earthshocker at everybody. All of them dodged in such a hurry, as if it were not remains but a corpse filled with viruses. Yun Kuai was obstinate enough to resist. Not only has he been killed, but his entire family will also be executed soon. "Do you all want to end up like him?" Dongfang Sheng demanded aggressively. "Right now, His Majesty is lenient enough to give you one last chance of survival by attacking Devilish Abyss Li Jianyi and Starbreaker Song Huanjin together with me. As long as the 2 of them are killed, you and your families will all survive. You can even take it a step further and become the most renowned noble families in the Imperium." Staring at the remains of Earthshocker, the many experts in the nascent soul stage all thought hard and analyzed Dongfang Sheng's words nervously. A lot of them were indeed tempted. However, grinning hideously, Dongfang Sheng said, "It is going to be useless without a Colossus in the fierce battle to come. Clean up all the useless guys that are not equipped with a Colossus first." Hardly had he concluded his sentence when he slashed his saber that had been long prepared. The aura of the blade covered a distance of hundreds of meters within a breath and ripped a nascent soul stage expert only in a crystal suit into pieces. One of them was a divinity transformation stage expert in a Colossus, and the other was in the nascent soul stage only wearing a crystal suit. It was also an unexpected attack. Naturally, nobody could save him at all. "Why are you still standing?" Dongfang Sheng bulged his eyes and roared. "If we can kill Yun Kuai, we can also kill Li Jianyi and Song Huanjin. The greatest opportunity is right before your eyes. If you are not doing anything, your entire family will die together with Yun Kuai. Is that what you want?" After hearing that, while those in Colossi did not do anything yet, those only wearing crystal suits already screamed and escaped to all directions. Their escape, however, triggered the brutality of their companions behind them. There was no telling who opened fire first, but very soon, all the nascent soul stage experts in Colossi were venting their fear and cruelty to all directions. It was needless to describe the difference between the Colossi and the crystal suits. Besides, in terms of combat ability, those who were qualified to use a Colossus were mostly much stronger than those who were only wearing crystal suits. Also, there was still a malicious expert in the divinity transformation stage that was Dongfang Sheng, who was supervising the situation. Who among them could escape the slaughter? Very soon, 10 or so nascent soul stage experts who were only wearing crystal suits ended up in struggling fireballs, only to be swallowed by the black fog and obliterated. The 5 nascent soul stage experts in Colossi, having been stained by the blood of their partners a moment ago, thought differently from a moment ago. Betrayal was anything but unusual for the immortal cultivators. Now that they had already started it, they'd better see the end of it. Many of them had already begun to fantasize about how many benefits they would earn if that emperor was really behind Li Linghai. It was exactly at such a critical moment when Devilish Abyss, Li Jianyi and Starbreaker Song Huanjin broke out of the black fog and appeared before everyone. "Kill them!" Informed of their arrival, Dongfang Wang urged the 5 nascent soul stage experts in Colossi to charge at the 2 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage. The charge was different from the situation a moment ago when Li Linghai was the prey. Besieging Li Linghai was only a regular mission issued by their families, and they could not gain much from it personally. Besides, the 4 divinity transformation stage experts were the main force for the mission, and those in the nascent soul stage were just here to help. To be honest, even if they slacked off or even escaped, which led to dire consequences, what could the leaders of their families have done to them? No matter how severe the punishments were, it was not like they would be sentenced to death directly when they were all at the high level and peak of the nascent soul stage and qualified to use a Colossus, right? Although they were not in the divinity transformation stage, they were all influential persons in their local areas, and they had a lot of connections in and out of the families, who could demand that they be killed. Therefore, they did not feel guilty and pressured at all when they hesitated back then. But now that they had betrayed their families to take the sides of that emperor and killed their own partners, it would certainly be an unpardonable crime should it be exposed. None of their connections would be enough to save them. Therefore, they had to kill Devilish Abyss, Li Jianyi, and Starbreaker Song Huanjin, whatever the cost was. Naturally, they were no match for the two experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage. But there were still Li Linghai and Dongfang Sheng. Even acyclic Earth Yun Kuai, who was on par with them, had been killed by them easily. Now that they had another 5 colossi, the odds of success were rather promising. The immortal cultivators were not cowards all the time. Were that the case, the imperium of true human beings wouldn't have persisted for 1,000 years. Whether or not they were fearless depended on the odds of success and the returns if they succeeded. The battle before them guaranteed a high chance of success. If they won, they would win the trust of that emperor, which would certainly bring them infinite returns. More importantly, they could not afford the result of their failure, because they would have nowhere to run to at all. Naturally, they could only fight with all their strength. Therefore, together with Dongfang Sheng and Li Linghai, 7 colossi burst out astonishing flames of light at the same time as when the 5 experts in the nascent soul stage burned their souls to the maximum. They were like totally different persons from when they attacked Li Linghai a moment ago, and they crashed at the 2 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage like 7 shooting stars. Li Jianyi and Song Huanjin were both greatly surprised. They were the targets that Li Linghai paid the most attention to. Not only were the forces of interference and corruption from the array concentrated on them to disrupt their colossi, but she had also spared half of her telepathic thoughts, trying to penetrate through their brains. Li Jianyi and Song Huanjin were both exhausted in the resistance. After they finally got rid of the interferences of the Great Array, they were surprised that those who were coming at them were their own people, who were mad and aggressive. Through the communication channels, Li Jianyi and Song Huanjin meant to shout at everyone to make them stop, but there was nothing but background noises in the communication channels. They intended to transmit information directly through telepathic thoughts and communicate with everyone to learn what was going on. But Li Linghai's mental attacks that felt like a raging flood were suddenly magnitudes greater and surging into their brains. They could barely catch their breath, much less having any chance to send any message. It all happened too fast. The 2 colossi at the peak of the divinity transformation stage were soon enshrouded in stormy attacks. Those people have all betrayed us. Li Jianyi and Song Huanjin immediately understood everything. Fury and desperation tied their souls like 2 giant snakes. 100 clashes might take place in 1 second during a battle of colossi. There was no time to think at all, and the 2 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage launched the most daunting counterattacks immediately. The 9 colossi were immediately mired in a dangerous battle. Everyone's soul was seething as they were doing their best, perhaps not including Li Linghai. The 5 colossi piloted by those in the nascent soul stage were naturally no match for the experts in the divinity transformation stage. However, Li Linghai's Hellstar was leading the charge and helping them to withstand more than half of the enemy's attacks, giving them the illusion that they could kill the 2 experts if they worked a little bit harder. However, when Devilish Abyss, Li Jianyi, and Starbreaker Song Huanjin performed their ultimate skills at the risk of blowing up their bodies and souls, Hellstar suddenly rolled to their back like a high-speed gyroscope. Greatly shocked, the 5 experts in the nascent soul stage intended to flee, but they had been attracted by the domains of the 2 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage tightly. In the meantime, the metal tentacles of Hellstar suddenly extended and pierced into the backs of their colossi, fixating them to where they were at like 5 marionettes. Boom! 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 A series of fireballs expanded abnormally in tens of thousands of colors that were beyond the recognition of the naked eye. Thousands of crazily dancing red snakes illuminated the entire dark world, but they did not shed any light on the path of survival. The fierce battle was still going on in the fireballs that were almost 10,000 degrees. Now and then, It could be seen that the streaks of brilliance that were even brighter than the flames were colliding and splitting, only to be obliterated into nothingness. When the temperature gradually lowered, they turned into hideous black spots. The fireballs that looked like man-made suns did not disperse like thousands of burning moths until 1 minute later. The 5 colossi used by the nascent soul stage experts had been either twisted into wasted garbage or reduced to broken limbs. Naturally, the fury of those in the peak of the divinity transformation stage was too much for the experts in the nascent soul stage. The cockpits of the 5 colossi were entirely empty, and the experts inside had all been burnt up into nothingness. However, in order to slay the 5 nascent soul stage experts under the pressure of Li Linghai's covetous Hellstar and Dongfang Shang's Smilodon, which might attack them at any moment, both Devilish Abyss Li Jiani and Starbreaker Song Huanjin paid a miserable price. The spiritual shields around their colossi had only a thin, lackluster layer left, which covered their broken plate armor like the wrinkled skin of a snake. Not only were the fuel and ammunitions of their colossi running out, but their souls and spiritual energy were about to be exhausted too. At the very least, it would be barely possible for them to carry out the combat ability of the peak of the divinity transformation stage unhurriedly, and they could only keep themselves in the middle level of the divinity transformation stage or even lower. The overwhelming majestic air around Li Linghai, however, was still expanding. It was truly going to swallow the two of them like surging tides. The 4 colossi confronted each other in silence in the black fog. Li Jiani, Song Huanjin, Li Linghai demanded, one word after another, with the soul-stirring and sacrosanct voice, "Kneel! Kneel before me." Li Jiani and Song Huanjin looked at each other. Their broken colossi shook hard. Controlling Smilodon, Dongfang Shang raised his saber high again. He was not nearly as strong as the 2 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage in the beginning, but he was the one who learned the whole plan earliest. Therefore, when he pretended to be charging at the 2 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage fearlessly, he had already made up his mind to use the 5 nascent soul stage experts and their colossi as his shield. Right now, the 5 nascent soul stage experts and their colossi had significantly exhausted the strength of the 2 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage. In comparison, he hadn't suffered any serious wound since the beginning of the battle. The supplies of his colossus, as well as his own soul and spiritual energy, were all kept at the best combat state. He was even somewhat stronger than Li Jiani or Song Huanjin right now. "Kneel!" The 6 faces on the surface of Li Linghai's Hellstar roared at the same time, and tides were rising in the black fog again, as if thousands of troops were hiding inside the darkness, giving unbelievable pressure. "I will not repeat twice. Kneel!" After a grunt, Li Jiani finally collapsed. Known as Devilish Abyss, he was a meditation healer who was particularly sensitive about mental attacks, so he had the deepest perception of the horror of the overwhelming air around Li Linghai. It was truly like the arrival of the dominator of the galaxy. Swallowing the blood in his mouth, he controlled the colossus to curl the right leg and kneeled before Li Linghai on one of his knees. After Li Jiani kneeled, Song Huanjin did not have any choice, or rather, did not have any psychological burden anymore. She quickly kneeled too. The 2 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, in their colossi, lowered their heads before Li Linghai at the same time and said, "Your Majesty, take off your colossi." Li Linghai said coldly, "Store them in your cosmos rings and give them to me." Greatly alarmed, Li Jiani and Song Huanjin looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering if they should follow the order. "Do you know why I spared your lives but killed Yun Kuai? Because you are smart people who have brains," Li Linghai said casually. "With your status right now, even if you are hiding in your colossi, it will be more than easy for me to kill you. But there are still tremendous members of the Li family and the Song family that need your management. Right now, I am in dire need of hands. I promised that I would spare your lives, and I will not go back on my words. Your 2 ragged colossi are nothing in my eyes. Now that you are judicious enough to do the right thing, I will certainly grant you more strength and better colossi." Li Jiani and Song Huanjin were immediately glowing with interest. It did make sense on second thought. Whether or not the person was Li Linghai or that emperor, it was not like that person could achieve a great cause with no external help at all and entirely by him or herself, right? It might be easy to kill them, but how was he going to face the thunderous attacks of the four Kurfürst families? After hesitating for a long time, the two of them gritted their teeth and crawled out of their colossi, before they stored the colossi in their cosmos rings obediently and allowed the metal tentacles of Hellstar to take them away. Finally, the riskless siege carried out by 5 experts in the divinity transformation stage and dozens in the nascent soul stage had completely failed. Li Linghai took away the colossi of the 3 divinity transformation stage experts but were not in a hurry to deal with them. Instead, she steered Hellstar to the depths of the black fog, where the black fog enshrouded a medical cabin with thousands of sticky tentacles, making it unable to move at all. Naturally, it was Silver Fox Legenda, the most senior Kurfürst of the family, that was inside the medical cabin. While Legenda's vision and other senses were blocked by the black fog a moment ago, preventing him from seeing the progress of the battle, he knew exactly that he had failed now that he saw his brother Lijiani and the rest of them had taken off their colossi and floated in the midair obediently, and the remains of countless crystal suits and colossi were spreading around them. He simply heaved a sigh, apparently in the deepest regrets. Hellstar extended 2 metal tentacles and dragged the medical cabin to right below the gigantic faces. The soul-stirring eyes all stared at him gloomily, as if they were trying to collapse the former prime minister of the Imperium from the bottom of his soul. Under the pressure that felt like billions of water, Silver Fox Legenda was utterly not scared but simply laughed aloud. Idiots! Idiots! What a bunch of hopeless idiots! They will know how stupid their retreat today is when they die the most miserable death one day. Li Linghai had covered the space around the medical cabin with her spiritual energy, and therefore, she was not scared that Legenda's voices and telepathic thoughts would spread out. She sneered, "Why are they stupid? Even if you have been possessed by a 1,000-year-old ghost, you cannot be Blackstar the Great in his prime days." Silver Fox Legenda's eyes were bloodshot, and his hair and beard were flying. With the courage as if he were fighting all the stars in the universe, he finally shouted out the name of that emperor. The real Blackstar the Great died 1,000 years ago. Even if part of his soul lingered till this day, it must be terribly weak. Even though you have attached yourself to Li Linghai and nurture yourself through her flesh and soul, it is impossible that you have recovered 100% of your strength. It will already be incredible if you can recover 20 or 30% of your strength. You may boast the combat ability of the divinity branching stage, but you can't be higher than the middle level of the divinity branching stage. But the 3 of them are all at the peak of the divinity transformation stage. If they truly summon their courage to fight you, you can kill one of them at best before you are suppressed by the other 2. Besides, you have not completely possessed the body, and it's only part of your soul that is temporarily residing inside Li Linghai's body. There will be great damage for both your remaining soul and Li Linghai's physical body if you bring out the combat ability of the divinity branching stage for a long time, won't there? It must be noted that your enemy includes not only the 5 experts in the divinity transformation stage and dozens in the nascent soul stage here, but also everybody else of the 4 Kurfürst families. So, how could you have been bold enough to fight with your best? You cannot afford the risk of being heavily wounded at all. Those idiots who have more brawn than brains could have figured it out as long as they gave it some thought. If you can really unleash your expertise in your prime years, why on earth have you been hiding inside Li Linghai's shell stealthily, too gutless to let the world know your existence? And why did you play those tricks and divide and conquer us with the advantage of the array? Wouldn't it have been much easier to simply suppress all of us? I suspect that your spiritual energy has almost been exhausted after you slew the first guy in the peak of the divinity transformation stage, or maybe there's something wrong with the melting of your remaining soul and the body, and it's impossible for you to kill a second expert at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, is it not? What a shame. If they had slightly summoned their courage and attacked you together, they would have cut you into pieces and removed the hazard once and forever. Li Linghai listened in silence and did not burst into fury, even when she heard Legenda's vicious curse in the end. Instead, she laughed aloud. Isn't it only logical? Today is not like the old days. The Imperium at the sunset is no longer the Imperium 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, when the Star Ocean Republic was corrupted by the Cultivators and catching the last breath, the first-generation immortal cultivators were all transformed from the cultivators who were of honor and integrity and who were worried about the future of mankind. They were all the real immortal cultivators with dreams and ambitions. Only such immortal cultivators could sacrifice for the civilization of mankind fearlessly under my lead without caring about their own interests. But today, after 1,000 years, the Imperium of true human beings has contracted the exact same disease that killed the Star Ocean Republic. The immortal cultivators today have retrograded into selfish, short-sighted, and conspiratorial guys that are no different from the pigs in the bloated parliament of the Star Ocean Republic 1,000 years ago. You can only see yourselves in your eyes. You have no dreams, and you do not know what you are fighting for. You are just a bunch of worms carrying the banner of the immortal cultivators but actually under the control of your instincts. You are talking about unity and sacrifice? Such people in the divinity transformation stage without beliefs are all gaudy counterfeits. Not just 4. Even if 100 had come today, I would still have grasped your weakness and suppressed all of you. Silver Fox, Legenda was rendered speechless. His inviolable courage a moment ago was entirely gone, and his body began to shrivel. Like a drowning person, his face was covered in lifelessness as he mumbled, "Your Majesty, I am willing to surrender. You are a rarely seen smart person. You were once the Prime Minister of the Imperium. You are rather prestigious nationwide. By logic, I should give you an opportunity to correct your mistakes because I am in dire need of hands right now," Li Linghai said coldly. "But it's a shame that there is no place for Kurfürst in my vision." Silver Fox, Legenda's lips trembled, and he was even more withered than before. He was not really saying that to surrender. He did not even care too much about his own life anymore, and he was simply using it to test Blackstar the Great's attitude toward the entire Li family. It seemed that Blackstar the Great did not intend to keep the 4 Kurfürst families at all, and they were destined to perish. Having ended up on bad terms, Silver Fox Legenda did not need to hide anything anymore. The wrinkles on his face immediately gathered into a hideous ghost face as he laughed crazily. "Whatever vision you may have, it won't work out. Even if you can eliminate the 4 Kurfürst families, so what? You will die eventually someday. After you die, the royal authority will still decline, and the local magnates will still rise. The future emperors will only be more and more idiotic and weak. Very soon, new Kurfürst families will show up and destroy the Imperium that you have carefully constructed. You cannot defeat us. You cannot beat time and the entire universe. You're wrong." Li Linghai picked up Legenda and dragged him to her face before she said, one word after another, "Now that I have returned to the human world, I will not allow the Imperium to fall into somebody else's hands. From today on, I will be the Imperium. I will not age or die in the next 10,000 years, and the Imperium of true human beings will surpass the Star Ocean Imperium in the past and become the best regime of the civilization of mankind that unites the entire universe." Not age or die in the next 10,000 years? Silver Fox, Legenda trembled hard. For some reason, he did not hear any insanity from Li Linghai's declaration but only solemnity and graveness, as if the ghost that should have been gone 1,000 years had truly found a way to live for 10,000 years. "You have missed the best opportunity to stop me." Li Linghai squeezed Legenda's medical cabin and said casually, "But I'm rather curious about one thing. As Silver Fox, you are best known for your calculation and carefulness. But why are you unwise enough to get involved in the dangerous mission in person? With your identity and strength, shouldn't you be supervising the battle in the rear? In that case, you possibly could have realized the secrets of the underground palace and made corresponding remedies. But you have chosen to come here in person, not even resorting to a spiritual puppet with remote communication abilities or a hologram projector. Why? Give me an answer to solve my confusion, and I will spare 100 lives of those from the Li family." Legenda could have refused to answer the question. After all, the distance between Blackstar the Great and credibility was as long as the distance between the Imperial Terminus sector and the edge of the cosmos. However, in his sorrow and desperation, Silver Fox Legenda trembled for a long time but still said in remorse, "The arrest operation targeting Li Linghai was planned by me in person, but Li Linghai happened to be my biological granddaughter. The Yun family, the Song family, and the Dongfang family could not completely trust me, fearing that it was my scheme with Li Linghai and Dongfang Shang to catch all of them. Therefore, they demanded me to arrive in person and command on the spot in order to trust my sincerity and send out the toughest warriors. I am essentially their hostage. That explains a lot." Li Linghai couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the 100 metal tentacles around Hellstar trembled crazily at the same time. Silver Fox Legenda, just ask yourself, do such for Kurfürst families, who are utterly disorganized and do not have the slightest mutual trust, not deserve to die? They do. Silver Fox Legenda said in devastation. They all deserve to die. None of them is wronged. Then die now. The metal tentacles of Hellstar minced brutally. The medical cabin, together with Silver Fox Legenda inside, was immediately shattered and enshrouded in black flames as the background of Hellstar. The Imperium that I have established through arduous work has been reduced to such poor conditions by the unworthy descendants. 1,000 years can pass by easily, but the pain will stay forever. As the black flames fell down, high-pitched roars that completely did not sound like Li Linghai echoed from deep inside Hellstar. To clean up the broken realm from the beginning, Imperium, I have returned. Half an hour later, in the world fragment deep inside the underground palace, the arrest team led by Silver Fox Legenda was not large in number. In order to keep it a secret, they did not even bring many crystal warships since they were hoping to take down Li Linghai with the 4 experts in the divinity transformation stage and their colossi neatly and quietly. In the meantime, the deep-sea fleet was founded by Li Linghai in person after all, and most of the resources and even starships came from Li Linghai's supplies. Dongfang Shang only equaled a senior manager. While he could control the critical posts temporarily with his trusted subordinates, it was certainly impossible for him to turn everybody in the fleet against Li Linghai. Therefore, after Li Linghai got Dongfang Shang, Li Jianyi, and Song Huanjin under control, she immediately sent a message to the deep-sea fleet, which then took action and seized the entire royal palace tightly. At this moment, the elite troops of the 4 Kurfürst families were either protecting the Council of Elders or capturing Di Feiwen above the Silver Moon Ocean. It meant that Li Linghai had a few hours of precious time to perform modifications on the 3 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage so that they could unleash more magnificent forces. The boundless black fog seemed to have consumed all creatures that were struggling in pain. From the darkness, the roars of Dongfang Shang, Li Jianyi, and Song Huanjin were coming over. Their roars were extremely weird. They seemed both trapped in the most excruciating agony and moaning in the greatest ecstasy of the universe. It also sounded that they had retrograded from a highly developed intelligent species into a primeval beast haunted by their natural instincts. Surrounded by the roars of the 3 experts in the divinity transformation stage, Li Linghai stood alone on a highly rising stone pillar in the dark abyss. At first look, the gigantic pillar, more than 30 meters in diameter, seemed to be made of translucent obsidians. Rising from the core of the planet, it was emitting deep and mysterious colors even though it was in the middle of the black fog. But one would only notice if they were to observe from up close that the raw materials that constituted the gigantic pillar were exactly the bones of countless primeval beasts. The primeval beasts, which were dozens of meters tall, had been squeezed together by uncanny, weird forces. After hundreds of thousands of years of corrosion and polishing, they had been refined into materials with a texture that resembled crystals. Among them, some of the remains looked like humans, only significantly larger and melted with bizarre-shaped beasts. They should be the remains of the intelligent lives from the Pangu Civilization's alliance, or the primeval gods that the ignorant would kneel and worship when they saw them. At this moment, countless primeval beasts and ancient gods were stomped on by Li Linghai's feet. On the top of the gigantic stone pillar, The claws of the beasts and the arms of the gods were all raising high, as if they were drowning and extending their hands out of the surface of the water for help. The claws and the arms bound and twisted each other, forming a concavity that looked exactly like a throne. Li Linghai, however, was not sitting on the throne. Instead, she was holding the handle of the throne, and her back was as hunched as if she were a lobster. Her entire body was trembling hard. The look on her face was also more painful than ever. From her eyes, her hair, and the black stripes on her fair skin, the thickest black fluids were leaking out and dripping to her feet into a pool of black water. As the black fluids leaked out, Li Linghai's eyeballs and hair returned to the color of white that bordered on transparency, except that she looked much more lackluster and haggard than before, as if she were about to die. Perhaps Silver Fox, Li Jianda was not wrong. To be possessed by such an unparalleled expert like Blackstar the Great and to activate the strength that did not belong to herself indeed came with a terrible price. Li Linghai's vitality and brain seemed to have been entirely drained. Shivering, she groped for a dosage of the dark red drug from her cosmos ring and injected it into her carotid artery. She took a few deep breaths, but she did it in such a haste that she was coughing aloud again until tears were running out, and she almost vomited out her internal organs. It was not until she coughed for more than half a minute that she was finally more or less back to herself. The black water below her feet that was as thick as a swamp, however, were bubbling weirdly. In the next moment, a black phantom rose from the black water slowly. Higher and larger, it expanded into a shadow of a human more than 3 meters tall. It was almost like Li Linghai's shadow had come to life and was staring at her coldly from her back. Even though the shadow did not have any facial organs, Li Linghai still felt a pair of scorching eyes. "Your body is simply too weak." A gloomy, heavy voice came from the shadow. "Because of your weakness, I was forced to play so many despicable tricks even though my foes were only in the divinity transformation stage. I even had to make many promises to the insubordinate subjects in order to divide and conquer them. This is truly my greatest humiliation." Li Linghai recovered her sanity from her trance. She hurried to kneel on the ground. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The shadow did not reply to her but simply mumbled to himself. Silver Fox Li Jianda, on the other hand, is truly a tough person. If he had reacted sooner, or if the 4 Kurfürst families had not demanded him to command on the spot, chances were that he would have won the competition by organizing everything from the rear. "My strength has not been entirely recovered yet. This is not the best opportunity for me to surface. But after Silver Fox Li Jianda's game, there is no choice but to take action right now. Thankfully, most of the plans have been accomplished. As the thousands of surplus generals and millions of disabled veterans cried before my statue day and night in the Emperor's mausoleum, they had poured their spirits and beliefs into the array that I left 1,000 years ago. My remaining soul is now completely unlocked and can be transferred into a new shell. Where is Li Jialing right now? I cannot stand hiding inside your weak shell anymore." Li Linghai trembled. After a long hesitation, she still said in a low voice, "He is in the Silver Ocean with Vulture Liao, participating in the operation to capture Dongfang Wang." "Excellent," the shadow said casually. "By estimation, the battle to capture Dongfang Wang will be over soon. Summon them back now." No. Let's go there in person and prepare for the transference of the soul. Do not play any trick this time." Li Linghai's voice was quivering even harder. "I do not have the courage for that." "You do not." The morose voice from the shadow suddenly turned high as the shadow remotely grabbed Li Linghai by her throat and picked her up, demanding, "You do not have the courage for that? I hardly think so. You have the guts for everything. Decades ago, when you learned my plan, you were bold enough to try to destroy the life seed and stop me from obtaining the perfect carrier. After you discovered the existence of Li Jialing, you thought multiple times to send him away to the edge of the cosmos. When that did not work out, you then planned to kill him for good. Even right now, when I am hibernating, you have played a lot of tricks with that Vulture Liao, haven't you? You thought that I had grown senile after sleeping 1,000 years, and that I did not know anything about your smart moves? Let me tell you, my lenience is limited. Do not be trapped by your own cleverness. The shadow tossed Li Linghai to the ground heavily. There was already a ring of black marks on Li Linghai's long neck, which was turning into black blisters at a visible speed, as if her entire neck had been corroded to the bones. Li Linghai was both in agony and greatly scared, but another emotion that was even more intense finally defeated her pain and fear. Covering her neck, she moaned, "Your Majesty, why Li Jialing? He is not your descendant at all." "You know the answer," the shadow replied coldly. "Like I told you before, years ago, it was you and the guy from the Covenant Alliance who woke me up together. At the intersection of your fates and mine, two mysterious forces that you cannot understand yet found their way into the two of you. On your side, the force helped you break through the acupoints in your training, transforming you from a plain, mediocre, immortal cultivator into an ultimate expert. On the guy from the Covenant Alliance's side, it helped him shatter the boundary of the three fundamental laws, returning to him the feelings and the free will of a normal person. Therefore, the child of the two of you, who is the combination of your fates and your strengths, is the best carrier for me to return to the universe. He is my real blood descendant. As for the members of the royal family with the Wu surname, what kind of weak, unworthy, and ambitionless beings have they retrograded into after 1,000 years? Look at the imperial guards, look at the pig-like Emperor Xinwu. How have my offspring been corrupted into this? Those worthless swine are absolutely useless. I only hate that I cannot slaughter all of them to save the precious resources that they are going to waste. Are they even qualified to accommodate my powerful soul?" The shadow had truly burst into fury when he mentioned the royal family nowadays. When the black flames surged out, it was almost like thousands of sharp blades were about to be slashed at the members of the royal family. In the past decades, it's not like we did not try transferring my soul to other members of the royal family. The shadow suddenly sneered. "Your two sons included. Didn't they die abruptly because my soul was too tough for them? Why, now that you have sacrificed two sons for me, what's the big deal to sacrifice one more? I know that those royal princes were born by you unwillingly with Emperor Xinwu. You hate Emperor Xinwu's guts, and naturally you did not have any feelings for those royal princes. This Li Jialing, on the other hand, is the only child of you and the man you loved most. It is only natural that you find it hard to let go of him. But you'd better understand one thing. This is his destiny that he cannot escape from. Since he could even absorb the Imperial Fire Pearl perfectly, is it not the best sign that he would be the most perfect carrier for me?" Lost for words, Li Linghai asked in a shivering voice, with the ripples of desperation spreading out of her eyes. What about Vulture Liao? He could absorb the strength in the Imperial Fire Pearl too. Although he was not as fast as Li Jialing, he was significantly better than the members of the royal family that had been tested before. It was indicative enough that he did not reject your Majesty's strength. Besides, his level is higher than Li Jialing's, and he is already in the divinity transformation stage. He must be strong enough to accommodate your Majesty's powerful soul. Vulture Liao is indeed a rather excellent carrier. After a brief silence, the shadow said, "I don't think he lied about being the foster son of the guy from the Covenant Alliance. After absorbing part of my strength, the guy from the Covenant Alliance escaped to the edge of the cosmos in a hurry and fostered a child. Then, perhaps the strength was delivered into his foster son's body by him without him knowing it, or his foster son absorbed it voluntarily. Therefore, this Vulture Liao is deeply associated with me too. His fate and mine are entwined too. It is not surprising that he could digest the strength in the Imperial Fire Pearl. However, since the man rose to a high place in the regime of the remaining rebellions of the Star Ocean Republic, he must have experienced a series of fortuitous events in the past, which filled his body with a myriad of uncanny forces. In my senses, his body is like a multicolored dye vat and not nearly as pure as Li Jialing's. Besides, after 100 years of experiences, and since he used to be a powerful man in the past, his soul has already been fixed, and his beliefs will not be changed easily. There will be a lot of unnecessary risks if I am to invade and occupy his body. Furthermore, for those who have advanced into my level, we have a lot of mysterious visions and prophecies that you cannot understand. I have sensed that there are many secrets to this vulture Liao, and I felt a cold warning that I must not try to possess the man whenever I studied the man's files. Otherwise, I might embrace my doom, and it would be very likely that I fail to possess him and he simply melts my remaining soul in the end. Therefore, I will not possess him in any case. I would rather beat this vulture Liao into smithereens, even if it will be a great waste of his great body, than try to steal his brain. Naturally, the man's cultivation and wisdom are among the best. His shameless character and his sordid combat style are also my favorites. If he can kneel before my feet genuinely, what's the harm of sparing his life? But if he doesn't, I'll have other ways to deal with him too. That shouldn't be your concern. I know what to do. Li Linghai, however, was not entirely convinced. Sobbing, she asked, Your Majesty, is Li Jialing really the only option? Hehe. Rise and look at me. Thousands of tentacles suddenly extended out of the shadow and grabbed Li Linghai's limbs and neck, dragging her right next to the shadow. The shadow had almost turned into a gigantic mouth that was about to swallow Li Linghai. I have been reborn today not to be a mediocre emperor for another 100 or 200 years, but to revolutionize the Imperium and to create an enterprise that will not change for all eternity. Why has the Imperium of true human beings been corrupted to the point of dying? Why do the local magnates in the universe turn a blind eye to the Imperial Terminus sector? Why are the clowns such as the four Kurfürst families bold enough to usurp the power? The only reason is that my ideas were abandoned immediately after I died. The bloody lessons in the past 1,000 years have taught me that to create an enterprise that will not degenerate, I must remain alive forever and be the only emperor of the civilization of mankind in the next thousands of years. To achieve eternal life, a perfect carrier is indispensable. I am not pursuing an eternal life for my personal interests, and Li Jialing is not dying to meet my personal desires. Our lives and deaths are all for the Imperium, for the longevity of the realm, and for the civilization of mankind. Look at me and tell me, are you not disappointed at the Imperium of true human beings today? And do you not want to eradicate all the worthless, selfish, and conspiratorial scoundrels so that the sun will shine in the Imperium again? Dark air flowed from the depths of the shadow and split into thousands of streaks, which then crawled into Li Linghai's almost transparent eyes. Blackness flashed in Li Linghai's eyes. Her face was somewhat inert and stagnant at first, but then it became determined. I do. The queen of the Imperium gritted her teeth. Do you not want to combine the forces of the four Kurfürst families and hundreds of sectors into an invincible, indestructible army to completely annihilate the Covenant Alliance, save the civilization of mankind, and ensure the prosperity of the entire universe? The shadow continued asking. I do. Li Linghai's voice was firmer and louder. Do you not want the Imperium of true human beings to surpass the Star Ocean Imperium in the past or even the primeval civilizations hundreds of thousands of years ago, stomping on all the species that were once gods for us, so that mankind will be the only god in the entire universe? The shadow's voice was more and more dominating and insane. I do. Mankind, as the strongest fighting species in the universe, should be the only true god. Li Linghai's eyes were boiling, and countless tiny black bubbles were flowing deep inside her transparent eyes. Then, pay sacrifices. The dominance and madness of the shadow were suddenly entirely concealed. Calmer than ever, it said casually, For the Imperium, for the civilization of mankind, everybody can and must be sacrificed, including myself. It is easy to die a hero's death, but it is terribly difficult to live and work for the civilization of mankind for 100,000 years. As the supreme commander of all true human beings, I will naturally walk on the difficult path, but I also need the sacrifices of a lot of people to give me a hand. Besides, I promised you that I would be careful and try to preserve Li Jialing's soul, didn't I? The shadow's voice suddenly softened. Li Linghai was like someone drowning who caught the last straw, although there was no telling whether it was a straw or a viper. Her eyeballs shivering violently, she asked, Is it true, Your Majesty? Of course it is true. What I want is his body. Is his soul of any use for me? The shadow smiled and said, If everything goes well after I occupy his body, his soul will be sent into an artificial body, and he will live for another hundreds of years as a spectral cultivator. Despite the minor inconvenience in training, his daily life will not be greatly affected. Can you not live with that? I certainly can. Li Linghai was overjoyed but somewhat found it hard to believe. She hesitated and asked, I wonder, how much confidence does your majesty have to preserve Li Jialing's soul? Hee. The shadow snorted and became aggressive again. Are you questioning my abilities? I daren't. Li Linghai shuddered hard and kneeled deeply again. I daren't at all. I misspoke because I cared about him too much. If you are really concerned about the safety of Li Jialing's soul, go and persuade him to cooperate with me. As long as he cooperates with me obediently without any struggle, nothing will go wrong at all. The shadow said, however, if he is obstinate enough to resist his destiny under the instigation of the rogues such as Vulture Liao, I cannot say what will happen during the transference of souls. Therefore, the safety of Li Jialing's soul is not up to me but all lies in your hands. Think carefully about what you are going to do. Li Linghai's body trembled. With the craziness of what a mother beast could do to protect her cub, she panted and said, I understand what I have to do now. Good. I knew that you wouldn't disappoint me. The shadow laughed aloud. The refinement of the 3 divinity transformation stage experts is almost done. Right now, 5 forces, namely the 4 Kurfürst families and the reformists, have been gathered in the sky of the Silver Moon Ocean. Their strength seems overwhelming, but they, in fact, each have their own plans and are highly wary of each other, exactly like the battle here just now. Let's go and tame the forces above the Silver Moon Ocean, find Li Yao and Li Jialing, suppress the entire capital, and then reclaim the Imperium. The raging shadow slowly retreated into Li Linghai's pores and melted into her long shadow, nowhere to be seen again. Deep inside the black fog, the roars and moans of the 3 experts in the divinity transformation stage all weakened, but their air was getting stronger and stronger, as well as more chaotic and evil. On Li Linghai's face, her weakness and hesitation when she confronted the shadow just now were entirely gone. The toughness and solemnity of the Queen of the Imperium and the leader of the reformists occupied her face again as an indestructible mask. She narrowed her eyes at the Silver Moon Ocean, with sparks splashing out. There was no telling what was on her mind. Deep inside the Silver Moon Ocean, Li Jialing was utterly ignorant about his fate, to be a soul container. He was still waiting at the edge of the battlefield obediently for Li Yao, who had gone to nobody knew where. At first, he was indeed clearing the small fries at the edge of the battlefield as per Li Yao's instruction. However, few enemies were able to run to his place after passing so many defense lines. After clearing up the few small fries, he grew bored and stared at the center of the chaotic battlefield in a daze. His hands and his veins were itching, and he was wondering if he should also go on a rampage and show himself off like Brother Yao did. To be honest, it was not in his nature to pursue a free, unrestricted life. That was only the reverse psychology after living more than 10 years of suffocative life when he was imprisoned and refined by Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan. You wanted to incarcerate me, so I wanted freedom. Nothing more. Now that he had truly obtained freedom, Li Jialing found that his real nature was, well, Li Jialing did not know what his real nature was either. After all, it was quite normal for an adolescent who was less than 20 years old to be confused about his life. However, because of the training with the fragment of the Imperial Fire Pearl recently, his cultivation had been soaring like the mushrooms after a rain. His strength was almost overflowing from all his internal organs and veins. His fists were itchier and itchier too. In such a fierce battle, he found it difficult to contain himself from going on a killing spree. The feeling was almost like his first ejaculation in the middle of a night while he was still in a dream a few years ago. It was simply a natural instinct that could not be controlled at all. While he was upset, the mainframe crystal processor of his crystal suit sent out familiar beeps, which were exactly the secret signals that Li Yao and Li Jialing had agreed upon. Overjoyed, Li Jialing hurried to swim deeper into the ocean where the signals came, only to discover that Li Yao was rising from a deep undersea crack in a crystal suit. Brother Yao, where have you been? I was truly worried when I was waiting, Li Jialing said, half in complaint and half in expectation. I've been dawdling at the edge of the battlefield as you instructed, and I did not approach the center of the battlefield at all. But wouldn't it be inappropriate if we slack off from the beginning to the end? Why don't we go to the center of the battlefield and join the party? At the very least, we should be able to see which expert finally kills the supervillain Dongfang Wang and rescues His Majesty. It is perhaps going to be a fierce battle that can be seen only once in a lifetime. Well, if that's what you want, there will be no need to go to the center of the battlefield. Li Yao said solemnly, I have already killed the supervillain Dongfang Wang and rescued His Majesty by the way. Dumbfounded for a moment, Li Jialing grumbled. What the heck? Didn't you say that you were going to the deeper part of the ocean to enjoy some fresh air? Yes, that was exactly what I intended. However, Li Yao was of a mind to scratch his head despite his helmet. However, as it happens, I ran into Dongfang Wang in the undersea crack and met His Majesty who was heisted by him. I know that it is very hard to explain and that you want to spit in my face badly from your viewpoint, but that is exactly what happened. It's not like I had a choice. Li Jialing took a deep breath and looked around Li Yao, asking, Then, where's His Majesty? Here. Li Yao waved his cosmos ring. What? Greatly surprised, Li Jialing immediately realized what was going on. He stammered, His Majesty has died? Yes, it was a few days ago, but he was not killed by Dongfang Wang, but forget it. This is not the place for such a conversation. Follow me. There's something that is very unbelievable but deeply affects you. I need you to stay calm. Li Yao dragged Li Jialing by the hand and swam to the deeper part of the ocean. Very soon, they encountered a crystal suit that was as gorgeous as a mermaid at the entrance of the trench. The person inside the crystal suit was naturally Long Yangjun. Somebody's here. Li Jialing was surprised. Who is it? Li Yao replied, Dongfang Mingyue. What? Li Jialing was greatly scared again. It occurred to him that he would have a heart attack sooner or later if he hung around his mysterious brother Li Yao more often. He stammered again, Isn't she the most evil and sordid expert under Dongfang Wang's command, the president of the Association of Demon Hunters, and the she-fiend whose traces are mysterious and whose cultivation is immeasurable? Exactly. Li Yao led Li Jialing to swim to Long Yangjun. But don't be scared. This she-fiend has been domesticated by me. What's going on exactly? Li Jialing did not even know how he should feel right now. Finding it hard to believe, he asked, How is it possible? You'd been away for 2 hours at most, but you suppressed Dongfang Mingyue, slew Dongfang Wang, and stole the remains of His Majesty? How did you manage it? Very simple, Li Yao said. When I met Dongfang Mingyue, I immediately released my dominant air and said to her solemnly that the trend of the Imperium's renewal was like an overwhelming tide, and that whoever went along with it would thrive but whoever went against it would die. Now that Dongfang Wang had died and the Dongfang family was about to fall apart, if she were to insist on her follies, not only would she die miserably, she would also be forever cursed by the future generations. When I said to her righteously, and Dongfang Mingyue thought about it carefully, she naturally found my points enlightening and persuasive. Then, daunted by my overwhelming strength, and since she had been admiring Vulture Li Yao for a long time, knowing that she was no match for me at all, did she have a second option except to surrender to you? Li Jialing, if possible at all. I really do not want to believe you, Li Yao. The fact is right before our eyes. This is exactly the power of the brand of Vulture Li Yao that I have carefully established recently. Now that I have accidentally made my personal image too magnificent and awe-inspiring, the great men in the universe are all coming to me and begging to work for me. I feel rather disturbed too. Gritting his teeth, Li Jialing swam to Long Yangjun in silence and observed the crystal suit on her body in suspicion, only to discover that it was indeed an ultimate product of unknown materials and doubtlessly only affordable for the real top-tier experts. He couldn't help but feel even more shocked. You are Li Jialing? Long Yangjun giggled and sent a telepathic thought to Li Jialing. Don't be nervous. Just call me Sister Mingyue. Sister Mingyue. Li Jialing's brain seemed to have been bombarded by dense bolts of lightning, and he couldn't have been more astounded. Did such a casual tone really come from the leader of the Association of Demon Hunters, the arguably strongest organization of special agents of the Imperium? Even if she were indeed forced to surrender, she shouldn't have been so relaxed. Looking at Long Yongjun and then at Li Yao, the young man had 10,000 question marks emerging from his eyes. Take it easy, Li Yao said. This, Sister Dongfang Mingyue has been touched by Brother Yao's personal charisma. She has decided to do the right thing and be a good person from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, you can trust her as unconditionally as you trust Brother Yao. Thinking for a moment, Li Jialing said, But I do not trust Brother Yao unconditionally. Li Yao coughed and said, There's only limited time for us now. Let's not talk about the unimportant details. All in all, Li Jialing, you must be prepared, because we will tell you the most shocking and devastating news. You must hang in there. Li Jialing looked at the unbelievable combination again and stammered. Is there anything that can be more shocking than what I've seen and heard just now? Yes. According to our accurate analysis and meticulous deduction, it is very possible that your mother is haunted by a ghost. 1,000-year-old ghost, no less. Li Yao said solemnly. That is Blackstar the Great Wuxia Qi, the founding emperor of the Imperium of true human beings. Li Jialing was lost for words. Another 1,000 question marks popped up in his eyes. Biting his lips and thinking for a long time, he finally managed to ask, I don't know how I should react now. What are you talking about exactly? Haunted by a ghost? What is that? How did you learn it? There is a term about the spectral cultivators named Old Grandpa. I think you must know it, don't you? It's basically a seasoned ghost who tails you all the time and who offers you enlightenment in training or treasure hunting. Of course, some of the malicious old grandpas try to possess a new body so that they can be reborn, or to manipulate the living people as if they are puppets. Seeing that Li Jialing nodded, Li Yao went on. We suspect that your mother has run into such a condition, except that her old grandpa is rather unique and indescribably tough, because it is Blackstar the Great. Most of your mother's strength and resources came from the Imperial Transcendence sector, where the Supreme Emperor was buried. Blackstar the Great, in the meantime, had also been to the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum and eventually perished there before his death. Your parents should be the first persons who accidentally trespassed on the Imperial Terminus sector and touched Blackstar the Great's remaining soul. But since your father was an emotionless guy from the Covenant Alliance in the beginning, which was perhaps not suitable for manipulation and possession, Blackstar the Great eventually chose your mother as his host. Li Jialing was rather astounded. He asked in a hurry, How did you learn it, Brother Yao? How confident are you with your theory? Before his death, Dongfang Wang told me and Dongfang Mingyue a lot of things. By combining what I knew with her intelligence, we have found the astonishing truth. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, As for the accuracy, let me put it this way. Based on the known information, it's about 50-50. However, I can guarantee with 100% confidence that it is true. Li Jialing was rather confused. Wait, if the possibility is only 50% according to the intelligence, why are you certain that the Queen, my mother, is really haunted by a ghost? If I did not observe and participate in the matter, it would have ended either well or badly, and the odds would have been 50-50. Li Yao analyzed solemnly. However, now that I've been involved in this mysterious swirl, the whole thing will only escalate toward the worst direction, and the truth will only be the worst possibility. Therefore, your mother must have been haunted by the 1,000-year-old ghost that is Blackstar the Great. I'm absolutely positive. Li Jialing's previously golden face turned pale, and he almost cried out. What are you talking about, Brother Yao? You must save my mother. Of course. I also want to save the Queen and destroy the unparalleled monster that is Blackstar the Great. Li Yao heaved a sigh and said, However, according to my careful evaluation, it occurs to me that my cultivation right now seems to be slightly lower than Blackstar the Great's, and I might not be a match for him if I am not in my best combat state. Therefore, for safety reasons, we better make thorough plans. Li Jialing was almost really crying when he grabbed Liao by his wrist and asked, "What do you mean by we better make thorough plans?" "I mean that we need to wing it. Let's just run away now. In any case, I do not want to confront the queen right now. Who knows whether or not an invisible old ghost is observing me malevolently behind her when I am bragging about myself in front of her. It is too creepy," Liao declared quickly. "Also, you must hide yourself too. I have just analyzed the situation with Dongfang Mingyue just now. If your mother is truly haunted by Blackstar the Great, and Blackstar the Great is up to a certain world-shifting scheme, you must be the key to the scheme, and you are absolutely much more important than me. Therefore, you must not fall into the hands of the Queen or Blackstar the Great. You are perhaps the only person that can help us reverse the situation." Every gold hair on Li Jialing's face and body was rising, like the most delicate statue. He was dazed for a long time before he finally mumbled to himself, "The only person who can reverse the situation? I am so important." "Definitely," Liao said affirmatively. "Otherwise, how can you explain the Queen's erratic attitudes toward you? And why did she offer such an ultimate treasure as Imperial Fire Pearl for us to train with? Yes, I have scanned and experimented on the Imperial Fire Pearl many times, and it certainly does not have anything wrong. But it also has the feature of condensing and purifying the miscellaneous forces. Didn't you say that the forces inside your body were all melted after you absorbed the energy contained inside the Imperial Fire Pearl's energy crazily? If my guess is correct, it was some sort of preparation that the Queen, no, Blackstar the Great performed on you with the Imperial Fire Pearl. To put it more simply, it is just like you would have to make a pig grow fat first before you butcher it and enjoy the meat." Li Jialing was almost crept out. He couldn't help but hold his arms and said, "Is my mother, the Queen, really cold enough for that?" "Not exactly. Judging from her inconsistent behavior, it is obvious that she does not regard you as a pure tool or intentionally wants you dead." Liao sighed. "However, if she is truly under the control of Wu Yingqi, how can she defeat the 1,000-year-old ghost? Then, what about Brother Yao?" Li Jialing thought carefully and immediately noticed something was wrong. "You swallowed the strength of the Imperial Fire Pearl too. Also, your share of the Imperial Fire Pearl is even larger. Why aren't you the key to the whole scheme? The Queen only gave the Imperial Fire Pearl to me because she could not give it directly to you without a good reason. Even if she did, you might not know how to digest and absorb the strength inside the Imperial Fire Pearl. That was why she gave it to me and used me as a disguise." Liao's head was very clear, as if the brain cells and computational ability that he had saved before were all for this moment. "I cannot be the key to the whole scheme because my arrival was purely an accident, but the scheme began at least decades ago when the Queen established the Deep Sea Fleet. However high Blackstar the Great's computational ability is, it is impossible that he foresaw my arrival decades ago, isn't it? Therefore, when we inferred the whole scheme, we must completely rule out the unexpected factor, that is me, and consider what would have happened if I were never here. Then it is very simple. Without me, Manjusaka, the city in the sky, wouldn't have collapsed, but the assault of Starlight and the association of cultivators would have still taken place on time. The battle of the two parties would still have happened, and it's very possible that the Queen would have snuck into the city in the sky and taken you away. I estimate that her original purpose wasn't to kill you. Well, I mean, Blackstar the Great's plan was certainly not to kill you but to capture and build you into a certain artifact, device, or maybe carrier. In any case, you would have certainly endured insufferable torture." With that in mind, Li Lingfeng's speculation at the beginning was obviously wrong. Think about it. According to Li Lingfeng, the Queen's reason to kill you was that your existence would expose one of her relationships a long time ago, which would lead to severe consequences. He intended to coerce the Queen with the scandal. However, if the Queen was really backed by Blackstar the Great, why on earth would she have been stopped by Li Lingfeng? If she really wanted you dead, Blackstar the Great could have taken action in person. Was Li Lingfeng strong enough to resist him? That's why I argue that Blackstar the Great does not want to kill you. In the meantime, if the Queen had been under the control of Blackstar the Great, and she was not a woman who was lustful for power and scared of scandals but one who loved my foster father and your birth father, there would have been no motivation for her to kill you either. The only reasonable explanation was that she knew that you would suffer the most excruciating suffering had you fallen into Blackstar the Great's hands before your unavoidable death, which she could not stop. So, she only wanted to give you a quick and clean death. Li Jialing almost passed out in shock. Liao spoke faster and faster. We know now the powerful counterattacks of the reformists after the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance were all carefully arranged beforehand. In other words, the whole scheme had all been set before the Queen left the capital for the Martial Meritocrats sector. At such a critical moment, not commanding in the Deep Sea Palace, not fomenting trouble in the front line, the Queen went all the way to the Martial Meritocrats sector to look for you, didn't she? Even if she were determined to kill you, she did not need to do it in such a hurry, right? After all, Li Lingfeng and she hadn't ended up on bad terms yet. Couldn't she just wait for another couple of years? All the evidence suggests that you must be the most crucial part of the whole scheme, so crucial that the Queen, or Blackstar the Great, had to drop all the work at hand and find you first. After a long silence, Li Jialing struggled to say with an almost suffocated voice, "Fine. If everything Brother Yao said is true, what are we going to do right now?" Long Yongjun had been listening to Li Yao's analysis in silence the whole time. It was not until this moment that she chuckled and said casually, "Very simple. Since you are the key to the whole event, and Blackstar the Great cannot activate his scheme without you, I can just kill you right now and burn you up completely, ensuring that not any part of your soul and not a single cell will be left for Blackstar the Great. Isn't that the perfect solution?" "What?" Greatly alarmed, Li Jialing hurried to hide behind Liao out of natural instincts, before he looked at the mysterious Sister Mingyue in a cold sweat. He could tell that she was not entirely joking. "Hey, don't be too outrageous. If I allow that, what kind of cultivator would I be?" Liao glared at Long Yongjun. "Also, it will be absolutely useless to simply kill Li Jialing. Our enemies include not just one Blackstar the Great, but also the alliance of the Holy Covenant, which is coveting in space. We do not know Blackstar the Great's real scheme yet. Assuming that something about Li Jialing goes wrong, who knows whether or not the 1,000-year-old ghost would go mad because of the debacle and drag the entire Imperium to die with him. If Blackstar the Great turns the Imperium into a mess and the army of the Covenant Alliance marches in, even Vulture Liao with my Colossus might not be able to resist them. Might not, but certainly can't. Long Yongjun yawned and said casually, "That's why I was patient enough to listen to you for such a long time instead of killing this little brat the moment I see him. I've shown enough respect for you, right, Brother Yao?" Li Jialing jostled Liao's back and said, "Is this, Sister Dongfang Mingyue, really suppressed by you? Why am I under the impression that the truth should be the opposite, and you've been suppressed by her?" Liao blushed. "What are you talking about? It is I who suppressed her, of course. She is only so cold because I hurt her pride during my suppression. But don't be nervous. She is rather kind despite her nasty mouth. She seems to have a secret base in the capital. Let's hide there for a while, figure out the situation, and contact the righteous men out there before we take any action." "The righteous men out there?" Li Jialing's eyes shone brightly. "For example, General Lei Qinghu? Well, maybe somebody else." Liao smiled bitterly. Lei Qinghu was Blackstar the Great's zealous admirer. During their conversation in the Emperor's Mausoleum last time, the man even mentioned that he wanted Blackstar the Great to be reborn and clean up all the filth in the Imperium. If Lei Qinghu learned the truth, he would possibly waste no time arriving at the capital to pledge allegiance to Blackstar the Great as his vanguard. How could Liao go to Lei Qinghu? However, of the influential fleet commanders in the Imperium, Liao happened to know a certain someone who was his best friend. It was said that the guy's carrier was soaring at the borderland of the Imperium. Last time, Liao even asked Hante, Lu Li, the Fist King, the warriors from the Land of Sins, and the Cultivators of Starlight to join him. It never occurred to Liao that he would be asking for the guy's help in person so shortly. "Boss Bai, we've known each other for more than 100 years. Even if you were busy enjoying your life right now, you cannot turn a blind eye to an old friend. Can you?" Liao mumbled to himself. Also, if Blackstar the Great really controls the power of the Imperium again, It will be no good for your big by space pirate gang. An imperium of iron and blood that is completely united will not tolerate any pirate gang. Therefore, saving me is also saving yourself. While he was thinking how to escape from the capital and ask for the help of Bai Xinghe, the pirate potentate in the divinity transformation stage, ear-splitting shrieks suddenly echoed from his crystal suit. Somebody's here. Long Yongjun also sounded a bit nervous. Liao was slightly dazed. Then he sensed that dozens of the most dominating clusters of air sweeping at the center of the ocean like the tentacles of fiends. Something's not right. Liao narrowed his eyes and perceived the situation at the center of the undersea battlefield, only to discover that the intensity of the undersea battle was dropping but waves were rising on the surface of the ocean. After he turned on the public communication channel and browsed through the past information carefully, he couldn't have looked more awful. The operation to hunt Dongfang Wang and rescue Emperor Shenwu involved more than 10 battle-type experts in the divinity transformation stage. It was already a luxury team. However, even in such a luxury team, few people were at the peak of the divinity transformation stage. But right now, Devilish Abyss Li Jiani and Starbreaker Song Huanjin, 2 experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, as well as their hundreds of personal guards, showed an anomalous behavior. Also, even the divinity transformation stage had sent hundreds of starships to the sky of the Silver Moon Ocean to provide firepower reinforcement. Those who had advanced to the peak of the divinity transformation stage were all at least 200 years old. Naturally, they had a lot of disciples and descendants who, under the tutelage of the divinity transformation stage experts, could mostly reach the core formation stage or the nascent soul stage without much trouble. When an expert at the peak of the divinity transformation stage joined a battle, they would often be followed by 10 or so or even more squires, who would cooperate with them with lesser colossi or advanced crystal suits. Those squires were mostly the divinity transformation stage experts' true disciples or biological descendants. Their combat abilities, loyalties, and teamwork were far better than the outsiders. In the world of ancient cultivators, those squires would be the greatest reliance for a divinity transformation stage expert to compete for the hegemony of the world. They would always invest tremendous resources and efforts in their squires, and their squires considered their leader to be more important than anything else. When Liao and Ding Lingdang were in the Star Glory Federation, their personal squires were managed by Wu Mayan, Liao's true disciple. It was not hard to tell how important the squires were. Right now, the squires of Devilish Abyss, Li Jiani and Starbreaker Song Huanjin, an elder in their respective family, had all been deployed. It was obvious that they couldn't have been attracted by Dongfang Wang, who had already kicked the bucket. Then they certainly had another target. Also, considering the anomalies of the deep-sea fleet, it was hard to not think of Queen Li Linghai. Liao was greatly alarmed. They're so fast. More information came to the communication channel. Devilish Abyss Li Jiani and Starbreaker Song Huanjin had the highest cultivation, combat ability, and position in their respective family in the coalition army of the 5 forces here. When the 2 of them led their squires to their commanding ships on the Silver Moon Ocean, it was naturally impossible for anyone to stop them. Also, the deep-sea fleet, commanded by Dongfang Sheng, was observing and suppressing them from nearby. It was said that the 4 Kurfürst families issued new orders. For a moment, everybody was at a loss about what to do when the commandership was taken away. The more he thought about it, the more scared Liao became. He suddenly bulged his eyes and demanded, "Cut off your communication with the battle network, block all the communication and information transmission channels, and turn off all the power and defense units on the crystal suit. Do not make any spiritual wave spread out." His warning came too late. Long Yongjun and Li Jialing had indeed suppressed the spiritual waves of their crystal suits to the minimum as quickly as possible, yet the water around them immediately squeezed them like a landslide, resulting in the cracking noises on the crystal suit. The 3 of them sank to the depths of the ocean like 3 iron blocks. However, there was still the coldest wave that passed the trench that they were at. It was like a frigid wind that pierced through their internal organs and limbs. Liao, Long Yongjun, and Li Jialing couldn't help but shudder hard. Damn it, we've been noticed. Also, It was probably Black Star the Great who could scan such a deep trench accurately with his telepathic thoughts through the dark ocean. Breathing heavily, Liao rolled his eyes and spoke through the point-to-point private channel. Right now, Black Star the Great is still unaware that we have inferred his real identity. It is possible that he is gathering the troops above and below the Silver Moon Ocean. Do you think we can expose his real face if we march out and declare the truth to everyone? Absolutely. But then what? Long Yongjun asked back. Are you sure that you can stop his plan after unveiling him? Don't forget that he is the founding emperor of the Imperium of True Human Beings. Now that Emperor Xinwu is already dead, who can say that he does not have the legitimacy to succeed the throne? Chances are that other people will kneel before him immediately after you reveal who he is. At the very least, Devilish Abyss Li Jianyi and Starbreaker Song Huanjin seem to have betrayed the four Kurfürst families and taken his side. It does make sense. Thinking quickly, Liao came up with a new plan. Then, since he is unaware of your existence right now, if you hide in the darkness, is it possible to kill him directly in an ambush? Long Yongjun shook her head hard. No, why? Liao raised his voice. Are you not the reincarnation of a primeval god? Shouldn't you have 100 other forms? Can't you beat him? Primeval god my ass. We are both carbon-based lives, and we have to abide by the fundamental laws about energy transformation and cell division. If I am as strong as you described, I would have slapped you to death already. Long Yongjun replied, not in a good mood. Just think with your pig head. If the primeval gods were so awesome, why is it mankind who survived in the end but not the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan? The air constituents and the energy changes on most of the habitable planets in the 3000 sectors are no longer suitable for the survival of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. It's almost like putting the human experts on the primordial planets billions of years ago. They would find it difficult to get accustomed to the air and terrain at that time. Also, I am not the reincarnation of a primeval god, but an elite human warrior who received the dual refinements of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. Essentially speaking, I am still just a common warrior, whereas Black Star the Great is an excelsior warrior at least among trillions of human beings. How could he be killed by me so easily? What are you thinking about? It does make sense. Liao mumbled. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the black water above his head where spots of light were bursting out. In a trance, he seemed to notice a pair of gloomy, profound eyes that were staring back at him. Shuddering again, Liao discovered that his team had fallen into a predicament. At the bottom of the ocean 10,000 meters deep, in order to run away at the highest speed, they would have to activate the power units and the spiritual shields of their crystal suits to resist the pressure of the water and create a path for themselves. But as a result, intense spiritual waves would spread out, which would be perceived and followed by the unknown enemy immediately. If the enemy was really Black Star the Great, Liao was not confident to get rid of him. What if they did not activate their crystal suits? It was certainly not a joke. While crystal suits were not as monolithic as colossi, they were metal objects that could easily weigh 10 tons. How could the runners prevent their crystal suits from not sinking in the ocean with only the spiritual energy inside their bodies? If they tried to swim forward, they would only be slower than tortoises. Now that the enemy boasted the experts including Devilish Abyss, Li Jianyi and Starbreaker Song Huanjin as well as all of their squires, it was only a matter of time that they laid a dragnet to search for the escapers. There was no chance that Liao and his companions could run away. Time was running out. They had to get away before the enemy completely controlled all the troops in the Silver Moon Ocean. There is only one solution for us to escape right now. Pondering for a moment, Liao said, it is impossible for the three of us to escape simultaneously. We have to send a great hero who is both smart and brave to distract Black Star the Great so that the other two people can escape through the trench. Otherwise, the three of us will be screwed together. After saying that, Liao looked at Long Yongjun. Long Yongjun looked back at Liao emotionlessly. Liao, well, judging from your face, you are not very interested in carrying out the arduous mission of distraction, are you? Long Yongjun, what do you think? Whether or not Black Star the Great is reborn, and whatever scheme he may have, why should I care about it at all? I only came to the Imperium to enjoy a new life, and I'd lived quite a few years peacefully and comfortably here. But everything changed the moment you showed up. Liao, it does make sense. Then, do you think we should send Li Jialing? Forget it. The worst outcome is just death. I'll go. The enemy should be unaware of the situation yet. Chances are that I can deceive him and elicit even more intelligence from him. If we figure out what Blackstar the Great is up to exactly, we will be able to come up with corresponding countermeasures. Long Yongjun, what a great plan. With your wisdom, you will certainly be manipulating Blackstar the Great like a toy. My concerns are redundant. Then, we'll leave now and meet you at the agreed-upon coordinates. Long Yongjun waved the crystal fins next to her legs and swam to Li Jialing. Snatching the young man's arm, she said, "Follow me." Ha! Before Li Jialing realized what was going on, he had already been dragged to the depths of the ocean by Long Yongjun. Long Yongjun even cut off their communication with Liao, in case the enemy followed the traces and caught all the three of them. You are really a fast runner. Looking at Long Yongjun and Li Jialing's shadows disappearing in the trench quickly, Liao gritted his teeth and unleashed his spiritual energy, swimming to the opposite side of the trench. Now that he had decided to distract the enemy's attention, there was no need for any disguise. He retrieved Gold Vulture at the earliest chance and set all the attack magical equipment to the active state, ready to launch the weapons. As he submerged deeper and faster, the dozens of cold winds were gradually left behind. It seemed that the top priority for Devilish Abyss, Li Jianyi, Starbreaker Song Huanjin, and Dongfang Shang's deep sea fleet was to seize the commandership of all the starships in the Silver Moon Ocean and to suppress the disobedient guys so that the fairly large troop would be under their control. They had no time to bother with the runners for the time being. However, the pair of eyes that were even more profound than the trench had been staring at the back of Liao's head the whole time. The stinging coldness went all the way down along his spine, giving him the feeling of fear and intimidation. Finally, he reached the end of the trench. There was no way ahead now. He could either sink to the bottom of the trench to be buried by the water weighing billions of tons or rise to the surface of the ocean and confront the owner of the terrifying eyes. Calculating the time, Liao estimated that Long Yongjun and Li Jialing should be far away now. He took a deep breath and surfaced. Hardly had the Gold Vulture leaped out of the trench when he detected the giant iron ball that was full of tentacles that were dancing crazily like vipers. In the gloomy water thousands of meters deep, Liao in his Gold Vulture and Li Linghai in her Hell Star floated and confronted each other in silence. "It's me." Li Linghai sent a soul signature to Liao, proving her identity. Then, she asked Liao to turn on the point-to-point communication channel. "Why are you escaping as if you have done something wrong?" It's you, Your Grace?" Rolling his eyes crazily, Liao adjusted that power rune arrays and the attack units of the Gold Vulture without a sound while he detected the terrain of the undersea world and calculated every detail on the battlefield accurately. He simply said, "Why are you suddenly here, Your Grace, and equipped with such a brutal colossus? I thought you were an expert on Dongfang Wang's side. Is that so? You were fleeing because you encountered an expert on Dongfang Wang's side? That does not seem like the style of the magnificent vulture Liao." Li Linghai mocked him but did not pursue the issue any further. Instead, she released a few mystic rays to scan Liao's surroundings. "Where is Li Jialing? Isn't he your servant? Why is he not fighting together with you?" About that, Liao thought quickly. Now that it was impossible to hide Li Jialing's whereabouts, he simply threw out an unexpected answer. "You must brace yourself for what I am going to say next, Your Grace. Li Jialing had just perished." "What?" Li Linghai shrieked but immediately realized what was going on. Her voice suddenly turned extremely cold and gloomy. "You dare trick me? I certainly daren't. There are so many desperate experts on Dongfang Wang's side, and they could do all kinds of insane things in their hopelessness. Even I could not protect Li Jialing's safety in the chaos." Liao naturally knew that Li Linghai would never believe the bullshit. But what he really intended to ask was the next question. Why do I feel you are very anxious, Your Grace? Aren't you too addicted to power to care about blood bonds? And you even tried to kill Li Jialing many times in the beginning? Your wish is somewhat fulfilled now that Li Jialing is really dead, isn't it? After a brief silence, Li Linghai indeed calmed down. She said casually, You're right. Then let's go. Come back with me. While talking, she swam to Liao with Hellstar. Intimidated, Liao back off nonstop. The feathers on the gold vulture all erected, ready to shoot at the enemy like bullets at any moment. He acted as if he were confronting a great enemy. Li Linghai stopped and said coldly, You seem to grow scared of me overnight. That can't be right. Liao smiled drily. Ha 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 ha. Your Grace, you are so kind and approachable. And you've brought me the warmth that I never experienced. Why would I be scared of you? Li Linghai said. Then, why are you so vigilant and unwilling to return with me? Thinking for a long time, Liao said, What if I say that I'm tired of the bloody life and I want to live somewhere isolated and peaceful as a hermit? Well, it does not seem very convincing, does it? Li Linghai said. It does not. Liao swallowed, lost for words. Li Linghai chuckled. The 100 metal tentacles seemed to be dancing as she said unhurriedly, It seems that you have truly learned something you shouldn't have learned. Tell me about it. How much do you know? And where did you know it from? Liao had been pushed into desperation. Also, he estimated that he had bought Long Yangjun enough time for her to bring Li Jialing out of the battlefield. To find them, it would be as tricky as to fish for a needle in the ocean. Now that he had no more concerns, he was free to make one last attempt. Roaring brutally, Liao declared, Exactly. I have indeed learned everything about you. Black Star the Great Wooing Qi, come on out now. I know that you must be hiding inside the Queen's body. Your Grace, Li Linghai, if this is the message you intended to deliver to me, I have completely solved the puzzle. I don't know whether you are cooperating with him because you are forced by him or because you are bewildered by him, but I only want to remind you that cooperating with such a sordid, shameless, brutal, bloodthirsty, untrustworthy, nation-stealing thief like Black Star the Great is like asking a tiger for its hide. You will certainly not end well. If my guess is correct, Wu Yingqi does not boast the abilities to take action independently. Even if he can, his combat ability is as weak as a chicken, right? That is why he has to trick and manipulate you. Once he really recovers 100% of his combat ability, you will be the first person that he kills, Li Linghai, because such a Black Star the Great will not tolerate anyone who has seen him when he's at his most vulnerable state and who grasps his greatest secrets. Shut up. Li Linghai's most twisted voice came from deep inside Hellstar. Just retreat your silver tongue. You know nothing. You know nothing at all. His Majesty is a real immortal cultivator and the savior of mankind. The Imperium cannot survive without His Majesty. That's bullshit. You've been fooled by him, Li Linghai. It is exactly because of the shitty system Wu Yingqi set up 1,000 years ago that the Imperium has grown awry from the root. That's the origin of all the messes and corruptions in the Imperium today. He is the ultimate culprit for everything. Confirming that Li Linghai was indeed stalled by Black Star the Great, Liao spoke even more loudly. He is no different from the selfish immortal cultivators, except that he hide better and knows how to camouflage himself with lies. Trust me, this path is not going to work out. If you really want to save yourself, Li Jialing and everybody else, just hold him back with your best. The two of us can certainly come up with a way to skin, mince, and obliterate him after we join our hands. Li Linghai. Li, Your Grace? What's happening, Your Grace? Can you hear me? Hey. Hang in there, Your Grace. You must hold him back. You must. There was nothing but silence in Hellstar. However, the eyes that looked like black holes around the Colossus were suddenly widened to the maximum, blowing a foul, violent, dark force deep into Liao's brain. Voila! For a moment, countless black bubbles were leaking out of Hellstar, and the water hundreds of meters around was completely boiled. Infinite venom seemed to have been injected into it, turning the bottom of the trench into utter darkness, making it impossible to tell whether they were in the deep ocean, or in the middle of a certain mysterious but powerful domain. When Li Linghai was using the Colossus, the 6 enormous faces on Hellstar all closed their eyes with dumb looks, as if they were sleeping. But right now, the 12 eyes on the 6 fiendish faces had opened at the same time. What did you say? Hellstar was 10 times more dominating than before, giving Li Yao the impression that a high mountain had just risen before him. The voice that came from Hellstar was no longer sharp and hasty either, but instead, it was a deep, soft, and thick voice, like a bottomless swamp that was spurting out venom non-stop. What did you compare my combat ability to? And what were you going to do to me? He's really here. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao stared at the soaring parameters on the main interface of the gold vulture. All his cold sweat vaporized. Although the enemy's Colossus was floating in the deep ocean in stillness, a few several performance parameters had already been off the limits. One bloody question mark after another popped up on the interface, which meant that the target's battle performance was beyond evaluation. Although Li Yao had swallowed the violent strength inside the Imperial Fire Pearl, the improvement of cultivation was never so simple. If engaged in a life-and-death battle, he could not even defeat Li Linghai in the regular state, much less her in the ultimate state enhanced by Blackstar the Great's remaining soul. Now that he could not defeat the enemy with his strength, he could only try to beat her with his unparalleled wisdom and resolution. And no, I didn't say anything. Rolling his eyes quickly, Li Yao hurried to put on a smile. Are you, Blackstar the Great? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Hellstar fell silent for a moment again. Blackstar the Great Wuing Qi was amused. What a flexible vulture, Li Yao. You are a great eye-opener for me. I thought that all the cultivators were mulish, stubborn idiots who would not retreat even when they hit a wall. I didn't know that there would be such interesting variants like you after 1,000 years. I like smart people who know what's best for them. So, if you say it's a misunderstanding, so be it. I can spare your disrespect just now and give you an opportunity to serve me. Naturally, now that you know who I am, you should know that I will never keep a cultivator by my side. Come on. Abandon the hypocritical, sanctimonious ideas of the cultivators and be an immortal cultivator on my side. Hellstar extended a metal tentacle at Li Yao. After a sniff, Li Yao hesitated and said, I don't seem to have a second option right now, do I? Blackstar the Great replied, What do you think? Li Yao heaved a long sigh. Fine. Your Majesty is unfathomably strong. I'm absolutely no match for you. Besides, I've read a lot of classics on the true path of immortality these days and find them very reasonable. They almost opened a gate to a new world for me. Perhaps the true path of immortality is indeed more suitable for survival in this dark, cold universe than the path of the cultivators. Besides, Firefly has exploded, the Star Ocean Republic is completely gone, and I am the last cultivator in the entire universe right now. What can I possibly achieve? Since the true path of immortality is the inevitable, would I be asking to be killed if I do not follow it? Then, I would like to be an immortal cultivator and pledge loyalty to your Majesty. Enough! Blackstar the Great scorned. Your change is rather fast. You have to be fast if a knife is stuck to your neck. Li Yao said rather in embarrassment. Just now, I thought that your Majesty hasn't recovered all your capabilities yet. That was why I was bold enough to make the insane proposal. I did not know that your Majesty was so immeasurably strong that you could crumble me into pieces with only the little finger even if only 30% of your strength had been recovered. I managed to escape from Firefly, which was a living hell, through all difficulties, and I haven't enjoyed my new life enough yet. Wouldn't it be a great shame if it is lost for no good reason? All in all, I have completely thought it through. Starting from the last second, I have become a glorious and great immortal cultivator. Wow, I truly feel that I have been reborn. The whole world looks different in my eyes now. Long live your Majesty. Long live the Imperium. And long live the truth path of immortality. Blackstar the Great showed neither approval nor disapproval. Is that so? Of course it is. Li Yao declared resolutely and touchingly. I have truly understood how wrong and hilarious I was in the past. From this moment on, I will not hesitate at all to sacrifice for your majesty and the Imperium. I know that such a change is a bit abrupt, but it doesn't matter. Please just wait and see my performance in the future. Your Majesty, Black Star the Great sniffed. I'm neither patient nor fond of the people who prefer talking to doing. You don't have to describe your loyalty at all, but only need to show me. I'll give you the coordinates of a random town in the underground world, and you will slaughter each and every hominoid in the town without leaving out any. If you can do that, I will naturally believe you and regard you as a trusted subordinate like what Li Linghai did. Liao immediately turned rigid, not knowing what to say anymore. Black Star the Great smiled casually. Or maybe such trouble is unnecessary. If someone like you escapes to the underground districts, you may cause too much trouble. Right now, 1,000 crystal warships are hovering above our heads, and each of them is carrying a lot of hominoid soldiers. I'll name a random warship and you will kill all the hominoid soldiers on board. If you can do that, I'll also be convinced that you are sincerely hoping to be an immortal cultivator. Liao took a deep breath and managed to calm himself down before he said, Are you serious, Your Majesty? There will be no room for negotiation at all if you are so pushy. Black Star the Great burst into laughter. The tentacles around him waved even more crazily, almost like the head of a demon whose hair was snakes. It was not until the water around had been boosted into violent swirls by his laughter that he said unhurriedly, That's why I like cultivators like you far better than I like the fake immortal cultivators in the 4 Kurfürst families. Those selfish, fake immortal cultivators do not have any pride, belief, or boundaries. They are just a bunch of worms driven by their natural instincts for survival. If they were engaged in such a situation, they would raise their weapons without any hesitation. Not just killing several hominoids that they do not know. Even if I demand that they kill their parents, they will not bat an eye at all but kill them in great joy. With that in mind, it is hard to tell the fake immortal cultivators from the real immortal cultivators quickly. 1,000 years ago, it was exactly because I couldn't recognize their differences that the misery of the Imperium today took its place. But cultivators like you are different. Despite all your fancy talks and camouflages, there are always some lines that you will never cross. When you have a line, you will have a weakness and can easily be shattered. Therefore, I'm not lying that I truly appreciate and like you. I also cannot wait to conquer you now. It's been 1,000 years since I conquered a real cultivator. How I miss that wonderful feeling. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Liao was almost crept out. He spat on the ground hard and shouted, Old fart. I did not know that you were such a pervert. I will never be conquered by you even if I die. You will. Black Star the Great said casually, I've seen too many cultivators like you 1,000 years ago. The more firm you are in your hypocritical beliefs, the faster you will slide to the other end after they are shattered by reality. Cultivators and immortal cultivators are the two sides of the same coin in the first place. The most unwavering cultivators always tend to become the purest and most zealous immortal cultivators. The worms without beliefs and bones, on the other hand, were the corrupted MPs who were at positions that they did not deserve in the Star Ocean Republic. In the Imperium of true human beings, even if they became the nobles and sector masters, raising the banner of the immortal cultivators, did that mean that they really believed in the true path of immortality? They couldn't care less about being a cultivator or an immortal cultivator. The ideas that we cherish and fight for are nothing but tools to earn money and save their lives. Therefore, if it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't want to trust any of the people of the Kurfürst families. The cultivators like you, on the other hand, will be my right-hand man if you are completely conquered. I really don't want to kill you, so do not ask to be killed and do not fail my expectations. Come on, Vulture Liao. Abandon your stupid ideas and stand by my side. I know that it is not going to be easy for you to make such a great transformation, so I'll give you plenty of time. Even if you cannot kill a whole starship of hominoid soldiers, as long as you can kill 10 of them, no, only one of them, I will believe in your sincerity for now. Liao thought for a moment and asked, Well, can I find a hominoid soldier and break his arm for a start? I guarantee that I will be very brutal. Black Star the Great. Vulture Liao, I thought that you were a smart guy. It never occurred to me that you are as idiotic as other cultivators. You are such a disappointment. Why do the self-righteous cultivators like you never understand the meaning of the true path of immortality and my purpose? Everything I do is for a single purpose, to build up the civilization of mankind. Right now, the Imperium is faced with trouble both from inside and from outside. Inside, there are the 4 Kurfürst families fomenting trouble blatantly. Outside, the army of the Covenant Alliance is coveting us and may launch a counterattack at any moment. At such a moment of life and death, who else can unite all the people of the country except me after I am reborn? And who else can save the Imperium and our civilization? Vulture Liao, are you not an open-minded cultivator? Did you not cooperate with Li Linghai, who was an immortal cultivator? Why are you so hostile against me and unwilling to cooperate? My purpose is exactly also to honor the majesty and settle the rebellions and to renew the Imperium. Nothing more. Are you also deceived by the shameless vilifications of me by the 4 Kurfürst families in the past hundreds of years? Those are all lies. That's the dirty water they threw on me. The establishment of the Imperium of true human beings 1,000 years ago was nothing like that. Wrong. Inside the gold vulture, Liao grabbed the saber tightly, with the bright gold flames dancing on the edge. He declared one word after another. It is true that nobody can tell what happened 1,000 years ago and whether your cause was justified. But just look at everything you've done 1,000 years later for your rebirth and to reclaim power, and it will be easy to tell your personality. If you had returned to the Imperium openly, declaring to the public that Black Star the Great had been reborn with a new life and summoning all your supporters to fight for the supreme power, I would have regarded you as a real man. However, you stealthily haunted the Queen of the Imperium, stealthily built the deep-sea fleet and gathered the reformists, and most importantly of all, you stealthily assassinated an elder of the Dongfang family to frame other people up, creating the situation where most of the reformists, as well as General Lei Qinghu, had to join you. Such shameless methods are exactly pushing people to go to Liangshan. Wait. Black Star the Great frowned and asked, what is pushing people to go to Liangshan? Liao. It's an idiom on Firefly in the recent 1,000 years. All in all, my bottom line is that you are a shameless person who has resorted to any means possible, including lies, deceptions, and assassinations, in order to usurp the supreme power. I did not know that the whole thing was your plan at the beginning. That was why I was stupid enough to cooperate with Li Linghai. Now that I have learned that everything is all part of a plot, I will certainly not be your accomplice anymore regardless of whether or not you exist. It's all about politics. If I had returned openly like you just said, I would have been killed by the rebels of the 4 Kurfürst families. Black Star the Great sniffed and said, those who accomplish great things are not hindered by trivial matters. What I pursue is the rise of the Imperium and the eternality of the civilization of mankind. Any method can be adopted and anybody can be sacrificed for the 2 purposes. Trivial matters? I'll be damned if I believe you. Your shameless tricks are likely to raise a comprehensive civil war in the Imperium, giving the Covenant Alliance an opportunity to take advantage. Is that a trivial matter? Liao laughed aloud, but his eyes were suddenly frozen in the middle of his laughter. Frowning hard, he mumbled, wait, 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 I got it now. I'm afraid that the whole Imperium's counterattack was part of your scheme, and your ultimate purpose was not to recover the lost territory but to stretch out the battle line as long as possible so that the troops of the 4 Kurfürst families would be diverted and exhausted. Eventually, when the Covenant Alliance initiates a powerful counterattack, the main force fleets of the 4 Kurfürst families will be diminished to the most extent. That's right. You knew that it was impossible to crush the Covenant Alliance in only one war, which would only raise the most intense counterattack of the Covenant Alliance and push the entire Imperium to the brink of a precipice. If the 4 Kurfürst families were as powerful as before and the situation within the Imperium were steady, who would have bothered you? Those who are too old should just die. Your time had already passed 1,000 years ago. Therefore, only by sabotaging the stability of the Imperium as much as possible and using the Covenant Alliance to weaken the four Kurfürst families could you create the illusion that everybody was dying and only the rebirth of Blackstar the Great could rescue the Imperium. That's the only way for the forces in the Imperium, who had been mired in desperation, as well as the remaining troops of the four Kurfürst families to listen to your command. In other words, the situation did not develop to what it is today by accident, but has been carefully planned by you the whole time. The Covenant Alliance, the Reformists, the four families, the citizens of the Imperium, the true human beings, the hominoids, everybody is your chess piece. Asshole, your shamelessness and brutality have indeed far exceeded my expectations. Is that any different from a firefighter who put out the fire that he started himself in order to win the cheers of the public and the copious awards? Blackstar the Great was silent for a moment. Instead of denying it, he simply said, I will certainly extinguish the savaging fire of the Covenant Alliance that has been on a rampage for 1,000 years and save the Imperium and our civilization. Liao raised his voice and said, What if you fail? What if your calculation is wrong? It doesn't matter if you are burned by the fire that you started. But everybody else will die with you too. No, what if? Blackstar the Great roared. Without me, the Imperium would still rot and decline gradually, and there would be no future for our civilization either. With that in mind, it is better to play a wild gamble. If you are sincerely considering the civilization of mankind, you should stand by my side. Holding back his humming eardrums, Liao gnashed his teeth. Just because the Covenant Alliance and the four Kurfürst families aren't anything decent does not mean that you are a savior of mankind. Old fart. I will never bend to a scumbag like you. You've been completely deranged. Blackstar the Great burst into laughter. I am not deranged. I am going to lead the civilization of mankind to stomp on all the deities and devils in the entire universe. In your dream, Liao said brutally, you already failed once 1,000 years ago. Now 1,000 years have passed. Even if you can be splendid for a while, your enterprise will immediately fall apart after you kick the bucket one day. Your reign is consolidated purely through lies, violence, and schemes, which will only be destroyed by lies, violence, and schemes that are twice greater someday. With a mysterious smile, Blackstar the Great extended his tentacles at Liao. I already have a perfect solution to solve the problem of insubordination in the local areas once and forever. The Imperium will only be stronger and stronger even 10,000 years later. Come on, join the side of the immortal cultivators, and I'll certainly tell you my ultimate plan. Solemnly, Liao turned it down on the spot. Wu Yingqi, just give it up. Those of different beliefs can never cooperate. I will not take your side ever. Just leave now. I don't want to see you again. Blackstar the Great was slightly dazed before he burst into fury and snapped. You don't know what you are doing. After 1,000 years, you cultivators are still as idiotic as before. Hee. Ha 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 ha. Liao finally tore off all the camouflages and burst into wild laughter. It is you who are really idiotic, old fart. It used to be Vulture Liao, who was deceived and stalled by the enemy in the past. Finally, it is my turn to buy myself enough time with empty talks. Boom, 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 boom. Hardly had he concluded his sentence when the bright gold flames around his colossus became 100 times more dazzling. It was almost bursting out non-stop like gold fireworks, illuminating the dark and thick water into a splendid palace. In the most stunning view, the gold vulture's feathers were erecting like unsheathed sabers and colliding with each other into the most complicated and gorgeous patterns, as if countless eyes had been opened on the broad wings. The saber that had already ripped apart countless crystal warships, enshrouded in the gold brilliance, seemed to have expanded by 10 times all of a sudden. It was even more eye-catching than the colossus itself. Liao's soul power was also increasing like a serial explosion. All of Blackstar the Great's tentacles were straightened while he shrieked, What exactly did you do? Nothing important. With a miserable smile, Liao said casually, I just swallowed more than 300 dosages of strengthening drugs, almost draining the goods that Li Linghai offered to me. Then, with the strengthening drugs as catalysts, I completely unleashed my vitality and my soul power. It did take me some time to digest and absorb the 300 dosages of strengthening drugs. That was why I talked to you for such a long time just now. Please do forgive me. Right now, I have been boosted in the unprecedented strongest form. Let's fight. You, Black Star the Great said sullenly. Swallowing more than 300 strengthening drugs of the highest purity equals to completely burning up your soul. After the battle, you will be crippled if not killed immediately. Are you not scared? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. What's scary about death? Does the so-called death not mean the reunion with my family and friends who perished on Firefly? Liao laughed in the despondent way but also with some eagerness. After the Star Ocean Republic was destroyed in the internal strife on Firefly, my family and my friends were all killed in the catastrophe in the most ghastly way. Even I did something that I terribly regretted and could barely think about later. Escaping from the remains of Firefly and wandering in the sea of stars like a zombie. I did not know why I was still alive. I asked myself 10,000 times why I did not die together with my family and friends, and why I did that thing like an animal. While he was talking, Liao was choked by his sobs, as if he could not go on anymore. With the relief that almost sounded like, "Everything is finally over now," he chuckled and went on. After I drifted to the Imperium and found Li Linghai, I fulfilled my last mission, and my life was no longer of any significance. But Li Linghai promised me that I could be given a world that ran according to the rules of the Cultivators. It would be a small civilization of cultivators. I was thinking of living for that purpose. It would also be repentance for what I did in the past. However, your appearance has completely shattered my final hope again. Such a reality is just a hell for me, in which I am more miserable than being dead. Now that my last hope has been broken, I only want to die a hero's death like a real cultivator. Haha, speaking of which, I am truly fortunate. What befits a hero's death more than fighting against Black Star the Great and causing him heavy wounds? Black Star the Great said coldly. How little do you know yourself and me that makes you think you can cause me heavy wounds? Cut the crap. Liao laughed aloud. Don't think that I can't tell it. Despite the performance parameters of your Colossus and the astonishing forging work, it has just been through a fierce battle, and all the magical equipment units are seriously worn out. In order to disguise it, you have covered yourself with so much ink like an octopus, turning the environment murky and creepy. But you can never fool my eyes. As for yourself, you are nowhere near as strong as you were in your prime days. I must have overestimated you when I said that you recovered 30% of your strength. Also, controlling Li Linghai's body as a remaining soul comes with a price, doesn't it? A fierce battle in such a state must have caused severe damage to your remaining soul, possibly even resulting in sequela, right? Otherwise, how could you have tolerated me talking nonsense for such a long time without cutting me into pieces? Not just you. If I were in your shoes, I would have cut myself into pieces. Therefore, your camouflage has been seen through, Black Star the Great. I will let you pay the greatest price even if I must die today. Your ambitions and your schemes will all be dragged into hell together with me, to be gone with the last cultivator. Liao's voices were like undercurrents below the ocean. They were even triggering thousands of dense bubbles in the dark gold water. The indestructible saber inside the hands of his Colossus could not take in the explosive energy flowing in from Liao incessantly anymore. Thousands of cracks appeared on the surface, and it exploded entirely. A shocking scene took place. After exploding into hundreds of thousands of gold scraps, the saber was gathered again under the envelopment of Liao's vitality field and smashed at Hellstar, overwhelmingly in a gold torrent. Black Star the Great sniffed. The 100 metal tentacles on Hellstar, interwoven into an arc-shaped net that completely stopped the gold torrent made of Liao's broken saber. Even if some of the scraps did penetrate through the metal net, they were still devoured by the dark spiritual shield surrounding Hellstar. The attack did not cause any damage to Hellstar. Liao did not even blink, because he had seen it coming. If Black Star the Great could be killed so easily, he wouldn't have been qualified to be the ancestor of all immortal cultivators. The only reason he broke his saber to launch the attack was to buy him more time so that he could prepare for the tougher move. When the gold aftermath of the attack gradually dispersed in the black water, all the feathers on the two wings of the gold vulture that had been fully stretched out dashed out in gold brilliance. Drawing mysterious and uncanny curves, they condensed into swords and sabers in different shapes in the middle of the water. Despite the pressure of the water that weighed billions of tons, all the swords and sabers were still roaring astoundingly. Liao also cried out, "Old fart, don't ever forget my name. I am Cultivator Liao." In the wild laughter, he launched the final attack with the determination of a moth darting at a fire. The mainframe crystal processor of Hellstar shrieked crazily, and Black Star the Great's eyes were also completely occupied by the furiously burning gold brilliance. Unreasonable cultivators. Mumbling, he frowned and slightly retreated. The cultivators 1,000 years ago and those 1,000 years later were no different. They were all fond of proving themselves with death. While Liao's final attack that was exchanged with his life and soul was vehement, it was not aimed at the target accurately. There was no need for Black Star the Great to have a head-on clash with such a man who was seeking death. It was not until the 100 gold swords and sabers brushed past him that he vaguely sensed the differences between the 100 torrents and real attacks. His pupils were constricted to the minimum. Wait, why was the enemy's attack, which was earned with his life, not half as powerful as it looked? Not good. When Black Star the Great's sharp eyes tore apart the gold water before him, he immediately saw that, under the disguise of the so-called final attack, Liao was fleeing as fast as he could inside the gold vulture. It was rather incredible. Liao's escape was as smooth and seamless as the flowing mercury on the ground, and his routes were utterly random and unpredictable. The moment the 100 swords and sabers were launched, he had already dashed to more than 10 kilometers away in the heavy water. His fluent movements were truly enjoyable and impressive. Cultivator Liao. Black Star the Great was dumbfounded at first, but he soon burst into fury and shouted at Liao with his telepathic thoughts. "Were you not going to die a hero's death? But you are running." "Who says that I'm running?" Rushing at the highest speed, Liao threw back a telepathic thought without turning around. "I am clearly going to ambush you from your back after I circle the whole planet at a lightning-like speed. This is actually my ultimate skill. Just stand there and wait if you are a real man." Behind Liao, it was an undersea plateau that did not have any obstacles. With Black Star the Great's cultivation, he could have caught up to the enemy in the blink of an eye. However, when Liao chatted with Wuxia to buy more time, he secretly asked the mental devil to dig holes on the underground plateau with Neltharion and planted enough crystal bombs in the holes. When Wuxia chased after him furiously inside his Hellstar, Liao detonated the crystal bombs with his telepathic thoughts. Clusters of black smoke that looked like mud immediately burst out, rising from the bottom of the ocean like thousands of pillars. Wuxia's eyes and other senses were greatly disrupted. Liao boosted the power units of the gold vulture to such an extent that they might fall apart at any moment when he rushed to almost 100 kilometers away without any stop. Wuxia's Hellstar had completely submerged in the darkness, as if he had been left behind. However, Wuxia's infuriated voice was still following him like a parasite. "You think that you can get rid of me with such petty tricks? I will certainly catch you today and open your skull, and see how different a freak's brain is from the cultivators 1,000 years ago. Just save it. There were too many guys in the universe who hated my guts and wanted to skin and mince me. But right now, their own skins and bones had all been made into drums that were beaten every day, and I am still as alive as can be." While running, Liao laughed hard. "I did not get my moniker of King of Counterattack for nothing. You want to catch me? Wait until you completely recover your strength." Wuxia bellowed, and the speed of Hellstar was immediately 10 times higher. Dozens of metal tentacles darted out rapidly like flying swords at exactly the direction where Liao's laughter came from. But out of his expectation, his attack hit nothing except the seawater. As it turned out, Liao had foreseen that his enemy would be tracing his every movement. His last telepathic wave had actually been transmitted using the reflection of a magical equipment unit that had been carved with Quake rune arrays. Li Yao's real body was naturally somewhere else. Narrowing his eyes deeply, Wu Yingqi spread out his telepathic thoughts to all directions and locked onto Li Yao's body again very soon. Watching Li Yao, who was fleeing fast and stealthily inside the gold vulture that was supposed to be majestic and magnificent, Wu Yingqi did not even know how he should feel. He gnashed his teeth and snapped, "I don't understand. If you are so scared of death, why do you not surrender to me? I guarantee that I will spare your life. Even an ant craves to live. I went through all the trouble to advance into the divinity transformation stage. There are many places that I haven't visited and many great things I haven't done. Of course I don't want to die." Li Yao half ran and half crawled while he shouted. "However, living in a world governed by you is even more insufferable than death for me. All in all, you cannot force anyone into sincerely obeying you. A word of advice: don't come any closer. I still have the most terrifying and brutal skill that I have yet to perform. I am not lying. Don't push me to carry out my ultimate attack." Blackstar the Great sneered nonstop. Like a hybrid of a metal sea urchin and a giant squid, Hellstar was faster and faster as the black fog spurted out, until all the metal tentacles around the body were connected at the end into two giant drills, one in the front and the other at the back, making the Colossus look like a weirdly shaped shuttle. After assuming the new shape, the Colossus moved in the water 10 times more efficiently than before. Hellstar darted at Li Yao in a streak of blackness, covering the dozens of kilometers in between in the blink of an eye. The metal feathers on the wings of the gold vulture had just been shot out. The only thing left was the skeleton. Li Yao simply held them on the back to block the crash of Hellstar. But after the collision, the skeleton was broken apart and blown away. Pooh! Inside the cockpit of the gold vulture, Li Yao vomited a mouthful of blood crazily. He felt that the evilest energy flowed into his body through the gaps on the Colossus together with the intense collision of Hellstar. 10,000 ants seemed to be nibbling his nerve endings and veins, and thousands of terrible illusions were popping up inside his head too. "Huh! What a familiar feeling!" the mental devil exclaimed in shock. "Tenebrum energy! What Blackstar the Great uses is not the spiritual energy, but the tenebrum energy that belongs to the extraterrestrial devils." In the opposite direction of Li Yao and Wu Yingqi's fierce battle, thousands of kilometers away, deep inside the Silver Moon Ocean, Long Yongjun slowly sank to the bottom of the ocean together with Li Jialing and found a supply station. The supply station that was hidden beneath the mud at the bottom of the ocean was originally prepared by Di Feiwen for his escape in secret. Weapons, ammunitions, crystals, fuel, medicines, fin kits that could increase the speed of the crystal suit in the deep ocean. Everything useful could be found here. Dongfang Wang died because of traitors, and all the traitors had been finished off by Long Yongjun. Naturally, Long Yongjun was the only one left who was aware of the accurate coordinates of the dozens of undersea supply stations, which were enough to support them to sneak to the continental shelf without a sound and enter the underground towns deep inside the chasms on the main continent through the secret tunnels on the continental shelf. "Kid, just wait here." Long Yongjun knocked on Li Jialing's head and hinted him to crawl into the narrow supply station. "I'll be back soon, sister." Dongfang. After a brief hesitation, Li Jialing emboldened himself to ask, "Are you going back to rescue Brother Yao?" Long Yongjun sniffed softly and said, "It remains to be seen whether I will rescue him. But if his enemy is really Blackstar the Great, how can I miss the spectacular show where Vulture Li Yao is thrashed and tormented by Blackstar the Great?" "Is that so?" Li Jialing looked at Long Yongjun in suspicion. He finally couldn't hold it back anymore. "Sister Dongfang, you and Brother Yao must have met a long time ago, and not just recently, right? You are rather smart, kid." Long Yongjun said casually, "Why do you say that? I am just young, but I'm not stupid. If the two of you were not close to each other, why would you risk your life to come back and save him when the enemy is very likely to be Blackstar the Great?" Li Jialing had his answer, but his confusion was not answered at all, and his curiosity was almost stuffing his stomach. Thinking for a long time, he still found it hard to believe. But how is it possible? How could Brother Yao have known you a long time ago? What's your relationship exactly? Are you a couple? A couple? Long Yangjun was amused. Come on, kid. Let me ask you a question. What do you think is the most important thing for a couple? The most important thing for a couple? Bulging his eyes, Li Jialing thought for a long time. Mutual interest? Devotion? Fidelity? Trust? Wrong. It's sex. Long Yangjun curled her finger and tapped the young man's forehead neither too lightly nor too heavily. Let me ask you another question. If you were a woman, could you imagine yourself having sex with Li Yao? Pondering for a moment, Li Jialing shuddered hard. It feels rather scary. I, for one, do not feel that it is scary, only very hilarious. Assuming that it does happen someday, I think that I'll burst into laughter in the middle of it. Long Yangjun said casually, besides, couple, as a seemingly intimate relationship, is only meaningful in the short phase after the amphigenetic lives developed the institution of fixed spouses. For the intelligent lives who count on asexual reproduction or community reproduction, they do not have the concept of love and marriage at all. As such, couple means absolutely nothing for them. So, my life will never be bound by such a lame concept. Li Jialing was apparently puzzled. Well, I don't understand what you are talking about. You silly kid, your brother Yao and I are not a couple, Long Yangjun said with a smile. Such an excellent and devoted man only deserves the strongest, most invincible, and unstoppable woman. It is a pity that I am not that woman. Strong, invincible, and unstoppable? Li Jialing blinked for a long time, but he still could not picture a woman that fitted the descriptions. But he was finally clear about one thing now. So you are friends? Can you tell me more about Brother Yao? I've never seen such a peculiar cultivator before. Long Yangjun said emphatically, there is no need to be so subtle. I understand what you are saying. In fact, Li Yao was not like this in the past. In fact, his behavior was quite normal when I just met him. However, you should know how training and fighting can damage the body and especially the brain. Li Yao has been a complete lunatic in training and fighting, and he went through countless fierce battles in the past decades. The frequency and intensity of his fights and training are far higher than the regular people in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage. It is exactly because he burned his life and soul and exploited the potentials of his brain without any restraint in the hellish slaughterhouses again and again that he defeated opponents who were far stronger than him, allowing him to become the youngest expert in the divinity transformation stage in the entire universe. However, such crazy fighting and rapid upgrading eventually significantly damaged his brain and left irrecoverable sequelae, transforming him from a determined, self-respecting, sunny young man into whatever he is today. Li Jialing was deeply awed. That explains why Brother Yao's behavior is completely the opposite of what is expected for an expert in the divinity transformation stage. It's all because of his severe brain damage. So to speak, Brother Yao must have been a hero in the past, right? Hero? Long Yangjun smiled, and waving the metal fins next to her legs, she swam away. Maybe, but that is not what I care about. I simply find him very interesting. There are so few lives in such a vast universe. I only wish that more of them could be as interesting as him. Therefore, just hang in there. I don't think you will be blown up by Black Star the Great so quickly as a sordid cockroach, will you? Long Yangjun glowed brilliantly, and the seawater around her seemed to have been frozen into clear glass. Her colossus, heavenly crystal, showed up again and enshrouded Long Yangjun while she rushed at the battlefield. The water around Li Yao disappeared. What replaced it was a certain black material that was as thick as asphalt, as corrosive as acids, and could interfere with telepathic thoughts and magical equipment units as much as possible. Wreathed by such black matter, the colossus seemed to have been embedded in a whole piece of diamond tightly. Even moving forward by one step would consume tremendous spiritual energy and result in the serious metal fatigue of the colossus, much less running. Since Hellstar caught up to him, the ear-splitting alarms of the gold vulture never stopped. Upset, Liao simply turned off the alarms of dozens of key units, but he could not stop the disturbing red lights from blinking non-stop, nor could he stop the battle performances of his Colossus from plummeting under the bombardment of Hellstar, as if it were a balloon whose air was leaking. The shocks from the Colossus to his crystal suit to his internal organs informed Liao unmistakably that the changes of water around him were not illusions resulting from mental attacks but real changes on the material level. Black Star the Great had covered the water several square kilometers around with his most powerful vitality field, which allowed him to alter the form of the water from the molecular and even atomic level. Such a field had far exceeded the limits of the divinity transformation stage. Mired in Black Star the Great's absolute domain, Liao would be committing suicide if he were to continue running desperately. He could only grit his teeth and resist the pressure. Hardly had he turned around when he felt that he was trapped in a swamp at the deepest level of hell. From the black mud around, hideous, screaming soldiers crawled out and lunged at him in streaks of blackness incessantly, as if they were going to suffocate him alive. Liao, naturally, could also unfold his domain to perceive and control all the matters nearby. Ever since he advanced into the divinity transformation stage, he had been studying the mysteries of the domain day and night. He thought that he had a deep knowledge of it, and that he could compete with the great experts of the world when he fully boosted his vitality field. However, it was not until he witnessed Black Star the Great's remarkable utilization of the domain today that he realized he had only just passed the threshold. The resonation and reaction between the vitality field of a human being and the natural fields in the universe could be so sophisticated and incredible. Wu Yingqi's dark domain was like a boundless black fog descending from the starless night sky, enshrouding him without a gap. His own domain, on the other hand, was but a small gold candle, which was shaking and dying out any moment under the corruption of the black fog. He could even barely locate Hellstar. It was almost like he was fighting an invisible, gigantic octopus, whose fatal tentacles were filled with sucking discs and sharp teeth, but could not be seen at all. Chi, 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 chi. Under the lash and bondage of the invisible tentacles, the bright gold spiritual shield of the gold vulture was getting thinner and more lackluster. The sound of ice thawing in a fire echoed every now and then. Then it was the ear-splitting cracks. That was because the spiritual shield in a certain place was too thin to withstand the corrosion of Black Star the Great's dark field anymore. As a result, the plate made of tempered alloys was shaken and folded, leading to thousands of tiny cracks inside the metals. When it surpassed the tipping point of metal fatigue, the plate would be collapsing inward. If the competition of domain versus domain went on, the entire gold vulture would surpass the limits of metal fatigue too, and it would not be able to resist the pressure of the water anymore. The Colossus would likely be ripped apart or even completely collapsed. Liao's evaluation was not wrong. Their combat abilities were not on the same level at all. He could not even defeat Li Linghai in the regular form, let alone her in the form of Black Star the Great. Even if he was trying his best, it was barely possible for him to make a strategic counterattack. What was even more blood-freezing was the mental devil's shriek just now. It was the tenebrum energy that Black Star the Great had been using. In fact, the mental devil's warning was redundant. Having fought the incarnations of extraterrestrial devils many times himself, Liao could easily tell that the energy that filled the entire absolute domain was more violent, hasty, and unsteady than regular spiritual energy. It was also more emotional and erratic, as if it were some sort of life. He had vaguely sensed similar energy forms from extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian and extraterrestrial devil Lu Qingqian. It was exactly the tenebrum energy that had brought infinite damage and destruction to the 3,000 sectors. However, neither extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian nor extraterrestrial devil Lu Qingqian could even be compared to Black Star the Great in terms of the intensity of their tenebrum energy. Was Black Star the Great a demonic cultivator of a higher level than extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian and extraterrestrial devil Lu Qingqian? But according to Long Yangjuan's theory, there was no such thing as extraterrestrial devil or demonic cultivator in the world. Or rather, human beings were themselves extraterrestrial devils, and the billions of ideas in their heads were billions of devils that constituted a precise and complicated ecological system. Devils were not scary per se. Same as the microorganisms, they were the necessary constituents of a human body. As long as the balance in the ecological system was maintained, human beings would retain their normal feelings and emotions, neither too altruistic nor too corrupted and evil. However, once the balance was broken and some of the devils expanded normally, sweeping across the entire ecological system like a cancer, they would burst out the most unparalleled energy while affecting the mind of the host, transforming normal people into lunatics. Wuxia, what did you get in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum in the past 1,000 years? And what have you become? Gritting his teeth, Liao tried to hold back the savaging and brutalization on his body and his soul while he thought to himself. No, not during the past 1,000 years, but 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years and a couple of centuries ago. You were still an insignificant cultivator in the martial meritocrats sector, who had to flee to the depths of the universe in a hurry with your broken body after you were beaten into heavy wounds by the people who worshipped the Qiyu cult. You were obviously dying and could not be too strong. How on earth did you rise quickly after you came to the Star Ocean Republic, which was even more developed than the martial meritocrats sector, and even grew into a border commander before you usurped the supreme power of the Star Ocean Republic in the end? What are the origins of your strength? How long was it between your escape from the martial meritocrats sector and your entrance into the Star Ocean Republic? Decades? What happened during your vagabond in the universe? What are you exactly? Boom! Liao's brain was almost churned into a mess by thousands of bubbling questions. His absent-mindedness was noticed by Wuxia immediately. Emerging out of the black fog immediately, Hellstar slashed the metal tentacles that were even more dazzling than Liao's saber at the limbs of the gold vulture. The gold vulture managed to retreat the limbs in time, but it could not stop Hellstar from kicking its chest brutally. The blast was so heavy that the entire spiritual residence almost collapsed. Despite the protection of Little Black as a flexible liquid crystal processor, Liao was still vomiting blood again. Even his brain was almost spurting out of his ear holes and nostrils. What was even more terrifying was that, together with the collision with Hellstar, Blackstar the Great's mental power was also crawling into his brain in the shape of black tentacles, inserting the scenes of horror into his soul. Faced with such powerful mental attacks, if he did not have the mental devil swallowing the negative emotions and dark forces all the time, he would be driven mad already. Asshole. The gap between this old fart and me is too huge. There's no way that I can win this battle at all. Holding back the excruciating pain from his head to his toe, Liao thought quickly. Quickly. Neither the Colossus nor myself has any spiritual energy left now. I have to come up with a solution before the spiritual energy runs out. It hurts. My brain hurts so much. This old fart's mental attacks are really powerful. What does he want exactly? Wait, I got it. Liao's eyes, one red and the other black, each containing a golden ring, were constricted to the size of a needle tip immediately. Taking a deep breath, he spoke to the mental devil. Stop. Don't swallow Blackstar the Great's mental power that is flooding in. Just let him corrupt our brain and soul. The mental devil was stunned. Seriously? You can't take it anymore and want to surrender? Surrender my ass. It's because I've finally figured out what he is trying to do and found a solution to deal with him. Chances are that I can really annihilate the supervillain in the counterattack. Putting on a confident, cold smile, Liao said quickly, Hey, do you not feel that what this Blackstar the Great has been doing seems a bit too shameless and stealthy? It is rather different from what we expect of the founding emperor of the Imperium of true human beings and much more lowly. Isn't it? We speculated that he did not recover his peak strength and might even have a lot of hidden diseases. That's why he could not compete with the 4 Kurfürst families openly, and could only play the dirty tricks while hiding inside the queen's body. Then, if we were such an incomplete Blackstar the Great, what would be our top priority? To find and possess a stronger body, of course. With that in mind, Li Linghai's inconsistent attitude toward Li Jialing and Li Jialing's critical role in the whole scheme will be perfectly explainable. He is the brand new container that Wuxia has chosen for himself. Come to think of it, Li Jialing is indeed a very suitable candidate. That is why Wu Yingqi offered him a piece of imperial fire pearl through Li Linghai. It was probably part of the preparations for the possession. But don't forget that we got a piece of the imperial fire pearl too, which was even larger than Li Jialing's. What does that suggest? The mental devil asked back. What? Idiot. It suggests that we are one of the backup containers that Black Star the Great prepares to possess. Liao grew excited as he continued. It is very possible. Our body is so healthy and strong. Which 1,000-year-old ghost would not be drooling when they see it? Now Li Jialing is still missing. If I were Black Star the Great, I would certainly possess the body before my eyes at the earliest chance for safety reasons. Hee. Then it is much easier. This old fart couldn't have foreseen how mysterious our soul is, and that the last thing we are scared of is possession. In the next moment, all we need to do is to pretend that we are weak and lackluster and allure him to possess us. If his soul is tricked into the gap deep inside our brain, we will be winners for sure. The mental devil hesitated and said, You do seem to have a point. It is absolutely going to work out. Liao shouted, Think about it. Did we not crush the most ferocious enemies in the past with exactly the same move, including your antecedent bloodstripe virus? It's all about dragging the enemy into the area that we are most familiar with before beating them with our abundant experience. Pondering for a long time, the mental devil said, But why do I still feel ill at ease? There is no time to feel ill at ease. Liao struggled to sustain the fire of his soul from dying out as he grimaced. We can't defeat him and we can't run away. What other solutions do you have except this? There's no time to hesitate. Just listen to me. Let's do it. While talking, he simply pressed the mental devil's head down, stopping it from further swallowing the dark forces released by Black Star the Great. The terrifying illusions were immediately more vivid and hideous. Liao's brain was almost riddled with holes. Liao grunted, pretending that he was too seriously wounded to use the Colossus anymore. The flames of spiritual energy around the gold vulture dimmed to the minimum, and it could not resist the attacks of Hellstar at all. The plate armor made of superalloys all fell apart, revealing the broken framework. In secret, however, Liao focused all his mental power and bombarded the gate at the deepest part of his brain, which seemed to be leading to the mysterious world, Earth, forcing the gate to open again. Come on, Wu Yingqi. I am already so weak now. It's time to possess me. Liao licked the blood at the corners of his lips while he smiled intimidatingly with soundless roars. As long as most of your soul enters my brain, I will immediately show you how powerful Earth is. His remarkable acting skills seemed to be really working. The 100 crazily waving metal tentacles around Hellstar gradually slowed down. The water that was extremely thick just now became much thinner. It was almost like Black Star the Great was not in a hurry to destroy Liao but was evaluating his status right now, especially his mental status. Come on, just crawl into Daddy's brain. With a telepathic thought, Liao intentionally inputted excessive spiritual energy to the head of the gold vulture, resulting in the explosion of a piece of magical equipment that was about to be destroyed earlier. Then the head of the Colossus tilted backward. It was a weakness that he intentionally exposed to Wu Yingqi. Wu Yingqi was indeed intrigued. Hellstar revealed its true self in the swirl condensed by the dark water. The 6 enormous faces on it were particularly thoughtful and hideous, and the 6 bloody mouths opened at the same time, spitting out shapeless black forces that interweaved into an enormous helical sting stabbing at Liao. He's coming. Closing his eyes, Liao could clearly sense the enormity, dominance, and cruelty of Wu Yingqi's mental world. The invisible helical sting seemed to be made of infinite blood and unrest souls who had dispersed in the universe. When it was still a distance away from the gold vulture, the cries and screams were already delivered into Liao's brain clearly. Liao couldn't be more familiar with such a technique. Black Star the Great was about to establish a mental bridge between their brains before he launched the soul invasion. It was like when 2 starships were engaged in a boarding battle. The attacker would have to pierce the invasion channel deep in the defender so that the troops could be deployed incessantly. Liao was overjoyed. but he knew that he must not expose himself right now. Should there be any anomaly in his soul, all his endeavors would be for nothing. The invisible helical sting finally touched the breastplate of the gold vulture softly. From Hellstar, black ripples flooded into the gold vulture quickly along the helical sting. However, Liao was still dwelling in the fantasy of a final battle with Wu Yingqi's soul when he suddenly had a sense of wariness. What took Wu Yingqi's soul so long? And why were the sharp ends of the 100 metal tentacles of Hellstar all opening like blossoming flowers? Not good! Liao shrieked. The fire of his soul was suddenly burning more furiously than ever, and the gold flames of spiritual energy on the gold vulture that just dimmed became dazzling gold balls again. The moment he re-established his defense, the rapidly revolving spiral sting already pierced at the spiritual residence of the gold vulture. A mental attack that was devoid of any feeling of occupation, but filled with pure destruction, exploded inside the spiritual residence right around Liao. Boom! The whole world seemed to be gone, as if Liao's soul had been moved from reality to a mental world that Wu Yingqi had carefully constructed. Billions of people who were once massacred by Wu Yingqi turned into hideous ghosts and lunged at Liao with hollow, bleeding eyes, trying to rip apart his soul and make him one of them. By the time Liao's self-consciousness finally struggled to get away from the terrible quake of the soul, the limbs of the gold vulture had already been tied up by the metal tentacles of Hellstar. The sharp ends of a few tentacles had even drilled into the plate armor of the gold vulture, fixating the two colossi tightly. His domain was suppressed, his colossus was locked, and he had failed the mental competition. Then, Hellstar split apart. The round structure that looked like a sea urchin separated into two hemispheres, revealing a circle of cannons below the shell that could cover 360 degrees. On the circular rail that surrounded the torso of the colossus, 1,000 ultimate marrow crystals of the highest purity had been embedded. The energy contained inside each marrow crystal could be drained in half a second's shooting, but the next marrow crystal would immediately replace it in the next 0.1 seconds so that the most destructive firepower could be output incessantly. The four limbs of the gold vulture had been tethered by the metal tentacles, and it was impossible to break so many tentacles in only 1 second. In the meantime, the cannons on Hellstar shot out hundreds of purple flames without any mercy, drowning the gold vulture completely. Boom! 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 The dull sound waves, mixed with the destructive blasts, swept across the torso and the limbs of the gold vulture. Under the help of the intense blast, the gold vulture finally broke free from the bondage of Hellstar, at the price of losing 2 arms and 1 left leg. Even so, it failed to escape from the continuous tracing and bombardment of the cannons and was blown all the way to the bottom of the ocean again. Then, it was even blown into the undersea plateau for almost 100 meters. For a moment, the sand and mud at the bottom of the ocean were all surging, further adding to the chaos and darkness of the undersea world. Violent flames were flowing all over Liao's body and even in his brain. He did not even have the strength to vomit blood now. The colossus was nervally connected to the user. The pain of 2 arms on the brink of destruction and the left leg being completely minced and ripped off was delivered to Liao's central nerves without any reserve, giving him the illusion that he had truly lost 3 limbs. How is it possible? What suffered the greater strike was his mind. His head in a mess, he could not believe what had just happened at all. He had clearly taken every factor into calculation, and Blackstar the Great was supposed to regard him as a backup choice of possession. Why else would he have offered Liao the precious Imperial Fire Pearl for training? It was such a great opportunity. The fat meat had cooked itself and sent itself to his mouth. But why did Blackstar the Great not take the bait? Did not make any sense. Little Black flowed forward in time and extinguished the fire on his body, but the trauma in his heart could not be healed. The devastating damage on the gold vulture could not be repaired for the time being either. The Colossus had only 30% combat ability left at best. Did it stand any chance of winning at all when faced with such a ferocious opponent as Hellstar? I know what you are up to exactly, but you seem to misunderstand my purpose. Wu Yingqi's gloomy voice came from the darkness with faint mockery. For me, you do have some value to be recycled, but that's in somewhere else and not here. You will know it very soon. The cannons at the center of Hellstar radiated the most dazzling brilliance again. This time, dozens of mystic rays congregated into the sharpest scythe of energy, which was about to be launched out and chop off the remaining 3 limbs of the gold vulture. But it all happened too fast. In the deeper darkness, 3 rhombus crystals slid over without a sound and accelerated abruptly when it was only 100 meters away. Piercing through the spiritual shield of Hellstar, they exploded brutally on the shell of the Colossus that was full of thorns, pushing it away for a few meters. The rushing scythe of spiritual energy naturally deviated from the original course and brushed past the gold vulture's head, leaving a crack dozens of meters long on the bottom of the ocean not far away. Who is it? Wu Yingqi was both surprised and infuriated. The 2 hemispheres of Hellstar that split apart before were closed seamlessly again, and the whole Colossus began to roll non-stop, increasing the defense to the highest. You may find it hard to believe. Long Yangjuan's sharp telepathic thoughts came from the depths of the water. But I'm your ancestor. The Colossus, heavenly crystal, leaped out of the ocean and fought Wu Yingqi's Hellstar. In Liao's place just now, Long Yangjun, Liao, who thought that he was dead for sure, was almost cheering, dancing, and offering flowers to Long Yangjun. He knew that he was a charismatic man. As he expected, even Long Yangjun, a eunuch from a corrupted, obsolete society who did nothing but to cause trouble, had been edified by him into a selfless good guy in the new society. You are Dongfang Mingyue. Wu Yingqi was keen enough to recognize her identity from her spiritual waves that were spreading out. How interesting. You are perhaps the only person in the entire Imperium that I cannot completely see through. I did not know that you were complicit with Vulture Liao. This is really interesting. When Black Star the Great made a remark that sounded like the overlapping roars of all the deities and devils in the universe, Hellstar suddenly disappeared, and 6 gigantic swirls appeared in the dark seawater around. From the swirls, 6 faces in different shapes but equally hideous features gradually surfaced. Behind the 6 faces were tails that were connected to the swirls, making them look like 6 bizarre-shaped monsters that surrounded Long Yangjuan's Colossus, Heavenly Crystal. Heavenly Crystal did not give in at all. More and more glass clusters blossomed on the body, condensing into prongs and horns and expanding the size of the Colossus by several times. Countless rhombus crystals surrounded her and raged non-stop inside the water. Wherever they reached, the waves were all turned into clear crystals. Wu Yingqi, Black Star the Great, and Long Yangjun, the heir of the primeval age, had both activated their vitality fields to the maximum. Disrupting and manipulating the materials around them, they built 2 unique domains. It was not even the competition of the 2 of them anymore, but the great collision of 2 realms. The water around Wu Yingqi all turned into a black matter that was as thick as asphalt. The 6 faces that were made of the black matter got more and more brutal and hideous. One could even notice after careful observation that the 6 gigantic faces were made of countless incomplete and wriggling bodies. The water around Long Yangjun, on the other hand, had been frozen into materials that looked like ice and crystal, but still retained part of the fluidity of water, making her look both elegant and mysterious. So, Long Yangjun is actually so strong. Liao was still stuck in the pit at the bottom of the ocean, unable to crawl out, not because he was too seriously wounded, but because the 3 remaining limbs of the gold vulture, which had reached the limits of the metal fatigue, were deeply embedded in the hard rocks. If he was to break himself away by force, it was possible that the limbs would be ripped off. He had to control the big guy that was on the brink of destruction to move away from the pit bit by bit carefully. While adjusting the movements of the gold vulture, Liao observed the battle above his head. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He had thought that, with the mental devil as his trump card, he was at an advantageous position in the match against Long Yangjun. It never occurred to him that Long Yangjun did not do her best either, and her previous 2 ambushes were really just for fun. However, Long Yongjun also did not lie to him that however strong she was, there was still a gap between her and Black Star the Great. Liao estimated that Long Yongjun's maximal combat ability was above the peak of the divinity transformation stage at best, and she had not broken into the divinity branching stage yet. It was very likely that she had grasped part of the mysteries regarding the Tenebrum energy, but she was not able to use it free at will yet. Black Star the Great, on the other hand, was doubtlessly an expert in the divinity branching stage even though his strength had been discounted. After people advanced into the nascent soul stage, their combat ability would not increase infinitely like before. The advantages of higher levels were often the indescribable senses, vision, and alarm. The divinity branching stage, as the name suggested, allowed the soul to be branched into dozens of parts, thereby significantly expanding the domain. The control over every inch of space inside the entire domain would be more than accurate. One would even be able to be absent-minded. While a few branches of the soul were engaged in the fierce battle, another few branches could analyze the whole battle calmly from the perspective of an observer. It was exactly the case right now. In terms of style, Long Yongjun seemed to be fully carrying out the bloody and aggressive arts in the chess game. Her every attack was as shocking as the launch of a cannon. Occasionally, the result was very satisfying too. She was able to break Wu Yingqi's domain and chop a few metal tentacles off Hellstar, sometimes even ripping apart a piece of arc-shaped armor. Wu Yingqi, on the other hand, seemed to be playing Go. He expanded his domain without a sound and squeezed Long Yongjun's room of activity. Sometimes, the cluster of black fog that he seemed to have released casually and meaninglessly would play a vital role in a certain attack later. After only half a second of collisions, Liao already sensed that Long Yongjun's air was shaking. More and more crystals were corrupted by the black fog. Black nervures were spreading among the crystals quickly. As the successor of the primeval civilizations, she certainly had extraordinary arts that were beyond her level. However, Black Star the Great was not a simple warrior who crushed the enemy with his sheer advantage in level either. He must have other more devastating moves that he hadn't performed yet, including Black Hole's Heart, the legendary colossus that only belonged to him. This is not going to work out. Liao spat a mouthful of saliva that was mixed with blood and teeth. Long Yongjun is going to lose. Are you still concerned about her outcome at such a moment? The mental devil said in a hurry. Such a decent colossus has almost been wasted by you only half a year after it is upgraded. It just occurs to me that you are the bane of crystal suits and colossi. Aren't you? Anyway, enough talking. Just keep the gold vulture and hurry to retreat. That we can't do. Liao shook his head quickly without thinking. Whatever happens, we cannot abandon friendship. Seriously, the mental devil shouted. Just think who Long Yongjun is. You are honoring your friendship with her? Don't forget that she is possibly a supervillain who is on par with Black Star the Great, if not higher. Chances are that she is planning a certain treacherous scheme in secret, and coming back to rescue you is all part of the scheme. Then, it is all the more reason why I cannot abandon her at such a critical moment. Liao coughed and swallowed the blood that had flowed into his throat. He said firmly, I believe that there are as many elements of a human being inside Long Yongjun as there are the elements of the Pengu clan and the Nuo clan. She hasn't figured out which path she will walk on yet. Everything is possible. What she will become in the end depends on how the world treats her. She was brought to the outside world by me, and I will not let her be disappointed by the world outside. Trust me, as long as I move, edify, and transform her with my noble character constantly, she will certainly not disappoint this world. The mental devil. Really? Are you not sure that it will end the opposite way? But even if you want to do anything, what can you do? The gold vulture has been reduced to such conditions that it will collapse before it reaches their domains. You can't help them at all. Says who? Grinning hideously, Liao closed and rubbed his hands, his finger bones cracking, before he retrieved 100 dosages of colorful strengthening drugs before him from his fistful of cosmos rings. Don't forget that we still have one last secret weapon. Slightly stunned, the mental devil realized something and gasped hard. You are crazy. Absolutely no. That thing is clearly still under test with 100 flaws. It cannot be applied to a real battle at all. I know. Liao opened the bottom of a strengthening drug with his mouth brutally and swallowed it together with the glass pieces. He then gnashed his teeth and said, "But I'm going to fire it away anyway. Nobody has ever done it before. We don't even know whether it's because nobody ever thought of it or because all the people who tried it before have died in the catastrophic consequences." The mental devil shrieked. Besides, the gold vulture is missing one leg and 2 arms right now. The overall framework has been basically shattered. How can it withstand the recoil at all? After the barrage, I don't know what will happen to Xianxia's Colossus, but the gold vulture will certainly be wasted. This is the only Colossus we have, while Blackstar the Great, the Queen, and the 4 Kurfürsten are all our enemies. In other words, we cannot find sufficient resources and legitimate factories to repair the severely damaged Colossus at all. Do you understand? I understand it perfectly. Liao chugged in dozens of dosages of strengthening drugs. His mouth was cut by the sharp pieces of the tempered glass, and blood was leaking out of his lips, chin, and chest, but he couldn't care less. But I'm just going to fire at Blackstar the Great today. Your body cannot take it either. The mental devil declared, "Don't think that it is an awesome achievement to be the youngest expert in the divinity transformation stage in the whole universe. The faster one's training is, the more side effects there will be, and the more severe the counterattack of spiritual energy is. You cannot take it however special your soul is. You are quite right. All the reasons make sense too." Liao injected the last few doses of strengthening drugs into his veins, and his veins immediately became as thick as dragons, almost ripping apart his flesh and skin. He roared crazily. But the battle today is simply too humiliating. Nobody has ever reduced Vulture Liao to such wretched conditions. How can I talk to other people in the future if I don't settle the score? Therefore, whatever the price is and however severe the consequences are, I am going to fire at the head of Blackstar the Great today. The mental devil. Do you have to be so exaggerative? Many people have brutalized you before. Yan Shibei, Boss Bai, Xiao Xuanzi, Elder Netherspring, Jin Tui, Lu Zue, and Long Yangjun. Then, there were extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian and extraterrestrial devil Lu Qingqian. So, it is not a big deal to be brutalized by Blackstar the Great right now, but perfectly normal. I'm sure that you are already used to it, aren't you? Liao. Damn it. Do not hamstring me when I am making a soul-stirring speech. Do you know what the key is at all? The key is that Blackstar the Great's ultimate strength is certainly much more than what we have seen. But he must have concerns and therefore is unwilling to perform them. However, if his battle with Long Yangjun goes on and escalates, he will have to expose his strongest form and fight a life-and-death battle with us. By then, everything will be doomed. Our opportunity is to take advantage of his state of mind where he is unwilling to do his best and to force him to just swallow his ultimate strength so that he wouldn't be able to die together with us at all even if he wants to. That's the only way to turn the situation around today. It was another very persuasive reason. The mental devil pondered for a long time and finally shut up. You understand it now, don't you? Liao chuckled weirdly, with blood spurting out of his mouth, nostrils, and ears, as if he had put on a crimson mask that made him unrecognizable. Then just drag out our cannon already. I cannot wait to find out the answer to that question. The combat ability of a crystal suit could be increased by 3 to 5 times through the enhancement of an Ares extension. If a Colossus was equipped with a gargantuan Ares extension, what a terrifying picture would it be? When Liao made his brain boil like a volcano eruption and his vitality fully surge out with 100 dosages of strengthening drugs as the catalysts, the battle between Long Yangjun and Wuxia in the deep ocean entered the most heated phase 2. Inside the domains of the two parties, the crystals and the black fog penetrated and entangled each other, like two ferocious beasts that had bitten each other's necks hard. Heavenly Crystal and Hellstar, the two colossi, had both been locked onto by the enemy's domain, unable to move at all. But flames of spiritual energy that were flowing out crazily were like the most violent undersea currents, resulting in hundreds of swirls in all directions. Even the undersea plateau was affected and had dense cracks, although it was an intact piece in the beginning. Around the pit where Gold Vulture collapsed, on the crags that were not so solid, countless gaps were expanding and extending too. Liao took the opportunity to release the invisible saber aura, to loosen the rocks and increase the gaps. Very soon, a dull explosion echoed above his head, and the rocks around his head all collapsed, covering the Colossus tightly. The sand and the mud soared too, and they dispersed like an undersea mushroom cloud, both blocking the eyesight of the two colossi above his head and disrupting the senses of the two unparalleled experts. Long Yangjun and Wu Yingqi were both fully concentrated on each other. Neither of them expected that Li Yao's vitality would be so strong that he could still fight under such circumstances. Hee, old fart Blackstar. Don't presume that Vulture Li Yao really has nothing behind me. The veins over Li Yao's body had been expanded to the limits. In the next moment, his skin fell apart, but what was revealed from his opening wounds was not the bleeding muscles but an orange brilliance, as if his body were not made of flesh and blood but the purest, most passionate and explosive energy. Li Yao roared crazily and stood straight inside the cockpit, stretching out his arms and legs to the maximum. His fingers and toes were all straightened, and orange threads of spiritual energy darted out of his broken wounds to every unit on the Gold Vulture. The nerve system of the Colossus was immediately 10 times more copious than before, and the information transmitted every second soared too. Boom! 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 The 4 cosmos rings that were attached to the shoulder blades and the pelvis of the Gold Vulture immediately glowed. In intense quakes, they spurted out abundant, gigantic strengthening components. As the spiritual energy and the telepathic thoughts spread out, the electric arcs in purple, blue, white, or red rose from the strengthening components like the veins of a living creature, before they stuck all the strengthening components to the plate armor of the Gold Vulture. Having lost a leg, the Gold Vulture could only manage to stand on one of its knees with the assistance of its hands. But it did not stop the Colossus from putting on layers of new gold armors and expanding significantly. It was so daunting that it looked like a gold giant that had crawled out of the depths of the ocean. The Colossus' height of slightly more than 30 meters was not increased by much, but the width had been more than doubled. On each of the 2 shoulders, the most intimidating portable cannon had appeared, whose energy-focusing disc that collapsed inward helically stared at the battlefield above the head with fury and determination like 2 enormous eyes. The gold feathers on the wings behind him had already been launched at Wu Yingqi as flying swords. Even the bear skeleton had been shattered and strangled by Hellstar. But right now, 8 pairs of gold wings that were even more graceful and glamorous had grown out. At the ends of the wings were strings that looked like phoenix tails, emitting colorful brilliance under the dancing electric arcs. The Gold Vulture had lost a leg, but the unprecedented Ares extension for the Colossus had supportive components itself. Like the 8 legs of an enormous spider, they pierced into the undersea rocks deeply, fixating the entire machine and melting it with the undersea ground. What was most eye-catching was the 36 flying swords around the Colossus. Each of the flying swords was more than 30 meters long, surrounded by the cracking electric arcs. Also, they were being stretched out under the effects of the rune arrays and the electromagnetic fields. 50 meters, 60 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. The flying swords that had been extended to 100 meters long were carved with dense rune arrays on the surface without even 1 inch of blankness. But after careful observation, one would notice that the rune arrays were not just carved on the surface but leaked all the way to the core of the flying swords. Delicate did not even begin to describe it. At the core of every flying sword, there was also a heart made of marrow crystals, and Li Yao was insane enough to even carve attack rune arrays on those marrow crystals. No, those flying swords were simply too long for flying at a high speed or changing directions. Also, their hardness had been seriously undermined because of the excessive rune arrays too. It was certainly not a suitable form for an acceptable flying sword. They were not flying swords at all but rails and parts of a crystal cannon. The very purpose of producing them was to blow the cannon once, even if it meant that they would all be shattered into pieces. The 36 rails made of marrow crystals were all gathered on the chest of the Gold Vulture, which had entered the berserker state, constituting an invincible super railgun. Chi, 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 chi. Liao's soul was burning furiously. His fury penetrated the combat suit, the crystal suit, the colossus, and the strengthening components, dissecting the water around into surging tides in bright gold and crimson before it flowed all the way to the top. The infinite energy contained inside the marrow crystals was ignited by Liao's fighting will too. The 36 rails became translucent at first and then almost disappeared, as if they could not withstand the overwhelming energy anymore and about to melt. In the narrow, long space in the middle of the 36 rails, silver spots began to show up, both appearing like the countless glowing plankton that had been attracted by the magnetic field and the whole galaxy that had appeared before Liao out of nowhere. Even Liao's own red and black eyes were stung by the brilliance of the galaxy. This was also the first time that he had increased the power of the strengthening components of the Colossus to such a destructive level without any concerns. It was certainly not an easy task to devise an Ares extension for a Colossus. Despite Li Linghai's generous support with the resources from the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, Liao's progress had not been very well. He could not resolve the issues of hardness and structure completeness when the gigantic strengthening components were moving on a large scale. To be more frank, even if he could indeed craft such an Ares extension and cover it on a Colossus, the mobility of the Colossus would have been reduced to the minimum. Once putting on the enormous Ares extension, the Colossus would barely be able to move. Such a design was unacceptable in any case. Liao thought for a long time but still failed to address the problem. Too many engineering and design obstacles were involved in it. Perhaps it required years of work of a team made of 100 specialists before a satisfactory answer could be provided. Liao, who had barged into the Imperium on his own, certainly did not have so much time and so many specialists. He came up with the creative idea that, since the Colossus' mobility was reduced to the minimum, making it barely able to move, he might as well give up the pursuit of mobility altogether and simply increase the factor of firepower to the highest, transforming the Colossus into a half-automatic, monolithic bastion. Would it work? Of course, it was a rather absurd methodology. So, Liao had never intended to put the so-called Ares extension for Colossi into a real battle. It was just a cutting-edge study that was meant to accumulate experiment data and performance parameters for the production of the real special enhancing components of the Colossi in the future. Even if he wanted to put the Ares extension that was still being tested into practice, it was still impossible because the time it took for the railgun to be prepared was too long. Unless it was bombarding a fixed target, his enemy would have either run off or come close and cut both him and his Colossus into pieces during such a long time of preparation. However, all the obstacles had been cleared, and none of the problems was a problem anymore. Long Yongjun had stalled Wu Yingqi and bought Liao the precious time for a perfect preparation. Long Yongjun! Liao roared in the communication channel desperately. Stop him! Whatever it takes. Just stop him for another 3 seconds. What? Long Yongjun was slightly surprised, not expecting Liao to be still so vigorous after being terribly beaten up just now. When she sensed the astonishing energy leaking out of the rocks below the mud, she was even more shocked. Then, in delight, she said, I knew that you had other moves. Vulture Liao. What monster are you, Vulture Liao? At the same time, Black Star the Great also sensed the spiritual ripples that came from below his feet like a volcano eruption, as if a ferocious beast that had slept for 1,000 years at the center of the planet had woken up. He did not expect Liao's soul to be so sturdy. The guy had clearly been pierced through by his most intense mental attack. Normal warriors would have been mired in nightmares for days, if their souls were still in one piece at all. But Liao seemed to have not been hurt at all, and he was launching an aggressive counterattack so quickly. Hellstar rolled quickly, while Wu Yingqi intended to dodge the attack, but there was no time. Long Yongjun's domain of crystals expanded several times within a moment, establishing walls of crystals around Hellstar. From the depths of the rocks at the bottom of the ocean, hundreds of Liao's telepathic thoughts dashed out and crawled into the gaps of Hellstar relentlessly, as if he were determined to drag Wu Yingqi's soul to the ground and make Wu Yingqi die with him. At the gold vulture's chest, In the middle of the 36 rails, the galaxy made of the glowing spots was completely seething. Even the entire galaxy cannot extinguish the fire in my heart. Li Yao's eyes were sunken, but they were even more dazzling than a supernova outbreak. As if he had filled his own soul into the railgun, ready to launch it out, his roars almost tore his mouth apart. Old fart Blackstar, get a taste of this ultragalactic cannon. Together with his roars that were boiling the ocean and breaking the clouds, Li Yao's blood and every cell were burning furiously at the moment. Mixed with his soul that had been boosted to the maximum, they pierced through the silver, glowing energy at the center of the ultragalactic cannon, enlivening the pure energy and pushing out the silver brilliance that could destroy everything. Boom! The 36 crystal rails were all melted externally. The gold vulture that had been on the verge of destruction in the first place could not take such an intense counterforce at all. The one-time strengthening components broke apart into thousands of gold and silver butterflies, splashing to all directions. Then, the torso and the framework of the Colossus had fatal contortions and fractures too. It was completely wasted from the front to the back, broken and blown away. However, the cluster of energy that was as overwhelming as an infuriated galaxy, mixed with Li Yao's soaring fighting will, charged at Hellstar at an unbelievable speed. Beep, 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 beep. Both Long Yangjuan's Heavenly Crystal and Wu Yingqi's Hellstar were pierced through by the unexpected high-energy reactions. Ear-splitting alarms were ringing. This is impossible. Long Yangjun was dumbfounded and was not back to herself until the silver pillar of light had passed her. She was covered in a cold sweat. It's been only several years, and this monster's ultimate strength has been increased to such a terrifying level. This is too unbelievable. This is impossible. Wu Yingqi, on the other hand, let out the roars of disbelief too. His vitality field turned from the excessive expansion in the beginning to excessive constriction, condensing all the black fog around him into an indestructible black shield. The 6 giant faces in the black swirls overlapped and opened their bloody mouths at the same time, spitting out a black pillar of light at Li Yao's attack. Boom! 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 The collision of the 2 pillars raised tides 1,000 meters high in the seawater. The waves even pierced through the ocean thousands of meters deep, leaving hundreds of waterspouts on the surface of the ocean that looked like dragons. However, since the black pillar of light was condensed in a hurry, it did not resist long before it was split apart by the silver pillar that was mixed with bloody waves. Even the 6 giant faces were ripped apart and pierced through directly. The silver pillar hit the center of Hellstar precisely, heating the shell of the Colossus to almost 10,000 degrees immediately. The previously dark and black metals turned orange and almost transparent, twisted and about to be melted. It was only the first step. The ultragalactic cannon was not as simple as a cannon to concentrate the energy inside marrow crystals and launch it out. After the mystic rays pierced through the target's spiritual shield and heated the target's external armor to the maximum, depriving it of its original hardness and rigidity, abundant broken pieces of the gold vulture were all turned into tiny metal pieces and accelerated into high-energy particles, which darted close like a storm and penetrated through the shell of Hellstar. Eventually, it was Li Yao's mental power that he had condensed by almost draining his brain. Now that Blackstar the Great was unwilling to possess him, he would check how good the soul of the old fart was on his own. If he were faced with any normal expert in the divinity branching stage, the divinity transformation stage, or even the nascent soul stage, Li Yao would never be so reckless and insane as to devote all his mental power to his brain, knowing that there might be dangerous consequences after his soul left the body. It was because the connections of the souls and the bodies of the normal experts were extremely accurate and seamless. He would barely be able to find any flaw to invade through. His soul leaving his body to be engaged in a fight in the enemy's brain would mean that he had to fight in an unfamiliar environment, which couldn't have been in his favor. However, the case of Blackstar the Great was different. No matter how high his level was in the past, what remained after 1,000 years was just part of the highly mutated and highly abnormal soul. Also, The remaining soul couldn't have integrated well with Li Linghai's body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to change a better shell. It was exactly the greatest weakness of the founding emperor of the Imperium of true human beings. It was also Li Yao's only opportunity to win, and his ultimate reason to launch the ultragalactic cannon without caring about anything. He was going to take the chance to knock Blackstar the Great's remaining soul out of Li Linghai's body. Boom! On the mysterious level that was unrecognizable for the naked eye. A streak of burning brilliance seemed to have leaped out of the remains of the gold vulture and turned into a raging falcon, whose wings shook abruptly and then covered its body, before it crashed into the shell of Hellstar that was wide open like a rapidly revolving drill. "Ah!" Blackstar the Great shrieked in both shock and fury. The metal tentacles of Hellstar immediately waved crazily, and all the black fog nearby was squeaking. The 6 giant faces that had been blown apart but not dispersed yet were all in agony. Li Yao's soul felt unprecedented quakes too. The thousands of flames of his soul seemed to be dying out at the same time. But at the same time, countless dark forces were injected into his soul, allowing him to see infinite illusions in a trance. He seemed to see the martial meritocrats sector, the civilization of the cultivators that was highly developed but getting bloated and corrupted, walking to the doom with the morbid body. He seemed to see that in the sand primitive sector, which abutted the martial meritocrats sector, the berserkers who believed in the Chiyu cult were fighting each other in the harsh environments of sandstorms and gloomy winds and paying tributes to the ultimate god in their hearts with blood and guts that were filled in the wine cups made of skulls. He seemed to see the decline of the martial meritocrats sector, the rise of the sand primitive sector, the war between the cultivators and the Chiyu cult, and Wu Yingqi's struggle and screams in the magma. The picture flashed. What was unfolded deep inside Li Yao's soul was a boundless universe where Wu Yingqi, lying inside a tiny starship that looked like an iron coffin, drifted toward the darkest abyss in the sea of stars, right when Li Yao tried to focus his attention and figure out the truth of the dark abyss. A pair of glittering eyes was suddenly opened in the abyss and threw bolts of lightning that could break a planet at him. Boom! Li Yao's soul shook hard. He was blown out of Hellstar back to his own shell. Hellstar was enshrouded in the black fog again, and it fled away under the cover of the black fog. Vulture Li Yao. Blackstar the Great couldn't have sounded more furious and atrocious. "I will come back for you. Whichever corner in the 3,000 sectors you are hiding in, I will come back for you," and then, with a sniff, Long Yongjun chased after Wu Yingqi in the heavenly crystal, forcing Wu Yingqi to swallow everything that he had yet to say. Li Yao's soul was back to the original place, but he seemed to have just died once. Even blinking was terribly difficult for him, and he would feel the most excruciating pain even when he only moved his little finger. A collision of souls was never a joke, let alone one with such an unparalleled expert like Blackstar the Great. Even though Li Yao's soul originated from the mysterious earth, it was still almost completely blown apart and obliterated. It was not until Long Yongjun returned from the deep ocean and dug him out from the remains of the gold vulture that Li Yao finally regained the ability to transmit telepathic thoughts. You killed him?" Vaguely, Li Yao saw that a giant iron ball that had been pierced through was floating behind heavenly crystal. What else could it be if not Hellstar? Overjoyed, Li Yao almost found it hard to believe his eyes. "No, this colossus is empty. How can Blackstar the Great be killed so easily?" Shaking her head, Long Yongjun paused and changed her attitude as she said, "However, to think that you have forced Blackstar the Great to escape in a panic without even having the time to retreat his colossus. I really don't know how I should comment on you." "There is no need to comment. Cough, cough, cough. I'm not in my best state today. Cough, 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 cough. My performance was not very satisfactory, and I failed to kill him in one blow. That was cough, cough. My bad." While coughing hard and vomiting blood, Li Yao said intermittently, "His colossus has been blown up. This is a rare opportunity. Why did you give up chasing? You wouldn't think that the almighty Blackstar the Great travels in the universe with only one colossus, would you? As far as I know, his symbolic colossus is known as black hole's heart. Although I don't know how strong it is exactly, it can't be the one just now. Are you sure that he would not fight a battle that would kill both me and himself in his desperation if I were to chase him? Long Yongjun scorned. I do not want to be a hero that saves the world. Why would I do such a costly but unrewarding thing? Besides, I vaguely felt several people at the peak of the divinity transformation stage on the surface of the ocean who were searching for our traces. Who do you think they are, our reinforcements or wooing cheese? Or maybe when the experts at the peak of the divinity transformation stage come at us with their colossi, you will be as macho as a moment ago and blow them up one after another? Then, let's just drop the idea. Pondering for a moment, Liao said, never chase a desperate enemy. Cough, cough, cough. Let's just let them go today and allow their heads to stay on their necks for a few more days. We will come back. Cough, cough, cough. A few days later, Long Yongjun, if you keep on talking like that, I'm thinking if I should just abandon you in this place. Liao immediately grew anxious. Don't. For the sake of the Federation and the ancient sage's sector, hurry up and give me a hand. Struggling and waving his limbs in the water, he finally crawled to the leg of Long Yongjun's colossus and clung to a protruding component there. This will do. Truth be told, I don't even have the strength to make use of the power system of the crystal suit right now. Please give me a ride. I'll need to take a... Liao's voice was lower and lower. His soul seemed to have sunken into the gap deep inside his brain, embracing the boundless darkness. Liao's soul floated in the darkness, and he had a lot of bizarre, absurd dreams. Now, he dreamed that Black Star the Great scheme worked out, and the man became the supreme sovereign of the Imperium of true human beings again. Uniting the entire universe with iron and blood again, he transformed all human beings into iron cockroaches that would do anything for their survival. Eventually, millions of iron cockroaches flooded at the Star Glory Federation, waving their tentacles and claws. It was absolutely helpless even though Liao stretched out his limbs and blocked the way. He was soon swallowed by the tides of iron cockroaches, both his skin and his bones. In the end, he even became a gigantic, hideous cockroach himself, swallowing one planet after another in ignorance driven by the primitive instincts. Now, he dreamed that he finally stopped Black Star the Great scheme after arduous battles. The brutal man from 1,000 years ago was sealed and obliterated, and all the catastrophes he caused were ended. But good days didn't last. Without the leadership of the evil Black Star the Great, the Imperium of true human beings was still loose sand. The 4 Kurfürst families and the hundreds of warlords of the peripheral worlds were still plotting and fighting against each other every day. They could not abandon their feud and conflicts of interests even when the alliance of the Holy Covenant was attacking on a large scale but simply hamstrung each other for personal benefits. Eventually, the Imperium's flags were replaced by the Covenant Alliance's emotionless seals. Human beings did not become iron cockroaches, but they turned into puppets without feelings and desires. Thousands of expressionless puppets surrounded Liao. Their eyes were like dry wells without any ripple or change. Such a form seemed even more dreadful than the iron cockroaches a moment ago. The ghost of Black Star the Great was even sneering behind him and mumbling, "Do you see, Vulture Liao? This is the consequence of you stopping me. The path of the cultivators will not work out. Your self-righteousness will only lead to greater disasters. Only my true path of immortality is the way out for mankind. What's wrong about being iron cockroaches? At the very least, the strongest of us will survive. Where there is life, there is hope." Thousands of years later, on the putrid corpses of the iron cockroaches, the most beautiful flower of civilization can still blossom. Deeply trapped in the nightmare, Liao felt that his brain had been swamped, and his mind was slower than ever. He was thinking how to defend himself, when the illusions of cockroaches, puppets, and Black Star the Great were all gone, replaced by the eternal and magnificent wars of the godly species in the primeval age. Pangu and Nuwa, order and chaos, absolute rationality and absolute desire. On the battleground that was the sea of stars, the most shocking collisions were happening. His soul seemed to be both floating high above the universe and entering every part of the battlefield, allowing him to observe and perceive the ideas and philosophies of the two parties from the sparks splashing from the blades. Time and space lost their meaning. He did not know how long he had wandered on the battlefield, but he was suddenly back to himself after sensing a gentle breeze. According to the time displayed on the interface of his crystal suit, it had only been slightly more than 2 hours since he launched the ultragalactic cannon. He was still clinging to the calf of Long Yangjun's colossus and being carried forward by her. They had almost swum to the center of the Silver Moon Ocean and were already very far away from the battlefield just now. Thankfully, there was no sign that other troops were chasing them. They were safe for now, but nobody could tell what would happen next. Now that Black Star the Great decided to reveal his real appearance, it was obvious that he must have activated his final plans. After decades of careful planning with Li Linghai, even if he could not control the entire Imperium just yet, it wouldn't be a problem for him to at least control the capital. The capital was a fairly large place, but it was teeming with immortal cultivators everywhere. Once it fell to the hands of Black Star the Great, where could he possibly hide as a cultivator? "You've woken up?" Long Yangjuan's cold voice came over. "How do you feel?" Liao slightly summoned his spiritual energy and immediately felt that 100 canyons had been ripped all over his body and inside his brain. Not only was he in excruciating pain, but his strength was also pouring out along the canyons, and he could not concentrate at all. Liao whined in pain and said, "I feel that I just died once and will die again very soon." "So, you know your conditions very well," Long Yangjun snapped. "I was quite puzzled how you could become so majestic as to scare Black Star the Great off with one blow. As it turned out, you wagered all your soul power and vitality on the attack without caring about your own life. Your status right now is even worse than your colossus that is on the verge of falling apart. You won't be able to fight anyone in the next half-month, and it remains to be seen how much you can recover half a month later." Liao grimaced, feeling that he was quite lucky. Black Star the Great was a great expert who was at least one major level higher than Liao. Having escaped from his thunderous fury in one piece, Liao was certainly the winner no matter what gory prices he had paid. There was no telling what Long Yangjun thought of, but she suddenly chuckled and continued, "I estimate that Black Star the Great couldn't have seen such a weird cultivator like you before, who was so sleazy in the beginning but so masculine in the end. Such a great transformation must have confused him. Otherwise, your final attack might have not been able to hit him at all. However, there is one thing that I'm rather curious about. After your blow of cannon, whether or not you hit the target, you would completely lose your combat ability if you could still move at all. What were you going to do in such a case? Were you so confident that I would rescue you?" With his eyes half closed, Liao moaned and said, "It was too much of an emergency back then. I couldn't find a way to win at all except for the final blow. So, I had to turn to the last resort and take my chances. Besides, I didn't think that you would just watch me get caught by the enemy. Would you?" Long Yangjun slightly frowned. "Why not? Because if you did not want to rescue me, you wouldn't have shown up in the first place." Liao struggled to put on a smile. "We are friends. Aren't friends all about rescuing each other when either of them is in trouble? Camaraderie is all that matters. Make no mistake, the reason why I showed up had nothing to do with camaraderie. I was only scared that you would be caught by Black Star the Great alive." Long Yangjun said coldly, "You know too many secrets. Besides those regarding the Star Glory Federation, you also know the inside information of the Ancient Sages sector, the Nuwa warship, and my identity. Should you fall into Black Star the Great's hands alive, giving him access to all the secrets, my identity would have been completely exposed. He would have even fewer reasons to let me go, and my odds of beating him would be even lower. Therefore, I snuck back not necessarily to save you but very probably to kill you and keep your mouth shut. However, after analyzing the situation at the time, it occurred to me that rescuing you was the more promising option. That was why I saved you, by the way. Is that so?" Liao said in fatigue. "It doesn't matter. As long as we are still friends, it's fine." "Friends?" Long Yangjun sniffed and said, "I remember you said a quotation last time we met. Those who are not of my own kind are bound to think differently. Can you really think of a foreigner like me as a friend? I was wrong to say that, Liao admitted frankly without any hesitation. You were right. Those who are not of my own kind are bound to think differently, is a quotation that was originally used to describe human beings living on different planets or even human beings living on different continents of the same planet. Just because of the slight difference between the latitudes and longitudes of their residences, they considered each other as foreigners and never trusted each other, which eventually led to wars and mutual destruction. Now that human beings are themselves able and passionate to destroy themselves, it seems that I do not need to view you in prejudice regardless of what you are. Pangu, Nuwa, extraterrestrial devils, or virtual lives, there is no difference. Those species may all be very ferocious, but human beings are not the most peaceful creature in the world either. Why can't we be friends if we are equally aggressive? Long Yangjun clicked her tongue. You are rather quick to admit your mistake. Should I say that you are shameless? Or should I compliment you for rectifying yourself so promptly? Of course I should be complimented. Being good at making mistakes and then correcting them is my greatest shining point in the first place. Closing his eyes, Liao held back the urge of falling asleep and groaned. Ever since I became a cultivator, I have committed more mistakes than I can count. I may be childish and idiotic even today, but does it really matter? I'll always correct my mistakes after I find any. Isn't cultivation the repetitive process of discovering your mistakes, correcting them, gathering more information to reach higher levels, and then discovering more mistakes and correcting them? Perhaps I will always make mistakes, but as long as I am more correct and closer to the truth today than I was yesterday, it will be enough. After a brief silence, Long Yangjuan's voice suddenly became creepy. Are you not scared that I have any scheme? Liao said. If you are really onto something that violates ethics and jeopardizes the people, I will certainly stop you. Long Yangjun scorned. You cannot even walk on your own with your body that is no better than jumbled clothes right now if you are not clutching my leg. How can you stop me? Taking a deep breath, Liao replied feebly. It is a different matter whether or not I can stop you, but I will certainly try my best. If I fail and get killed by you, whatever happens later will no longer be my concerns. Lost for words, Long Yangjun was silent for a long time before she suddenly accelerated. Narrowing his eyes and sensing the rapid undercurrents and deep ocean before him, Liao couldn't help but ask, Where are we going right now? My secret base. Long Yangjun gnashed her teeth. If what you said just now was just your excellent acting skill, then I admit that I've been fooled by you. I was thinking to abandon you and leave Jialing in a random corner below the ocean. But, forget it. I'll lead you to my nest. Your nest. Liao was slightly dazed. Isn't it too dangerous to return to the base of the Association of Demon Hunters right now? Wrong. The base of the Association of Demon Hunters is just a nest for Dongfang Mingyue. Long Yangjun said with a smile. I'm about to lead you to the nest of myself, Long Yangjun. I spent a couple of years there when I just snuck into the Imperium and hadn't fabricated the identity of Dongfang Mingyue. I've made some preparations there. Liao immediately bulged his eyes and quacked. Some preparations? What are you up to exactly? Do you really have a scheme? Of course I do. Why else do you think I've come to the Imperium? Just for sightseeing? Long Yangjun said casually. However, after analyzing your life carefully through 100 perhaps ungrounded biographies, and based on the long-time close-up observation during the time I fought together with you, I have discovered a pattern. After you began your career, you encountered countless tricky enemies, starting from Yan Shibei to Xianxia, the Elder Nether Spring, to Lu Zue and Zhou Hengdao, and then to extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian and extraterrestrial devil Lu Qingchen later. Those people would have all been called men of their time. They were sophisticated, brutal, determined, and powerful, and their final plans were accurate and meticulous too. However, no matter how sophisticated, brutal, determined, and powerful those men of the time were, and despite their thorough plans, they could not avoid their fate of being sabotaged by you in uncanny, unconventional, and even unintentional ways. The same thing happened to Black Star the Great today. Such an unparalleled expert who is at least in the divinity branching stage and has countless secrets with him has met a debacle when he is faced with you. Why is that? Pondering for a moment, Liao blinked his eyes and said, because justice always wins, and I am a representative of justice? Wrong. It's because you seem to have been born with a certain weird luck. Also, the more stealthy your enemy's schemes are, the more effective your natural-born luck will be. Long Yangjun said, as a dual successor of Pangu and Nuwa, I am certainly not someone who believes in supernatural powers. The so-called luck is nothing more than a statistical probability or a mysterious pattern that people haven't figured out yet. But now that the probability and the pattern are out there, I will not follow the examples of Yan Shibei, Xiao Xuanzi, Elder Nether Spring, Lu Zue, Extraterrestrial Devil Mo Xian, and Extraterrestrial Devil Lu Qingqian to act and deal with you stealthily only to be sabotaged by you in the end. There have already been so many lessons. I will be an idiot if I repeat their mistakes. Wouldn't you agree? Liao thought for a moment. Well, but I'm indeed weaker than ever right now. Chances are that you can kill me with only your little finger. This is not the first time you are weaker than ever. Didn't the great men of the time try to kill you more than once? Which of them succeeded in the end? Not only did they fail, but they also made you stronger and stronger. Long Yangjun said, not that I'm being modest, but I don't think I'm smarter than Xiao Xuanzi, Lu Zue, or Extraterrestrial Devil Mo Xian. Chances are that you still have certain trump cards that even you are unaware of, and that those trump cards will be activated when I decide to kill you. That is the greatest reason why I am never determined to kill you. All in all, after careful thinking, it has occurred to me that those men of the time dealt with you in the wrong way. Since they all believed in their cause, there was no need for them to hide it at all. Must their beliefs be kept clandestine and away from public competitions? They had already lost when they decided to go stealthy and work in darkness because it meant that they were not confident in their beliefs at all. Then your victories wouldn't be surprising at all. Therefore, I will bear the lessons in mind this time. It's true that I have a tiny plan, but I'm willing to show you every procedure of the entire plan clearly. Whatever details you want to see will be given to you. I will tell you the origins, the development, and the final purpose of my plan. Then, Vulture Liao, let's see if you can stop me. Hearing Long Yangjun chuckle, Liao could not hold on anymore but fell into a prolonged dark dream. In the dark dream, he seemed to be experiencing a long time, from the Big Bang of the universe to right now, and from right now to the oblivion of the universe. It was so long that he almost forgot who he was, and his soul was gradually perishing. But whenever his soul was about to perish, the blue planet Earth would always pop up deep inside his soul, sending him a feeble strength, which brought him the last hope of persistence like a blue, flickering candle in a dark night. Liao knew that his body and his brain had suffered unprecedented wounds in the battle versus Blackstar the Great. It was even more dangerous than the excessive radiations he suffered in the Devilish Scorpion Nebula when he broke into the divinity transformation stage. But withering was always followed by a new life. When the old brain cells decayed, new power flowed out incessantly from the gap deep inside his soul, refreshing his soul and his brain and re-establishing a mental world that was even more magnificent. I will accomplish the Vulture plan. I will destroy Earth. I will set all of you free. Whenever the deepest darkness was about to completely corrupt and swallow his broken soul, the feeble but unwavering voice would resonate with his soul pieces, invigorating his brand new mental world. Perhaps he was in a deep coma at the beginning, but after the re-establishment of his mental world, he seemed to be in the state of metamorphosis. In his trance, he did not know how long he had been sneaking in the deep ocean, but he felt he entered a narrow, rugged, sunless tunnel that led straight downward. He was in darkness for a few consecutive days. Occasionally, he saw the starry lights on the rock walls around but could not tell whether they were the brightness from the minerals or the eyes of demon beasts. Later, he found himself in a massive underground settlement, where countless people in gray capes surrounded them. Long Yangjun seemed to boast a very high position in the underground settlement as an unquestionable authority. Vaguely, Liao saw countless people worshipping him. There was no telling if it was just his hallucination. After Liao really broke the mental cocoon and woke up, he discovered that he was lying in the middle of a gigantic, square pool, surrounded by a certain ivory material that looked like paraffin wax. It was thicker than the common jelly-like gels that were used for healing. Liao had to tear them off from his body one piece after another. "Brother Yao, you're finally up." Li Jialing was sleeping in a corner of the room, wagging his short, furry tail. Hearing the cracks from the healing pool, he immediately bulged his eyes and shouted in delight. "Ha!" Liao managed to make a sound as a reply. He struggled to stand on his feet in the healing pool before he tore off the consolidated paraffin wax on his body and scanned his body carefully with spiritual energy. As he expected, his body was only generally fixed, and there were still many invisible, fatal cracks inside, like a vase that had been stuck together cautiously after it fell into pieces. Whenever his spiritual energy flowed to the cracks, it was like a waterfall running into an abyss and nowhere to be found again. Such devastating wounds meant much more than the plunge of his level. Heaving a sigh, Liao scratched his puffy hair and thought, "The sequela is indeed rather severe." The blow was too strong after all. It was already unbelievably fortunate of him to have survived the disaster. He could not be too greedy. After all, there was always a solution to any difficulty. Even Long Yangjun had complimented him for his uncanny luck. So, there would always be chances for him to restore his peak combat ability or even reach a level higher. While clearing his messy thoughts, Liao punched slowly, testing his speed and strength, and observed the environment. He was in the middle of a vintage healing pool, which was established in a small medical chamber. Judging from the texture of the wall and the precision of the joints, such a medical chamber must have been built by a rather developed civilization. However, all the facilities around were rusted. The chamber was also in a mess and filled with garbage. All kinds of mosses and vines whose names Liao couldn't tell had sprawled on the wall. Everything suggested that the place had been forsaken for a long time. The air here was suffocating, mixed with the stink of putridity. Even a deep breath could not make the lung lobes expand much. Despite the flickering lights above his head, Liao still felt the thick darkness pressing over. He sensed keenly that he should be somewhere deep below the ground. How long have I slept? What is this place? Holding back the headache that almost felt like a hungover, Liao glanced at the side of the medical pool. His mustard seed combat suit had been folded neatly on the ground, next to his own cosmos rings. Except for the few cosmos rings that he had swallowed into his body, all his cosmos rings were here. There were even 2 additional cosmos rings that Liao had never seen before. Attracting them with his spiritual energy and sensing them carefully, he discovered that the 2 cosmos rings were not installed with any barrier, and he could explore them with his telepathic thoughts freely. One of the cosmos rings stored the broken pieces of Gold Vulture, while the other contained the remains of Hellstar. It appeared that Long Yangjun had helped him collect the detritus. Long Yangjun is really considerate enough. Liao felt delighted. Then he thought of the scheme or plan that Long Yangjun talked about before he passed out. He couldn't help but frown again. "Brother Yao, you've slept for 10 days. Li Jialing stepped forward and said, "This is the 10,084th district, more than 30,000 meters into the ground and almost on the border of the crust and the mantle. A 5-digit district." Liao was slightly surprised. He knew that he must be well below the sea level from the dull air, but he did not expect that it would be so ridiculously deep. The habitable planets with a stable tectonic structure that was suitable for mankind generally boasted triple layers, namely the core, the mantle, and the crust. The capital planet of the Imperium was certainly not an exception. Such habitable planets were like enormous eggs, where the core was the yolk, the mantle was the white, and the crust, which was 30 to 50 kilometers thick, was the thin eggshell. While the crust was the thinnest layer, it was the most important area for residence and resource collection for human beings. In the mantle below the crust, magmas of high temperatures and pressure were everywhere. Any random hole that was drilled might lead to an eruption and destroy everything. There could also be rocks that were denser than the superalloys. Even the most advanced drilling magical equipment could not dig very deep after the cost of astronomical spiritual energy. The seismic energy released in earthquakes were also hundreds of times more powerful than human beings' best crystal bombs. The overwhelming squeezing and tearing forces in the tectonic movements were too much for any human expert to handle. In short, the mantle was an area of death that was dangerous and not cost-effective. Even though the tentacles of the civilization of mankind had reached thousands of planets in the 3,000 sectors, they only stopped at the eggshell on the surface of those planets. They did not, nor was it necessary, to dig into the mantle yet. On the capital planet of the Imperium of True Human Beings, according to the sea level and the development, all the towns were classified into 6 tiers. The first tier was the cities on the ground that had names. For example, the central politics area where the Council of Elders was located, and which was named after the founding emperor of the country, was known as Black Star City. There was also the White Stone Municipality, the heavy industry city where Li Yao and Long Yongjun had a fierce fight. All in all, the cities that had names were usually the metropolises inhabited mostly by immortal cultivators with a highly developed civilization. The underground towns, on the other hand, did not have a name, only a number. But according to the sizes and digits of the numbers, one could still see the difference. The one-digit underground towns, numbered from 0 to 9, had the most important underground fortresses and strongholds of the capital, with all kinds of magical equipment, supplies, and training facilities. The defense system here was even more flawless than the cities on the ground, so that most of the immortal cultivators could evacuate to the towns and continue the resistance should the cities be conquered by powerful enemies. The 2-digit towns from the 10th district to the 99th district were generally the areas where the bankrupted immortal cultivators and the brainworkers among hominoids lived. There were also all kinds of large public facilities, such as hospitals, schools, and ventilation bases that delivered fresh air to the deeper parts nonstop. Dongfang Renxin chose to set up his secret institute in a 2-digit town because only 2-digit towns could support such a massive hospital. For the 4th-tier areas from the 100th district to the 999th district, which were the places where the industrial workers among hominoids lived, they could not support large hospitals at all. However, the 3-digit areas where the industrial workers lived were not the most miserable and barren areas. Below their feet, in the underground mines and rocks more than 5,000 meters deep, there were 4-digit and 5-digit towns. Those towns, like forgotten corners, had been abandoned by the upper class of the Imperium completely. They did not even have the value to be exploited, and they were simply left to live and die on their own. Li Yao had been quite interested in the 4-digit and 5-digit areas that were at least 5,000 meters below the ground. He tried to gather materials about the places, but the only things he found were rumors. It was said that the lost people in the abysses had retrograde, their most fundamental intelligence gone. They were like the wolf kids, who were abandoned in the jungle as infants and raised up by animals. They had the appearances of human beings but the souls of beasts. Those ignorant, uncivilized creatures were also the best evidence to prove that true human beings and hominoids were not the same species, and that hominoids were essentially a beast that looked very much like a human, nothing more. The forsaken people deep below the ground were to the immortal cultivators what ants deep inside the mud next to their feet were to elephants. The latter completely ignored the former and were not even interested in wasting some strength to stomp on them. It never occurred to Li Yao that Long Yongjun had set up her nest in a 5-digit town. What were the residents here who had been abandoned by the civilization like? What was Long Yongjun's so-called scheme? Li Yao's head began to hurt again. Frowning, he tried to crawl out of the medical pool and cleaned his body with Li Jialing's help. Putting on the mustard seed combat suit and all the cosmos rings, ensuring that his crystal suit could be activated and put on at any moment, he was finally refreshed and asked, "What is this place? Where did Dongfang Mingyue go? I don't know how I should describe it. I used to live on the ground and in starships all the time. It has never occurred to me that there are such places in a civilized world, or humans living in such a way." Li Jialing hesitated for a long time but did not know what to say. He simply said, "Now that you are awake, Brother Yao, you can take your time and see for yourself. That Sister Dongfang reminded me when she left that Brother Yao was free to go wherever you wanted to go. Everything that you are interested in is open to you too. It doesn't matter if you want to go to her either. All in all, everything is free. However, let's leave that aside for now. Brother Yao, are you sure you are really all right? Should we scan you with medical magical equipment? Sister Dongfang informed me of the whole battle. I did not know Brother Yao was so strong that you could even blow Blackstar the Great away. That was really. Glancing at the medical magical equipment nearby that was rusted and dusted, Liao shook his head. There's no need for that. I should be fine. Even though my wounds are not healed yet, they won't help much. Why are you staring at my head? Nothing. The little lion shook his head hard and said in a hurry, I'm just saying that Brother Yao can take your time to treat your wounds. Whenever you need to deduce or calculate anything with your brain, you can just ask me to help you instead. Do not savage your brain cells for the unimportant issues. However gifted and distinguished you are, you must pay attention to your health. Blinking, Li Yao stared at Li Jialing suspiciously. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. I'm just saying that you should take care of yourself. Choked for a long time, Li Jialing finally said, If you don't take care of yourself, how can you fight Blackstar the Great next time? Right, speaking of which, I wonder if Dongfang Mingyue has told you yet. Li Yao said in a hurry, but after the battle 10 days ago, we were already certain that your mother had been haunted since decades ago. No, since more than 100 years ago when she explored the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, except that it did not attack her until the recent decades. Therefore, it was not her own wish to kill you. Biting his lips, Li Jialing seemed both comforted and sad. He said in a low voice, I know. If possible, I will certainly drive Blackstar the Great's remaining soul out of the Queen's body. Liao shook his head. Driving him out won't be enough because you are very likely to be a carrier that he has carefully prepared for himself. Should he escape from the Queen's body only to dash into yours later, the consequences will be even more severe. Thankfully, Blackstar the Great's remaining soul must have suffered grave wounds in the battle too, which will probably slow down his schemes for a while and give us some time of rest. We can figure out what he is up to exactly and come up with a solution. But first of all, let's sort out all the cards we have in our hands now. Since this place is Dongfang Mingyue's nest, is there any workshop with advanced facilities that can repair the colossi? Li Jialing shook his head quickly. No, there is only a small refining workshop here, which can repair crystal suits at best but can do nothing about colossi. Fine. Liao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. The super workshops where the colossi could be maintained required enormous space, a steady supply of spiritual energy, and the technical support of a whole team. It was indeed not something that could be found in Long Yangjuan's secret base. What do you have here, then? He asked helplessly. Before Li Jialing replied, soft door knocks echoed outside. It was a little girl in a gray cape who pushed the door and walked in. She had a face that had never seen any sunlight and was almost transparent. The veins that were vaguely blue were clear, and her pupils that were slightly red were immediately gathered into two red beans, suggesting that she was not used to the light. But there was no expression of discomfort on her face at all. She bowed at the two of them first and then left a giant tray before them, before she said, Please help yourselves, honorable guests. Li Jialing thanked her. The little girl did not say anything else but simply walked backward until she was out of the room. Having lived tens of thousands of meters below the ground for years, never been to the ground and never touched the real sunlight, she already looked slightly different from the people on the ground and in the shallower underground towns. Her tone was filled with a hollow and monotonous air, like the water drops on the stalactites deep below the ground dripping on the rocks that were as smooth as jade. It was both pleasant and weird. Liao studied the identity of the girl and the habit of underground humans with great interest. From her politeness, it could easily be told that she was not a human-shaped beast that the immortal cultivators slandered. The big metal tray before him was supposed to be a smooth industrial product, but it must have been used for thousands of years because there were dents everywhere. However, the edge of the tray was polished so clearly that it could reflect the light. On the metal tray, it was a large bowl of paste that was thicker than porridge and a roasted beast leg that smelled delicious. Roasting was certainly not a skill to be underestimated. In fact, the development level of a civilization could often be seen from the complexity of their culinary arts. It was impossible for a primeval species who feasted on raw meat and blood to be adept at cooking. A civilization that was aware of dozens of cooking techniques and hundreds of condiments must be a highly developed civilization. This porridge is a hybrid of gigantic rockworms and mosses. It is the main food in this area. Although it may not taste very good, it contains a lot of nutrition. Li Jialing explained earnestly. The roasted meat here is the back leg of a red lizard. The red lizards are the main vehicles in this place. They hop forward with their strong back legs. Therefore, their legs are the most muscular parts of their body and a delicious food when roasted with the magma that has just consolidated. People here might not even get the chance to have it once a year. Enjoy it while it is hot. Is that so? Having slept for a long time, Liao indeed felt that he was starving. He fetched the porridge and the back leg of the red lizard and started to gobble them. The porridge indeed tasted rather bad, like half-frozen candles, and only had a slightly salty flavor. The roasted meat tasted much better. It was chewy and covered his mouth with scrumptious aromas, making him feel even more hungry. Liao did not really care much about the flavor. He had eaten synthetic food that tasted even more awful than candles too many times. The only thing that concerned him was the refill of energy. While drinking the porridge, he observed, "Why are they made of common ingredients? This place is Dongfang Mingyue's nest after all. Does she not have any high-energy nutrition drugs? She can't be that petty, right?" "Ha!" Li Jialing said dutifully. "There was in the beginning. However, during the days you were unconscious, Brother Yao, you swallowed dozens of high-energy nutrition drugs, more than what common trainers would have had every day. As it turned out, you exhausted all of Sister Mingyue's storages. She jumped up and down in fury. That's why. There's no more of them now." Liao coughed and changed the topic in embarrassment. "Right? Do you know the girl who came to drop the food a moment ago? Why was her attitude so weird and cold, as if somebody owes her thousands of dollars? Are we not welcomed in this place?" "That is not exactly the case." Li Jialing shook his head and said, "Sister Mingyue boasts a high prestige in this place. Many residents of the underground world are her believers, including those who have been serving us. We are both the honorable guests brought over by Sister Mingyue. They cannot welcome us enough. Why would they reject us? It's just that Sister Mingyue's believers are all the same. They must repress their feelings. Even if they are very delighted in their heart, they will not show much of it on the surface." Liao stopped attacking the leg of the red lizard. Chewing the meat fiber among his teeth, he found that it did not sound right. "Believers? What believers?" "Believers of Nepenthe," Li Jialing said quickly. "Nepenthe is a religion that Sister Mingyue founded a few years back at the deepest part below the ground. It has been developing very fast in various areas below the ground. Not only are her believers everywhere in the abyssal towns numbered larger than 10,000, but even the 4-digit and even 3-digit towns that are closer to the sunlight have a lot of people who join Nepenthe too. Right? Those believers all call her Serenity Seraph. Although she is not exactly the leader, she is the spiritual symbol of Nepenthe. People here believe in her." "What the heck?" Liao tossed the leg of the red lizard that only had the bone left now onto the tray and frowned. "Nepenthe? Serenity Seraph? She really can't change her habit of propagating superstitions anywhere she goes. Come on, tell me about it. What are the philosophies of this Nepenthe? How exactly did she attract followers?" With an even more complicated expression, Li Jialing weighed his words for a long time before he finally said carefully, "The main idea of Nepenthe basically claims that the feelings and desires of human beings are the sources of all pains. If the reality cannot be changed, as long as the feelings and desires are suppressed and eradicated as much as possible, one will also be able to destroy all pains and enjoy a carefree new life." Liao was astounded. His eyes and his mouth gradually widened, as if he were going to swallow Li Jialing. "What?" Liao grabbed the leg bone and waved it as if it were a saber. "Eliminating feelings and emotions equal to eliminating pains? A carefree new life? Is it any different from the claim of the Covenant Alliance? Considering the scheme that Long Yongjun mentioned 10 days ago, Liao immediately felt that his back was covered in a cold sweat. The porridge and roasted meat that he had a moment ago seemed to have turned into poisons. Sister Mingyue said that her claim was slightly different from the ideas of the Covenant Alliance. Thinking for a moment, Li Jialing said, "If the Covenant Alliance wants to destroy 100% of mankind's feelings and emotions, turning human beings into detached puppets, she only wants to destroy 90% of the feelings and desires. No, not exactly destroy, but repressed." According to Sister Mingyue, if there were enough resources for everyone to release their feelings and desires freely, it would certainly be unnecessary to repress anything, and everybody could be the truest and freest version of themselves. But what if the resources are insufficient? In order to avoid unnecessary conflicts and pains, one should keep only 90%, 80%, 70%, and so on of their feelings and reduce the demand for unnecessary resources. It is just a helpless choice. Liao was stunned for a long time. Isn't that still the Covenant Alliance's theory under disguise? There's no fundamental difference at all. Li Jialing nodded his head and bit his lips. In fact, when she told that to me, that was how I refuted her with courage. But she simply replied with a smile that there was nothing she could do if I thought that way, and that I could regard her as a spy from the Covenant Alliance. A spy from the Covenant Alliance? Greatly shocked, Liao smashed his fists. Great. The evil she-fiend has finally revealed her real face. But wait. By logic, should she be engaged in the superstitious activities below the ground stealthily and planning the shocking great operations, only to be exposed and sabotaged by me at the last moment? Why has she confessed everything dutifully before I even begin to investigate and infiltrate? What then? She said that she was a spy of the Covenant Alliance, and then what happened? Did she say anything else? Did you firmly resist her? How could I resist her? Li Jialing replied pensively. Her combat ability was obviously higher than mine. She did not need to take action but only stared at my neck with a smile, and I already felt that my neck and spine were going to be broken by her telepathically. Besides, this is her territory. You were not up yet, and she appeared all candid and unharmful. What could I have done? As to whether or not she is a spy of the Covenant Alliance and her purpose, she did not say anything but simply let me ask you. She said that you would tell me everything, including her real name. She is not the real Dongfang Mingyue, and the two of you have known each other for a long time as good friends, right? Liao. Well, Li Jialing. Right? She also said that you would start jibber-jabber after a well every time. She asked me to not believe anything you would say after a well. Liao. Li Jialing. In fact, I do not need her to remind me that Brother Yao has the habit of bragging and chattering on. But sometimes, seeing how happy you are when you are swanking, I feel that it will be too awkward if I point it out, so I simply echo with you in case the atmosphere gets too weird. After all, Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan's years of refinements on me were certainly not for nothing. I am just young and inexperienced, but I'm certainly not an idiot. Liao, enough. We are in the middle of an emergency. Let's save the crap and get back to the topic. That woman is indeed not really Dongfang Mingyue. Her name is Long Yangjun. I can't tell you much about her identity and origins, except that she is an extremely dangerous and dreadful woman. Li Jialing asked, even more dreadful than Black Star the Great? They are dreadful in two different ways and cannot be compared in such a simple way. Thinking for a moment, Liao said, I can only say that I would rather be faced with the Flying Star sector that is fully armed and backed by thousands of troops than confront Long Yangjun, who is smiling with no weapons in her hands at all. But of course, if she is really on the Covenant Alliance's side trying to brainwash everyone into emotionless and desireless dummies, I will certainly fight her to the end however dreadful she is. Li Jialing was rather astonished. So to speak, she is really from the Covenant Alliance? Then, how exactly did she sneak into the Imperium and even win the trust of the Prime Minister? And how did you become best friends with such a dangerous person, Brother Yao? Liao thought for a moment and realized that it was inaccurate to say that Long Yangjun was a spy of the Covenant Alliance. That was almost an insult. Long Yangjun was an elite warrior of the Nuwa civilization who was corrupted by the Pengu clan. In terms of bloodlines, techniques, and ideas, the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan were 50-50 in her. Half of her was the successor of the Pangu clan, and the Pangu clan was worshipped by the Covenant Alliance as the supreme god. Therefore, instead of saying that Long Yongjun was a spy of the Covenant Alliance, it would be better to say that Long Yongjun was a living god for the Covenant Alliance. Even though the bloodline of the Pangu clan was too thin inside her body for her to be respected as a god, it should be enough for her to be a spokesperson of the gods. When thinking that way, it was not surprising that she was secretly disseminating the ideas of the Covenant Alliance in the underground world deep below the Imperium of true human beings as Serenity Seraph. Wiping his lips, Liao said, "She is not exactly from the Covenant Alliance. The situation is too complicated to be explained in a few words. Anyway, where is she right now?" Sister Mingyue, no, Sister Long went to the dark areas which had been completely forgotten, deeper below the ground 3 days ago. She said that she was going to stop the war among a few barbaric tribes and let them abandon their vendettas against each other. Li Jialing said, "Before she left, Sister Long told me that I could take you on a tour in the underground town and check the believers of Nepenthe if you woke up while she was away, and if you were still furious, she would be waiting in the dark areas below the ground for you to stop her. She said that she would never evade or retreat in the competition of beliefs." "Let's go." Liao quickly rose and said solemnly, "I'm going to take a good at what her so-called beliefs are." Led by Li Jialing, Liao pushed the door and went out. It was not until then that he discovered he had been in the middle of a stalagmite that was as thick as a tree. The stalagmite was at least 20 meters in diameter. Many caves and rooms had been dug out in the middle. There wasn't even a flight of helical stairs outside that could be used to move from inside the tree to the ground. Looking downward from the stairs, Liao noticed that he was at least dozens of meters away from the ground. But due to the hazy mist on the ground, it was impossible to tell the accurate height. There naturally could not be mist in an underground world. Li Jialing told Liao that they were the powder from the fungi. The bizarre-looking fungi, mushrooms, and wriggling mosses were the main plants in the underground world. Raising his head and looking above, on the top of the rocks that were about hundreds of meters high, dozens of small suns were hanging lethargically. Liao estimated that they were some sort of man-made illumination rune arrays that could output light steadily. But even the best steadiness would have been worn out after thousands of years. Right now, those small suns seemed to have been riddled with holes because of the bites of worms. Not only was there light little to none, but there were also mottled spots on the surface, making them look like glistening pies that had gone moldy. Under the illumination of the dim light, and enshrouded in the flying powder of the fungi, the entire 10,084th district was drowned in a vague, ever-rolling mist, which further added to its mysteriousness. The construction of the underground town was even more unrestrained and creative than the cities on the surface of the planet. Right next to every stalactite was a tunnel, expanding the traces of the civilization in the middle of the rocks wherever possible. Like vines that were spreading out as much as they could, they occupied all the available spaces. The magnificent stone pillar that Liao was on had at least dozens of piers standing nearby. They constituted the main body of the town. The stone pillars were connected by thick chains. Liao saw that many locals, who were in gray capes, were riding a certain enormous, two-legged lizard, whose skin was dark red, while they bounced agilely among the chains. The claws of those two-legged lizards were similar to the claws of the birds, allowing them to grasp the chains easily or even to hang themselves on the chains and swing forward for dozens of meters. It was not unusual for them to jump from one stone pillar to another one with only a few swings. As the people moved between the stone pillars, the chains were shaken by the red lizard's non-stop and clinking noises, which, together with the oinks that were coming over from all directions, made up the main sound of the 10,084th district. Li Jialing told Liao that the red lizards were likely to be the products of genetic modifications. Although they seemed hideous and aggressive, they were actually more docile than cows and horses, and they were the best help for the locals to move around. As for the oinks that were coming over from all directions, that was the rock worms devouring their food. This was a town that lived on husbandry, and raising rock worms was the livelihood for most people. Rock worms, in fact, did not look like worms but were fair and fat creatures like piglets. They were also animals that had been genetically refined. Their digestion system had been particularly strengthened, allowing them to feed on rocks, mosses, and fungi. They could absorb the nutrition of the lousy fodder as much as possible and transform it into fat and proteins edible for human beings. Therefore, they were the main food that was very popular in the underground world. Around this tectonic belt, the five-digit towns such as the 10,084th district mostly regarded raising rockworms as their main business. Most of the rockworms were not eaten by themselves but shipped to the four-digit towns up above in exchange for energy and other industrial products so that the residents who had been forgotten by the surface of the planet could keep the last spark of civilization shining. Liao roamed in the town and observed the stalagmite, the chains, and the streets in great detail. He felt that the town, which seemed medieval, was filled with contradictions. The stone pillar that he came from was not a natural product. It seemed that a very developed civilization erected hollow iron cylinders below the ground first and then piled materials, such as liquid metals or concretes, on them. That was the only way to ensure that the stone pillars, that were dozens of meters wide and hundreds of meters tall, had enough hardness. Besides the rugged streets and tunnels, cutting the mosses and vines layer by layer, Liao could see the wires that had been carefully arranged to connect all the stone pillars. It should be some sort of large system of the spiritual nexus, but Liao could tell that it had been abandoned for a long time because he could not sense the least reaction of spiritual energy from the dense wires. In many places, after ripping off the mosses, Liao could see the rusty metal wall, and after Liao erased the rust with great efforts, he saw the surface that was as smooth as a mirror, the seams that were as thin as hair, and square, huge words. Some of the words were warnings, such as rune array inside, do not enter. Some were the designations of troops, such as the 33rd Legion of Production and Construction. Even more words had already been entirely corroded. Liao's slightest breath had turned them into powder, dispersing everywhere. Narrowing his eyes, Liao found the longest seam and scratched it with his index finger from up to down. He felt that it was smooth without the least hindrance. Had he not been sensing it carefully, he could have barely noticed the seam. The seam joined two iron plates that were at least dozens of square meters. After years of thermal reactions, stress changes, and tectonic movements, they were still so flawless. It was indicative enough of how developed the civilization that built the town was at the beginning. This place must have been a very advanced underground shelter at first, right? Liao slapped off the mosses and mud in his hands and continued to observe the structure. The 10,084th district was brimming with a sense of contradiction. It felt like a tunnel of time that had jumbled the entirely opposite features: advanced and underdeveloped, civilizational and primitive, artificial and natural, into the same place. Perhaps the seemingly messy vines were actually the most advanced energy wires in the past. What appeared to be stalactites were the defense rune arrays that had been dusted for a long time. The supercrystal processors that used to control the entire underground shelter had only an empty shell left after thousands of years, and they were now kicked by the naughty kids who had forgotten the glories of the past as footballs. Probably, Li Jialing said. Sister Long's theory is similar to Brother Yao's. A long, long time ago, this place was indeed a very advanced shelter or an underground base. Liao curled his finger and knocked on the iron plate. Listening to the heavy echo, he asked, "Then, how did it become like this?" Li Jialing said, "Sister Long gave me two examples. The first example is the tectonic faults. As time goes by, the more ancient a creature or a civilization is, the more likely it will be to be buried by mud and fall to the depths of the ground. If the planet is cut open, revealing the faults that look like different layers of a cake, it will be easy to notice that the fossils in the upper layers are of recent ages, and those buried deep represent ancient creatures and civilizations." Liao nodded his head. "It's very easy to understand. What else?" "Then, there is the ocean," Li Jialing said. "The immeasurable ocean is itself a cubic ecological circle from top to down according to the sunlight, temperature, saltiness, density, and pressure. In fact, the ecological systems in different layers are independent of each other. The fish living in the shallow water will perhaps never submerge to the bottom of the ocean thousands of meters deep for their entire life, and the gigantic squids living thousands of meters deep never long for the warmth of the sunlight either. Although they are all aquatic creatures, the upper level and the lower level are already two independent worlds that never get in touch with each other. Liao asked, "What do the two examples suggest?" According to Sister Long, different classes have, in fact, been branched gradually during the 100,000 years of mankind's civilization. Human beings living in different levels are like fossils formed in different ages or ocean creatures living at different depths. They are already people of different worlds. Even if they are not classified as true human beings or hominoids, their differences cannot be overlooked. Ignoring it will not solve the problem. Li Jialing said, "Ever since the age of the ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, the strong have never stopped exploiting the weak for one day or even for 1 second. The weak who could not resist the strong could only escape. Some of the weak people ran to the rugged and barren mountains, and some went to the underground world and escaped even deeper as the strong laid their hands into the underground world. At first, the escape was scattered, spontaneous, and unorganized. 40,000 years ago, at the beginning of the Great Dark Age, when demons took over the leadership of the universe and replaced the human beings who did not want to accede to the demons' reign were the first main force to immigrate to the underground world. 10,000 years ago, when the demons' tyranny was overthrown, human beings launched the bloody, revengeful slaughters against the demons. Filled with the hatred and fury that had been accumulated for 30,000 years, they swore to kill every last demon in the universe. Therefore, a second massive escape to the underground world began, except that the runners this time were demons. Good days did not last. When the Star Ocean Imperium established by human beings had only endured 1,000 years, it was already faced with the cruelest civil war that almost consumed every sector. The human beings who used to fight against demons together in the past went against each other and became sworn enemies. Then, the third massive escape came. The 10,000 years that followed were the bloody years of chaotic battles in the universe. A critical place like the Imperial Terminus sector was certainly a center of the battles that the generals fought over. It was not strange at all that the people who lost their homes escaped to the underground world. The refugees, generations after generations, are the main part of the underground residents, who regard the shelters, military bases, and magical equipment warehouses built by different species and different forces of various ages as their new homes. This is exactly the origin of most of the underground towns. Naturally, the residents who escape to the underground world later always live on the shallower parts, and those who escaped here earlier would naturally be pushed by the latecomers and could only go down even further and gradually sink into the depths of the planet, such as this town here. Liao and Li Jialing walked under a gigantic tree. The tree was hundreds of meters tall and situated in the middle of dozens of stalagmites and stalactites of different heights. Its branches were extended to all directions, and its root that protruded like a ridge also radiated all the way to the bottom of the soil. Liao broke a few vines softly and wiped away a cluster of mosses. Then, he vaguely recognized a row of interfaces of crystal cards. The object that appeared to be a giant tree was actually an accurate and huge central control system. He had only seen similar systems on the bridges of certain super-enormous starships. But right now, all the crystal processors and computational chips embedded in the central control system were rusted and covered in mosses, vines, and worms that were similar to ants. There were even spores that resembled lumps in the middle of the vines and mosses spurting out hazy mist nonstop. The spores that seemed to be breathing made it look like a monster that was a combination of a living creature and a high-precision machine. It was the greatest playground of the town. Many naughty kids had crawled to the branches of the tree, which were in fact the tubes of crystal wires. They were picking the bugs that had grown out of the crystal processor and putting them on the heads and backs of their companions. Teasing each other, they all laughed merrily. Liao noticed that the children whose skin was translucent and whose eyes were slightly red were the few people in the entire town who could laugh. Looking at the children, Liao was deep in thought. The underground towns numbered above 10,000 are beyond the limits of the Imperium statistics. So, the residents here are the most ancient refugees. Not exactly. Li Jialing shook his head and said, the refugees who came in the age of ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, or during the rise and decline of demons, were too far away from today after all. Most of them have decayed in the underground darkness in the passage of time, or assimilated with the people who came later. Even if some of them are still alive, they have long forgotten who they are, the significance of civilization, and even the most fundamental intelligence. They have become barbarians who feast on raw meat and blood, if not ignorant, human-shaped beasts who know nothing but their instincts. Those barbarians and human-shaped beasts have all been exiled to areas of darkness and death that are deeper than the 5-digit towns. Not just names, they do not even have numbers. Sister Long has gone to such tribes of those wild creatures to mediate in their conflicts. Slightly frowning, Liao asked, then, when did the people here escape to the underground world? Probably 10,000 years ago when the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed. Li Jialing replied, originally, this place was an underground shelter in the age of the Star Ocean Imperium. The ancestors of most residents must have escaped here at that time to hide temporarily, but their hiding turns out to be much longer than they expected. They've been struggling to live in this place and never returned to the world with sunlight again. Liao sighed but was still more or less confused. Since it is an underground shelter constructed by the Star Ocean Imperium, there should have been all kinds of facilities and educational systems, right? Even though the first refugees here were all civilians, they certainly had the knowledge of basic living skills. But why am I under the impression that everybody here is sluggish and just catching their last breath? Li Jialing thought for a moment, as if he were recalling what Long Yangjun said. In the end, he said, Sister Long said that the continuity and development of a civilization is just like training. You make progress or you fall behind. Only by running and evolving at a higher and higher speed, surpassing one peak after another, can a civilization be maintained. If they decide to stop and take a rest, it is very possible that they will be collapsed by their own weight, and they will inevitably decline and die. However, the more advanced a civilization is, the more complicated the social structure will be. As the requirements to sustain the social form grow more and more, the civilization's ability to resist the pressure of the environment will be weaker and weaker. Sister Long said that as a refiner, you must understand the logic that the fewer components, the lower the fault rate. As the components that make up a piece of magical equipment grow more and more, however carefully it is produced and used, some faults are bound to occur as time goes by. Liao nodded his head. In the circle of magical equipment production, there was a saying that every additional component means a double faulty rate. Although it might be an exaggeration, the idea certainly made sense. As the number of components increased, the difficulty in producing, assembling, and maintaining would soar exponentially. A piece of large magical equipment made of millions of components was essentially a chaotic system that was utterly unpredictable. Nobody could ensure that it would not have any bizarre problem during usage. Even Liao could not make such a promise. Perhaps, as the components and the rune arrays surpassed the limits, the magical equipment was also given life to some extent, and lives were the most uncontrollable and unpredictable things in the universe. Sister Long said that civilization is exactly like magical equipment. Just like a piece of super-huge magical equipment made of trillions of components, no matter how it is maintained, it is destined to collapse someday, and a highly developed civilization is also most vulnerable, and may be completely destroyed by the slightest issue. Liao sniffed. How are magical equipment and civilization the same? Li Jialing opened his hands and said, Sister Long said that a village in the world of ancient cultivators, whose buildings are made of the simplest wood and rocks, and whose people make their living by hunting and farming every day, is in fact very easy to resist the corrosion of time and the change of environment, although it seems rather underdeveloped. Even if all the villagers migrate from the surface of the planet to below the ground, they can still keep their previous social form and live for a long time. But what if it is a modern town? Think about it. What does it require to sustain a modern town? Even from the most superficial point of view, there are interconnected vacuum tube systems and high-speed crystal rails above their heads, the convenient tunnels and lifts below the feet, and the dense sewers, ventilation tubes, and information transmission tubes that join each other. Also, enough space is needed to accommodate vehicles such as shuttles. All these need the incessant supply of energy. Assuming that the population is the same, the energy consumption in a modern town is hundreds of times higher than a medieval town. How can a modern town not collapse in the barren underground world where there is barely any source of energy except for geotherm? There are also human factors. Sister Long said that although the civilians in the ancient times seemed as weak as ants actually boasted high survival abilities. The ancient people are sturdy and diligent. They can keep on farming and hunting even if they are having the worst food every day. Also, it is their habit to have as many children as possible. Even though most of their offspring pass away, there will still be a few descendants to pass their bloodlines. In comparison, although a strong group known as cultivators have appeared in the modern society, and the myriad of magical equipment makes life easier than ever, they have all weakened the survival abilities of human beings on their own. The stomachs of most people are only used to the most delicate cuisines. They need air conditioning rune arrays to create a cool and comfortable environment. Not just the shortage of sewers and toilets, they will feel dead even if they are only lacking the spiritual nexus. The modern people have long forgotten the skills to farm and hunt with the crudest tools, or even barehanded in harsh environments. They are crystal processor engineers, crystal train drivers, architects of skyscrapers, and great storytellers. All their living skills must be supported by a platform that is accurate, complicated, and therefore tends to err. When the platform is gone, 99% of the modern people will be as good as dead. Furthermore, the more advanced a civilization is, the more discouraged the people will be to have children. They have no ability to resist risks at all. That was exactly the case for the remnants of the Star Ocean Republic who immigrated to the underground world. Perhaps the facilities in the shelter were indeed advanced and the supplies were abundant when they just escaped. They also had modern talents such as doctors, scholars, teachers, and engineers who could continue their tiny civilization. But it is just an illusion. Faced with the pressure of tectonic movements, the seemingly indestructible wall of the shelter was as fragile as a soap bubble. One tiny earthquake was enough to destroy their entire modern civilization. Should the engineers in certain critical posts perish, unfortunately, it would be barely possible for them to raise a qualified successor in a few years. It was perfectly normal that dozens of earthquakes and volcano eruptions took place in the past 1,000 years. The remnants of the Star Ocean Republic have struggled to survive to this day in such a harsh environment without losing all their humanity, and they still boast the abilities of language, thinking, and basic social organization. It is already very impressive. Right, Sister Long also said that it was perhaps how the Pangu and Niwa civilizations were destroyed. The more advanced a civilization is, the more fragile the internal structure will be. Therefore, when the Pangu and Niwa civilizations were most developed, they must have been 100 times more susceptible than the civilization of mankind today. Liao scorned at the theory. He could totally come up with 100 counterexamples. Was Heaven's origin sector's ability to resist disasters lower than the ancient sages' sectors? Of course not. However, he did not intend to be pedantic. Looking at the hazy darkness above him, he asked, "Do the authorities of the Imperium know the situation here? Why didn't they do anything?" Of course they know. Why else would the place have been numbered 10,084? Li Jialing said, "However, why would they do anything? Who would do it? And what could they gain by doing it? The immortal cultivators are all the most selfish creatures. We certainly wouldn't do things that have no rewards. If certain rare mines or precious civilization relics are discovered below the ground, the immortal cultivators will certainly crowd over and fight hard, not hesitating to wipe out the entire underground town. But a barren village that lives on rock worms like the 10,084th district has nothing to be exploited at all. Earning 1 penny in this place comes with a cost of $100. It is not a fair deal at all. Why would the immortal cultivators waste their precious time training on those insignificant ants and garbage? Besides, the Imperial Terminus sector is also theoretically a vacuum of power for the 4 Kurfürst families. This is the capital that directly belongs to His Majesty. Which Kurfürst will be a fool and help the Emperor take care of the untouchable and the wild creatures below the ground. Therefore, except for the census 200 years ago to number the areas below the ground, Unless rare mines and ancient relics are found somewhere, few immortal cultivators will come this deep. This is an ignored, forgotten world that has been completely abandoned by the rulers on the surface of the planet. Liao was silent. Li Jialing's words did have a point, and he failed to come up with a rebuttal. Before he came to the Imperium of True Human Beings, as a cultivator from the Star Glory Federation, he always had a misunderstanding about the main contradiction within the Imperium and thought that the exploitation of true human beings over hominoids was the major problem. It was not until he came to the Imperium and saw the society in different facets and the conflicts of interests that Liao learned the typical ordinary people who are bullied by the immortal cultivators, working in the assembly lines and the industrialized farmlands were in fact not the most miserable people at all. It was true that those ordinary people were mistreated, but they often had a stable source of food, clean water, safe houses, and a small sum of wages. In order to boost their enthusiasm for work and to exploit more surplus value from them, the immortal cultivators even offered them certain entertainments. For example, Wuying Qi's slaughter stream was exactly an anesthetic for the labor forces to give them mental pleasure. As the saying went, it was better to be a dog in a peaceful world than to be a human in a war. In the areas that the authorities of the Imperium could and would implement effective governance, public services of the minimal degree were still provided and the infrastructure was worked on to maintain the order of society. Also, theoretically, there were laws that protected the justifiable interests of most people. Even though the flawed laws were often broken by the immortal cultivators blatantly, they were still better than nothing. After all, the immortal cultivators' government was still a government, not the headquarters of bandits. The forgotten towns numbered beyond 10,000 meters below the ground, on the other hand, were not even qualified to be enslaved and exploited. In other words, they did not have a chance to be a slave even if they wanted to. Naturally, the authorities of the Imperium did not provide any public services for the area, and the people here were entirely left to themselves. In the dark and silent world, there was no sunlight and little drinkable water and food. The seismic damage was hundreds of times more powerful than on the surface of the planet. Collapses were happening all the time, and destructive magma might spurt out at any moment. Liao did not know whose life was more miserable: the slave workers who sat behind the assembly lines in the magical equipment factories for their entire lives, or the abandoned folks below the ground who had been forgotten by the entire universe. In the metaphor that Long Yangjun told Li Jialing, she mentioned the ocean. It was true that the world of the abandoned folks was like an undersea plateau. No matter what intense tides were surging on the surface of the ocean and how many ferocious beasts were fighting, the mud at the bottom of the ocean would not be affected at all. In the eyes of the dominators of the ocean, the fish and shrimps that struggled to survive in the mud did not exist at all. However, Liao could understand why Long Yangjun brought him and Li Jialing to this place. Right now, Black Star the Great had activated his plan and probably controlled the entire capital planet. Whichever city they were to hide in, it would have been barely possible to dodge the dragnet of surveillance cameras. Most of the towns below the ground were still more or less controllable for the authorities. A lot of crystal cameras had been established in those places and connected to the wireless network. So much as they left a fuzzy shadow in one of the crystal cameras, tremendous pursuers might be coming after them. The forgotten towns numbered beyond 10,000 were the only places that did not have the spiritual nexus or the crystal cameras. Utterly ignored by the high-level immortal cultivators, such places were the sanctuaries for them to heal and rest without concerns. Being from a world with sunlight, Liao and Li Jialing naturally looked slightly different from the human beings below the ground who were almost transparent. As they wandered in the town casually, they attracted the attention of a lot of locals. However, most of the locals were just hiding behind the stalagmites and the fungi, enshrouding themselves with the intense fog as they observed the intruders cautiously, not having the courage to make any eye contact. Wherever Liao and Li Jialing watched, the locals would shrink their necks and disappear into the mist. Only the innocent children were bold enough to stare at them. Seeing that they did not look malicious or dangerous, the few bravest kids finally followed them like a tail and mimicked their walking posture. Liao turned around and grimaced at the children. The children exclaimed and dispersed in a hurry. After a while, seeing that Liao had no other actions, They gathered again and grimaced at Liao exactly like he did just now, before they shouted in a weird tone, "Black eyes! Yellow eyes!" The children who were born in the underground world had never seen the real sunlight. Even the illumination rune arrays above their heads were set at the dimmest level due to the shortage of energy and could barely illuminate the interconnected chains among the stalagmites and the stalactites. The brightest thing that the children had ever seen was probably the rolling magma. After 10,000 years, their eyes had been through mutations. Their slightly red pupils gave them a certain ability of night vision and made Li Yao's black eyes and Li Jialing's brownish-yellow eyes the outliers in this place. The children's giggles caught the adults' attention. Several hands suddenly extended out of the fog and dragged the children back. Their laughter was suffocated by the crude hands. Li Yao slightly frowned. Feeble spiritual energy circled between his eyes, allowing him to see through the hazy fog and clearly observe the locals of the underground world who thought they were hiding very well. Li Yao discovered a very weird phenomenon. As the locals aged, their abilities to express their feelings seemed to be weakened. The innocent, carefree kids could still cry, laugh, play, and express their emotions freely. But the tall, big adults were always frowning, with alert and panic slightly beaming out of their eyes, as if they were ready to hide in a crevice at any moment. Li Yao and Li Jialing's arrival seemed to have disrupted the solemnity of the place, making them extremely uncomfortable. For the seniors who were older and had wrinkles all over their faces, they did not even have the shimmer in their eyes anymore. Like statues made of stalactites, they squatted next to the wall for a long time without moving, as if they had been melted with the underground world. Li Yao also saw some other people wearing gray capes. They were as tranquil and hollow as the girl who delivered them the food a moment ago. Sitting cross-legged in random places of the underground town casually, they seemed to have entered a weird hibernation state, their breath little to none. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao asked solemnly, "Have the people here all been brainwashed by Long Yongjun, their feelings and desires erased?" He thought that it must be what happened, but Li Jialing shook his moment after a brief hesitation and said, "I asked Sister Long too, but she said no. The people here had been lifeless and placid before she came. Sister Long said that intense feelings and desires are based on abundant materials and advanced interaction of information. As the saying goes, only when you are warm and full will you look for fun. If you are not even fed and the basic safety of your life is not guaranteed, there will be no place for feelings, desires, or free will." Sister Long said that living in the highly developed post-industrial and post-informational society, modern people can easily find 10,000 types of food to stimulate our appetites and 10,000 entertainments to trigger our intense feelings. Most of our desires are met. As time goes by, we begin to take the desires and feelings of such a high level for granted. However, in the worlds that are in a serious shortage of materials, such as in the ancient times or the underground world before us, the inadequacy of food is normal, safety is not guaranteed, and there are few ways of entertainment. Everybody's mind is empty and unfulfilled. How can the people have intense feelings and desires like the people on the surface of the planet? Think about it. If a child is born in this place, he has never seen the sun, the singing birds, or the colorful flowers. He does not know what is a forest or an ocean, much less the popular stars. He does not have games or virtual friend-making platforms. The sole meaning of his life is to survive and reproduce, and he has to worry about the shortage of food and the rampant earthquakes and magma every second. How will he not become numb and nonchalant like the residents here? Sister Long said that the adults here were exactly like this when she came to the underground world a few years ago. They were silent all year around like stubborn rocks because they had nothing else to do in their lives, and there were no resources to support the tiniest feelings and desires. It's true that she taught the locals certain tricks to repress their pain, contain their desires, and tranquilize the mind, but she wasn't the one who started it. If there were abundant resources in this place and the locals could enjoy the best food and the most interesting video games, only idiots would have followed her and studied the inhumane tricks. Sister Long also said that not just this place, even the Covenant Alliance must be in a similar situation by her estimation. If you have a hamburger, will you eat bread instead? If you have a piece of bread, will you starve yourself? If the Covenant Alliance had abundant resources that everybody's feelings and desires can be satisfied, who would ever abandon the most beautiful things in their life? The problem is that it doesn't. The many worlds under the governance of the Covenant Alliance are the harshest areas in the first place. I estimate that they have wasted whatever left of their resources in the chaotic battles in the past 10,000 years. It is because they cannot live on anymore that the people have to abandon their feelings and desires and dedicate all the resources left to the only thing that matters, continuity of life. Sister Long also said, "Enough!" Liao interrupted Li Jialing's eloquence. "It has occurred to me that something is seriously wrong with your stance, my young friend. Why can't you stop quoting Sister Long? Even if you are not considering it from the perspective of cultivators like me, you should at least support feelings, desires, and free will as an immortal cultivator, shouldn't you? You haven't picked up anything good after learning after me for half a year. So why are you so deeply deceived by Long Yongjun when you're only with her for 10 days? You need to work harder on your firmness." Unlike before, Li Jialing was not convinced by Liao. Instead, he said softly but resolutely, with determination beaming out of his eyes, "I am not deceived by Sister Long, and I do not think that everything she said and did was right, but it doesn't mean that anything she said makes no sense. Brother Yao, did you know? Before I came here, I only knew that there were certain towns numbered beyond 10,000 deep below the capital, and I thought that they were no different from the common underground towns, even though they might be more badly short of resources and chaotic and harsh than the surface of the planet. It never occurred to me that the insufficiency, barrenness, chaos, and harshness were so severe. This place and the surface of the planet are two worlds. The people here and those on the ground are actually two species. Hehe. In the past, I thought that the world I grew up in was a burning inferno, and Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan were the foulest and most dreadful fiends. But now, I have realized that I never knew what a real hell should be like. How childish and hilarious I was. It's true that Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan refined me through all the cruel methods, often giving me the most excruciating agony, but they never limited me in terms of resources. Whatever training resources I needed, I would be given immediately. Sometimes they were even poured into my body even though I didn't want them. Besides resources, there were also techniques, knowledge, and information, which were inoculated into my brain and opened my eyes. Whatever Li Lingfeng had in mind, and whether or not he was simply trying to build me into a secret weapon to deal with the queen, he at least never restrained my feelings and desires. If anything, he tried to activate my feelings and release my desires through anything possible, opening brand new gates for me one after another against my own will. At that time, I truly loathed him and wanted him dead. I didn't understand at all why he asked me to learn so many things, grasp so many techniques, and master such powerful strength. I did not like it one bit, and I thought I was the most miserable person in the world. Today, after seeing the people who are sealed below the ground, I realized how ostentatious and hypocritical I was. The things that I hated and refused in the past are unavailable and even unthinkable for the underground folks, no matter how they dream and struggle for them. Li Lingfeng perhaps did have bad intentions, but he was also really raising me as an heir and digging the infinite potentials in me. Even though he deserved his death, I do not hate him as much as I did in the past now. There are also my partners, the bottom-level members of the secondary branches of the Li family. I thought that their lives were rather difficult. They had less than 1/10 of what the heirs of the main bloodline had, and they had to undertake the arduous family missions. Sometimes they were even the living targets for the heirs of the main bloodline. When they distinguished themselves, it was very possible that they would be eliminated by dirty tricks. But at the very least, keeping themselves fed and warm was not a problem. Theoretically, there was still a chance for them to distinguish themselves, even if the likelihood might be only 1% of the heirs of the main bloodline. But that was still a chance. What about the locals here? No sunlight, no resources, no safety, no knowledge, and not even 1/1000th of a chance for a new life. Ever since they were born, their future has been predestined, which is to freeze and decline slowly in the darkness, until they melt into the rocks as dust without a sound. Looking at their life, I suddenly feel that all my complaints, hatred, and fury in the past are so pale and helpless. I even have a subtle sense of guilt, feeling that I do not deserve such a life and such enormous strength. Wow. Li Yao found it hard to believe. Seriously? Are you really Li Jialing? How did you become so mature after only 10 days? Perhaps I had always been mature enough to figure out a lot of things, but I did not want to be mature or think hard. Looking at the town in the mist, Li Jialing said casually, "In the past 10 years, I'd been resisting Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan with all my wisdom. I camouflaged myself carefully every day and activated my brain cells to the maximum every second while I considered the ways to deal with them. The techniques, schemes, and conspiracies that they poured into my head by force consumed a lot of my computational ability too. My soul was like a tightened bowstring all the time, and I felt neurasthenic. Therefore, after I escaped from their control and my nerves were relaxed, I simply let go of everything. I did not want to think about anything but only hope to live a carefree, unrestrained life. It's true that I've been resisting and evading. Resisting the life that Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan planned for me and evading the fate that I should have shouldered. I want to wander to a random town at the edge of the cosmos and live the rest of my life in anonymity, which is an evasion. But isn't it another evasion to listen to your arrangements on everything and regard you as a guardian angel, Brother Yao? In many cases, I knew clearly that you were not telling the truth or not even making any sense, but I was too lazy to argue with you. So I simply seconded to you and let you handle everything. I knew that you must be considering on my behalf, so why would I bother to consider for myself independently? I have never been a man who likes to quarrel or show off. Li Yao. Well, Li Jialing had never looked more grave. However, after seeing the hopeless people below the ground and their fate that is 100 times more miserable than mine, it suddenly occurred to me that my life is not the curse that I thought it was in my self-pity but actually the most unbelievable bliss. At the very least, after all the sufferings and tortures, I now boast overwhelming strength and exuberant feelings, and I have got a general picture of what the universe looks like. If I don't do anything with my strength, would I deserve the bliss that the locals of the underground world are never entitled to? Li Yao was quite shocked by the brilliance in the young man's eyes. In a trance, he felt that the dominating vibe of the imperial fire pearl was dashing out of the young man's eyes. He couldn't help but feel amazed. Then, what do you want to do exactly? I haven't figured it out yet. The determination in Li Jialing's eyes turned into deep confusion. He shook his head and said, I haven't decided on the path that I will walk on yet, but it doesn't matter. I still have plenty of time to observe the world carefully and consider my path. Young man, you've finally had an epiphany. Li Yao placed his warm hands on Li Jialing's shoulders and remarked with mixed feelings. In fact, the first time I met you, I could already tell that you were naturally endowed. Your spiritual root was as thick as a tree, and flames were erupting from your skull like a volcano eruption. You are a great dragon, not a shrimp at the bottom of the pond. You are born for great achievements. I never said it to you because I thought you were still young, but since you have such a deep understanding today, come on and be a cultivator just like Brother Yao. Let's save the world and defend the peace of the universe together. Excuse me, Brother Yao. Li Jialing slowly moved Li Yao's hands away and said solemnly, First of all, I only want to live up to my special life, but it does not mean that I want to save the world. Secondly, and more importantly, can I save the world by being a cultivator? Of course. Li Yao blurted out without even thinking. The path of the cultivators is very effective. Brother Yao has advanced into the divinity transformation stage at such a young age all because of that. I even almost blew up Blackstar the Great, the ancestor of all immortal cultivators, into smithereens in one attack. Are you turning down the path of the cultivators and insisting on the true path of immortality? Yes, it's truly incredible that Brother Yao is one of the few geniuses who have advanced into the divinity transformation stage at such a young age. But Li Jialing hesitated. Well, how should I put it? I do not want to be like you. What do you mean? Bulging his eyes, Li Yao scratched his cheeks. You do not want to be like me? Is there anything inappropriate about the way I look? Am I not handsome and charming enough? No, I am saying that being a cultivator or an immortal cultivator is not the focus of my thinking. It doesn't even matter whether or not Black Star the Great can be blown up. Pointing around, Li Jialing said, "The underground folks have lived in darkness for 10,000 years. They had been living like this long before Wu Yingqi and the immortal cultivators were born. Can you rescue all of them by blowing Black Star the Great into smithereens in one attack, Brother Yao? Even if you were 10 times stronger, Brother Yao, and you blew up Prime Minister Dongfang Wang in one attack, Black Star the Great in another, and then the 4 Kurfürst families in a round of crazy bombardments, then what? Will everyone, including the underground folks, be immediately reborn and given a resourceful, carefree, and happy life? If your answer is yes, Brother Yao, would you tell me the specific procedures? Perhaps I will truly join your path. Perhaps nobody in the entire universe can find a perfect solution, not even the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan in the past. Why else would they have been completely destroyed?" Li Jialing patted Li Yao's shoulder and comforted him. "I'm just telling you some of my random thoughts. Please don't take it personally, Brother Yao, and don't waste your precious brain cells on such philosophical questions. Your wounds are not entirely healed yet, and you should focus more on maintaining your body and brain. As for my path, I will think more about it and figure it out on my own." "Why are you looking at me in such a way?" Li Yao was perplexed by Li Jialing's eyes. "Why am I sensing intense sympathy in your eyes? What's going on?" "Nothing." Li Jialing closed his eyes and said solemnly, "I just want Brother Yao to know that whatever path I eventually choose and whoever I will become, I will never forget that you are my family. In my heart, you weigh even heavier than the Queen. I consider you as my big brother sincerely, and I just hope that you are safe, well, and healthy all the time." "Is that so?" Sensing Li Jialing's sincerity, Li Yao grinned. "I regard you as my little brother sincerely too. All in all, little brother, do not be enchanted by the she-devil Long Yang Jun, and do not push yourself too hard when you have just encountered some minor darkness and difficulties. Let's just focus on one thing at a time. Saving the world can be put aside for now. You can try to give a hand to whoever needs help first. That will be a good start. The bottom line is, Brother Yao is confident in you. I believe that you will perceive the essence of the cultivator's ideas one day and become an even better cultivator than me." "Maybe," Li Jialing said. "I need to travel, observe, and think more before I choose my final path. Only in such a way can I rush on my path without looking back." While talking, the two of them had reached the deepest part of the town. It was a rock wall hundreds of meters tall that was filled with caves, making it look like a honeycomb. Every cave was around 5 meters in diameter and blocked by fences made of vines. Oinks were echoing from inside. The locals of the underground town were carrying abundant mosses, veins, and fungi, sometimes even broken minerals, into the caves. Could be easily told that their burdens were very heavy. Their bones and veins were all protruding, and they looked rather painful. Very soon, the people inside the caves poured their mosses and vines. Then they carried out buckets of stinky excrements. Their burdens were finally more or less relieved, and the pain on their faces was replaced by the usual numbness. Li Yao and Li Jialing were both honorable guests of the place. The locals did not even dare to make eye contact with them, much less stopping them from entering the caves. They simply lowered their heads and passed by the strangers quickly. The two of them entered a random cave and immediately saw dozens of rock worms that had been raised. It was true that rock worms were more like fat piglets than worms, except that they were slightly narrower and longer. They could be 3 meters long and 2 meters in diameter, like oval meatballs. It seemed more appropriate to call them rock pigs than to call them rock worms. Li Yao did not know if the rock arms had any hooves or claws in the beginning, but he could not see any organ that could be used for movement right now. Perhaps they had all been blocked by the flaccid fat. They were a species of animal with extremely low mobility, like the sloth. Crouching deep inside the cave like statues, they were not moving at all. Li Yao suspected that they could not find any food on their own at all. The oinks turned out to be not their moans but the sound of breathing from the air hole on the top of their heads. Those silly and lazy animals were too sluggish to even moan. The locals ground abundant mosses, vines, and fungi into pieces, mixed them with the minerals which had been pulverized, and tossed the food into the trough. Then, a few rock worms wriggled over unhurriedly. On their fat and eyeless head, a cross slid apart and spewed out thousands of white threads, tying up the food into balls and pulling it back into the cross. For them, that was the way to take in food. While the rock worms were devouring food, the locals bypassed them and searched for their turquoise-colored feces inside the cave. They were cleaning every corner carefully without leaving any. Some of the locals were scrubbing the rock worms hard with brushes that had a long handle. Liao thought at first that they were cleaning the rock worms before butchering them, but when he observed more carefully, he discovered that he was wrong. The locals were simply massaging the rock worms. It could be easily seen that the rock worms were almost the only source of income for the residents of the 10,084th district. Their care for the rock worms couldn't have been more meticulous. Li Jialing told Liao that the rock worm was a type of excellent edible animal that had been genetically refined on a large scale in the Star Ocean Republic 10,000 years ago. The earliest researches could even be dated back to the demon beast empire that was best at biochemical technologies. The rock worms could absorb tens of thousands of roughest ingredients, including the minerals that contain tremendous microelements, and transform them into fat and proteins, providing the nutrition that was necessary for the survival of human beings in the harshest environment. The rock worms were treasures from inside to outside. Because of certain genes of spiders and silkworms that were integrated into them, the threads with which they covered their food were also the best raw materials for the textile industry. Also, they would exuviate every year, and their ecdysis could also be made into light and warm leather coats. Also, the feces of the rock worms were natural fertilizers that barely needed any purification. They could be applied to most plants, mushrooms, and mosses, allowing people to domesticate wild plants into crops with high yields. It was safe to say that when human beings colonized in an unknown area, as long as they brought rock worms, they would be able to settle the critical problems of clothes and food. Such animals would also lay a solid foundation for the development of agriculture too. However, because of the excessive genetic modifications on polyphagia and usability, the rockworms were growing fat and proteins all the same. As a result, their mobility and hunting abilities had been weakened to almost zero. It was a life created in the laboratory. On the premise of its current characteristics, it could barely get used to the harsh life in the wilderness. Therefore, they could only stay in the pen and be raised by human beings. When the underground shelters were devised in the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, there was naturally a whole set of automatic feeding facilities that were extremely advanced and accurate, ensuring that the meat factory could output products incessantly, starting from the reproduction of the rockworms to the readily edible meat that was sealed in the cans on the assembly lines. The whole process did not require much supervision of workers and breeders. However, as time went by, the automatic feeding facilities in the past had long run out of energy and were gone for good, and the knowledge to culture the rockworms at the beginning was lost too. The locals of the underground world today could only raise them in the most primitive ways. Since the rockworms could grow so much fat, they naturally had a huge appetite. Unable to find food on their own, they counted on the locals to collect mosses, vines, fungi, and minerals before grinding them and tossing the food into the trough. Such physical labor could be very tiresome. A couple of healthy adults must work for an entire day to keep only one rockworm fed. Also, to ensure that the mosses, vines, and fungi grew in the underground world, the locals had to toss the feces of the rockworms into the crevices and tend to the various crops carefully. The underground world was not suitable for any crop in the first place. Even the tiniest cluster of mosses had only grown because of the irrigation of blood and sweat of the locals. Because the real automatic feeding families were broken a long time ago, the rockworms were not adapted to the environment deep inside the cave. Therefore, somebody must rub their body day and night and force them to move and exercise. Otherwise, black spots would soon grow out of the rockworms, which meant that the flesh and blood inside had all necrotized and were no longer edible. Those works took up 99% of the time of 99% of the locals. It was even safe to say that the entire 10,084th district was dependent on rock worms. According to the numbers of the stalagmites, stalactites, and caves on the wall that he had seen just now, Liao quickly calculated the ratio of the rockworms to the residents here, only to discover that the rockworms seemed too many for the population of the 10,084th district. Even if the animals were all butchered for food, the residents wouldn't be able to eat all of them. Wouldn't their lives be much easier if they kept fewer rockworms? But Li Jialing shook his head and told Liao that he did not know the whole story yet. Like Li Jialing said a moment ago, although the locals were keeping so many rockworms, they did not often have the privilege to have meat. It was not bad at all if they could cut a piece of meat into pieces and mixed it into their porridge. Most of the rockworms, after exuviating 3 times and turning completely mature, would be carried to the upper towns, namely the 4-digit towns numbered between 1,000 and 9,999, in exchange for precious energy, civil magical equipment, and weapons. The residents of the 10,084th district were not completely ignorant barbarians after all. They still retained the basic language and culture. Some of their magical equipment and rune arrays were still functioning. They also craved to know what the worlds up above were like. Their resources and fuel had to be traded with rockworms. But as it happened, synthetic food prevailed in the upper worlds, and rockworms could not be sold at a good price. Even a couple of rockworms might not be enough to be traded for a standard magazine of bullets. Even if they gritted their teeth and did not purchase any magical equipment or energy, there was at least one indispensable thing that they had to buy from the towns up above, which was the freshly compressed air as well as the components to repair the air circulation and filtering system. In the towns tens of thousands of meters below the ground, despite the most enormous and effective ventilation system to introduce the fresh air from the surface of the planet all the time, it was still very suffocating and depressing, filled with all kinds of lethal gases. If the wastes exhaled by human beings condensed too much, everybody was likely to be choked too. Therefore, the underground residents could abandon all magical equipment, including the illumination rune arrays above their heads, to become ghosts in the darkness, but they could never abandon the air circulation and filtering system. Once the air circulation and filtering system broke down, they also needed to release highly compressed fresh air in time to buy themselves the precious time for maintenance. A lack of air was even scarier than a lack of sunlight. It would really be a catastrophe. It was exactly what the residents of the 4-digit towns took advantage of. They pegged the relevant components and the compressed air at an extremely high price, and dozens of rockworms could only be exchanged for a tiny can of compressed air. Therefore, what the residents of the 10,084th area farmed and herded every day was not just what they wore and ate, but also the air that they could not live without for 1 minute. The residents of the 10,084th district do not have the concept of working during the day and sleeping at night. They haven't seen sunlight for 10,000 years. So, they work incessantly in 3 shifts every day. Li Jialing said with mixed feelings. Very early every day, they have to get up and fertilize the underground plants, mosses, and mushrooms. The underground world is not home to those plants. They are rather vulnerable despite their genetic modifications and require the feces of the rock worms mixed with pulverized minerals as fertilizers and growth tonics. One moment of carelessness, and they will wither on a large scale, which will be a great catastrophe for the entire town. After the vines, mosses, and mushrooms are all grown, they will have to risk their lives to climb the stone walls and enter the crevices to collect the plants, before they ship the plants to the caves and grind them for the rockworms. While the rockworms are eating, they have to work hard to massage the rockworms. The skin of the rockworms is extremely rough, and you can't be too soft when you massage them and have to use all your strength in order to warm up their bodies. The people here have to be busy for more than 10 hours without a single second of rest. All of them are exhausted. After years of hard work, a rockworm will finally mature and be ready to be sold. But when they carry hundreds of rockworms to the 4-digit towns thousands of meters higher, they can only get a few pieces of magical equipment and cans of highly compressed air that are absolutely worthless on the surface of the planet. Leaving aside the problem of not having enough food, due to the serious lack of fresh air, the residents here dare not even be too excited, because crying, laughing, and playing will all intensify the consumption of oxygen and waste the fresh air of the town for no good reason. As time goes by, they all become as taciturn and gloomy as you can see right now. Only the carefree kids who are unaware of the preciousness of the fresh air will laugh without concerns and consume the oxygen that is more valuable than crystals to their heart's content. Life without accidents and in peace is already extremely miserable, but if the wildlings or the demon beasts deeper below the ground invades, if the entire town collapses because of an earthquake, or if the magma springs out burning everybody into ashes, they will have no life at all. Those national disasters are swords hanging by a thread over their heads and may fall in the next second, bringing them eternal, ubiquitous pressure. Apart from natural disasters, there are human disasters, which are the accidental discoveries of mother lodes or ancient relics. Discovery of mother lodes and ancient relics is supposed to be a good thing, but the residents here are simply too weak, and their throats are choked by the upper towns with the supply of oxygen. They do not have the ability to protect themselves at all. Should mother lodes or relics really be found, it is possible that the malevolent, voracious bandits in the upper towns or the immortal cultivators on the surface of the planet will be attracted. By then, in better cases, they will be captured as slaves and cannon fodder to explore the relics. In worse cases, they will not even have the chance to be slaves and cannon fodder but will either be banished into deeper parts, ending up as wildlings or simply annihilated once and for all. The immortal cultivators have a lot of healthier and well-trained slaves that can replace them. While such tragedies have never happened to the 10,084th district so far, it is certainly not rare for other five-digit towns. When one town discovers a valuable mother lode or relic, it will always mean the arrival of their doom. As time goes by, most of the five-digit towns have learned the lessons. They just raise fungi and rock worms in their own territory dutifully while strictly forbidding the residents from explorations and adventures. Whoever finds a new mother lode or relic, or even only something similar to that, will often be killed mercilessly to keep their secrets in the darkness. Brother Yao, from the Star Ocean Republic to the Imperium of true human beings, no matter how politics and society changed on the surface of the planet, this has always been the life that the locals of the underground world have been living. If they had indeed retained intense emotions, the emotions must have been condensed into one thing: pain. If they do have desires, their only desire is to survive and continue the hopeless life. Brother Yao, you said that I was deceived by Sister Long. I considered it carefully, and I don't think Sister Long's approaches that border on brainwashing are correct. I can only say that, if a lot of residents of the underground world voluntarily accept Sister Long's brainwashing, I find them very understandable because what they washed is only the pain that can never be resolved and the desperation that will never subside. Lost for words, Li Yao was deep in thought. Li Jialing seemed to be venting all his ideas in the past 10 days, if not years. He went on, Brother Yao, I was told that in the Star Ocean Republic 1,000 years ago, there was a humanitarian idea that believed that, when someone was caught in the pain that they could never get rid of due to terminal diseases, they had the right to end their own lives. It was known as euthanasia. In the Imperium of true human beings, the immortal cultivators are also encouraged to sacrifice for the pride and dignity of the immortal cultivators when they can no longer contribute to the civilization of mankind so that their resources can be saved for somebody else. When I received Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan's excruciating procedures, I thought of suicide more than once. For me at that time, death was not a pain but a relief. The most precious thing for a person is life. If we all agree that one is entitled to give up his life when faced with irresistible and unbearable pain, then, is it not an option to volunteer to abandon parts of feelings, desires, and free will? Is it really unethical, unacceptable, and even totally not understandable? They're two different things. Thinking for a long time, Li Yao finally said slowly, I admit that you and me, as individuals, have the right to end our lives when we are bearing irresolvable agony, which is indeed in the spirit of humanitarianism. However, it is one thing for an individual to end his own life, but it is a whole other thing that the highest authority above everybody terminates everybody's life on a large scale for them. Individuals may waver, surrender, and give up in front of pain, but any responsible authority should not solve a problem by massive euthanasia. Such an approach is not solving the problem at all, but the people who are having a problem. To put it more simply, faced with the shortage of resources, Long Yangjun or the highest authorities of the Covenant Alliance demand the individuals to repress their feelings and desires as much as possible in order to reduce the resource consumption. Is it any different from asking people to go on a diet when there is a famine? If there is not enough food, just grow more crops. No matter how hard you are dieting, you still need to have food. No matter how hard the 3 fundamental laws seal everyone, human beings are only the wisest of all creatures because of their feelings and desires. Therefore, I can never agree with Long Yangjun or the Covenant Alliance's solution to resource shortage. Their plan is simply too untechnical, irresponsible, and will never solve the root of the problems. Even if the locals here do erase all their feelings and desires, they still need to have food and breathe fresh air, even if the amount they need is less. Then, what's the point even though the inevitable doom is slightly put off? Of course, what you said just now is not entirely unreasonable. The tip of the iceberg that Long Yangjun showed me has already made me understand why so many people are willing to be branded with the 3 fundamental laws. Then, let's just keep on watching. We've seen enough of the 10,084th district. Where are Long Yangjun's specific coordinates? Let's go and find her. Li Jialing inserted a special chip to Li Yao's wrist crystal processor, claiming that it would connect Li Yao's and Long Yangjun's crystal processors. Long Yangjun had gone to the deeper parts to mediate in the war among the wildlings and to disseminate her ideas of serenity. Naturally, her traces were unpredictable, and only the chip could tell exactly where she was. Li Yao suddenly thought of something else. He asked Li Jialing in curiosity if there were still massive wars in the underground worlds. Li Jialing nodded his head and said yes. In general, the organized towns with civilizational systems barely had massive wars, mostly because the fresh air in the underground worlds was too valuable. Even during the heavy labor where everybody sweated hard, they were often very careful and did not dare to breathe hard even if their lips were blue and they were almost suffocating themselves. War, on the other hand, consumed oxygen more than anything else. A napalm bomb that could not carry much damage on the surface of the planet was enough to drain the oxygen in a few tunnels and caves. It was needless to say the upgraded temperature and pressure bombs. Therefore, once 2 5-digit towns were engaged in a war, it would often be a tragedy where nobody was a winner. Neither of them would earn anything from the war. However, that did not mean that human beings could completely abandon their nature and stop brutalizing each other. In the cases of extreme disasters, say the whole town was collapsed by an earthquake, the magma destroyed all the plantations of mosses, vines, and fungi, or an unexpected plague resulted in the death of all the earthworms. The survivors would have no choices at all except to team up and declare war on the neighboring towns like lunatics. Such attacks that were launched in a haste would mostly end in brutal failures. When the losers had nowhere to retreat, they could only risk entering deeper parts of the underground world, exploring the areas of darkness and death that were not even numbered yet. 99% of them would end up as dinners for the wildlings and demon beasts. The 1% lucky dogs of them would soon forget who they were. Their wisdom was gone before they became the new generation wildlings. Of course, most of the so-called wildlings were the humans who escaped to the underground world in the Great Dark Age when they could not withstand the tyranny of the demons anymore, as well as the demons who escaped here in exactly the same way when the reign of demons collapsed. That was because the environment on the border of the crust and the mantle was terribly harsh. Not only was the breathable oxygen lethal here, but the temperature was also ridiculously high. Normal human beings could not get used to the wilderness that did not have an air circulation system or cooling rune arrays, and they would be gone soon after they entered the rough country. Demons, as well as the humans governed by demons in the Great Dark Age, however, boasted their unique advantages. Li Yao now knew that the so-called demons and human beings were essentially the same thing, and the 30,000 years of the Great Dark Age were in fact still the cruel oppression and tyranny of humans over humans. However, that was the age when the biochemical technologies were highly developed. The studies on how to release the power of genes had reached the peak. In order to excavate the underground mother lodes and to make use of the geothermal energy, many humans were forced to accept genetic modifications, which turned them into demons that required little oxygen and could endure droughts and heat remarkably. Even their forms were changed into bizarre-looking, gigantic reptiles. The offspring of the human beings whose genes had been modified had a much higher chance of mutation than ordinary human beings did because the gene locks inside their bodies had been ripped off. After generations of such humans, or demons, escaping to the underground worlds, their progeny further mutated because of the harshness of the environment, consuming less and less oxygen and becoming more and more resistant to drought and high temperature. Some of the variations even grew a layer of dense plants on their skin. The plants would absorb carbon dioxide and exhale oxygen, and demons would absorb the oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. It was a rather amazing collaboration. At first look, those demons were like plants that could walk and talk, but actually, they were still just poor folks who were forced to immigrate to such a rough environment. Therefore, the humans in the 10,084th district, who only descended to the underground worlds during the Star Ocean Imperium, could barely get accustomed to life in the deeper parts without shelter and a civilization. However, for the humans and demons who were born in the Great Dark Age, a tiny part of their offspring could still live inside the darkness as wildlings. Besides wildlings, there were also other animals and plants. The demon emperors and demon gods in the Great Dark Age, as well as all the civilizations of cultivators from the Star Ocean Imperium, had tried to colonize the underground world without an exception. Apart from establishing shelters and bases below the ground on a large scale, they had also raised countless kinds of creatures that were used to the poorness of oxygen, darkness, and high heat below the ground by means of genetic modifications and radiation mutations. They intended to copy the entire ecological system on the ground. In such a way, the living space for everyone would be expanded by 100 times. However, 99% of the experiments on underground creatures failed. The animals and plants that they produced could only be used in the artificial environment in the shelter and the base at best. They were all abnormal species that could only live their entire lives in a comfortable laboratory like the rockworms. However, after a lot of shelters and underground towns were destroyed in earthquakes and magma eruptions, 1% of the experimental creatures escaped and survived the difficulties with luck, turning into wild animals and wild plants again. The wild animals were to the rockworms what boars were to pigs, or what wolves were to dogs. Li Jialing told Li Yao that while the wildlings and the animals were aggressive, they would not attack the organized towns such as the 10,084th district without a good reason, because while the shelter system in such places had collapsed, some of the defense rune arrays might still be working. Besides, people here had traded abundant rockworms with the residents of upper levels for a lot of tough attack magical equipment. If the wildlings were not attacking with all their strength, it would be barely possible for them to swallow a town. Besides, there were conflicts among the wildlings, too. They were divided into different clans and tribes, and their hatred could even be dated back to 10,000 years ago. In most of the cases, it was the wildlings who were fighting the wildlings, and they barely touched the residents of the 10,084th district. Li Yao asked Li Jialing why the wildlings hated each other. Li Jialing replied that, according to their origins and the time they entered the underground world, the wildlings had gradually evolved into different tribes. The wildlings of this tribe were the oppressed humans who came here during the 30,000 years of the Great Dark Age, while the wildlings of that tribe were the demon nobles who were forced to flee here during the rise of the Star Ocean Imperium. Wouldn't such two tribes be mired in a natural vendetta against each other? While the two tribes were engaged in a fierce war, the Star Ocean Imperium on the surface of the planet collapsed again, and a bunch of people who had just accepted the ideas of the cultivators escaped to the underground world too. Although most of them stayed in the shelters, some of them did intend to stir trouble by making use of the strength of the wildlings. As a result, more fuel was poured on the fire, and the incessant war in the darkness got more and more chaotic and cruel. Although most of the brilliance of civilization had dimmed in their heads as time went by, the memory of hatred had been passed on generations after generations. Today, even those wildling tribes did not know why they were fighting the hostile tribes. It was now just a natural instinct that had been engraved on their gene strands. Li Jialing told Li Yao that there were 3 wildling tribes in the areas of death near the 10,084th district, respectively known as Black Armors, Night Wings, and Red Rings. The Black Armors, as their name suggested, boasted an extremely solid black shell. Not only did the shell possess a high defense ability, but more importantly, it could also store the high temperature below the ground like a special solar panel and transform the heat into part of the energy that was vital for their survival, thus significantly reducing the Black Armor's demand on food. So, they could be spared from the unnecessary hunting as much as possible, and their survival abilities were greatly increased. The Night Wings, on the other hand, boasted a pair of broad membrane wings. In the underground world that was full of narrow, rugged caves, the membrane wings were naturally not for flying or gliding. Instead, they could envelop the night wings completely into cold, giant cocoons. On one hand, they could prevent the heat and the water inside the body from losing. On the other hand, they could also stop other underground predators from noticing the night wings through infrared senses. Many residents of the 10,084th district believed that after the night wings covered themselves with the membrane wings, they would turn into cold stalagmites and enter the special hibernation state where they did not need to take in anything for years. Naturally, that was an exaggeration of their abilities, but the night wings were certainly adept at survival. The red rings, in the meantime, were the most terrifying predators of the area. The black armors and the night wings' naturally endowed techniques focused more on defense, but the genetic mutations of the red rings were more inclined to attacks. They had a pair of red eyes that were extremely sensitive to infrared rays. They also gained an organ that could detect ultrasonic waves like bats. The two abilities allowed them to perceive everything around them clearly in the depths of the darkness where there was absolutely no light. With their powerful hunting abilities, the red rings had been crushing the night wings for thousands of years. Even the membranes of the night wings were likely to have been grown to avoid the detection of the red rings. It was not until the black armors moved here from somewhere else and resisted the red rings with the night wings that the war of the wildling tribes came to a balance again. That, of course, was only the roughest theory. Outsiders were neither aware of nor interested in the specific details. However, the earthquakes near the 10,084th district were more and more frequent and seemed to have destroyed the habitats of a lot of wild animals and plants. Those animals and plants were the targets of hunting and collections for the wildling tribes. Having lost most of the sources of food, the tension among the wildling tribes immediately escalated. If the tension was not resolved in time, there would only be two possibilities. Optimally speaking, the black armors, the night wings, and the red rings would be killed by each other in a fierce battle and go extinct. But it was also possible that, when the three tribes were all short of food, they would temporarily hold back the grudge deep inside their genes and attack the nearest 10,084th district together. After all, the oinks of thousands of fat rockworms could spread to deeper parts of the world along the gaps. It was exactly under such a background that Long Yangjun went to the areas where the three wildling tribes were active. A lot of Nepenthe believers went with her. Apart from the believers of the 10,084th district, many of them were from the four-digit towns or higher places. According to the principle of Nepenthe, all humans were brothers and sisters and worth saving no matter where they lived. Frowning, Liao decided to enter the wildling tribes and trace Long Yangjun after hearing Li Jialing's introduction. When they passed the giant tree at the center of the 10,084th district, he suddenly changed his mind. "Wait a moment," Liao said. "Tell me where the core units of the air circulation system and the cooling arrays of the 10,084th district are." As Liao had expected, the core units of the air circulation system and the cooling arrays were right below the giant tree, or the mainframe crystal processor. The two things were both critical for the locals. Once they broke down, the locals would either be choked due to the lack of oxygen or be killed by the high temperature. However, perhaps because of their fear for immortal cultivators, or because of their absolute trust for the Serenity Seraph, believing that the Serenity Seraph's honorable guests would not hurt them, none of them had the courage to stop them from investigating but simply observed from far away. There was still confusion, doubts, and anxiety on the young people's faces, but the adults and the seniors had nothing but the usual tranquility and silence. The air filtering and circulation magical equipment was a piece of fundamental tool for space voyages and could be found on every starship. Besides, as the Prince of Ventilation Tubes, Liao had profound studies on ventilation tubes and air circulation systems of various forms and structures. Naturally, it was impossible for him to make any mistake. Removing the shell of the unit smoothly, Liao became grave when he saw the carbon dioxide sieve, the cartridge, and the oxygen generator inside. There were very mature and reliable technologies on the production of air circulation devices and cartridges. Even in the Great Dark Age tens of thousands of years ago, people had been roaming in space on the starships that boasted air circulation magical equipment. No matter how technologies declined in the 10,000 years of warfare, this most fundamental technology was never lost. Even the Star Glory Federation at the edge of the cosmos had developed it to such a high level that the gigantic air circulation system in the space fortresses could provide fresh air for millions of people at the same time. The technologies of the Imperium of true human beings were at least decades more advanced than those of the Star Glory Federation. They certainly had more knowledge about air circulation too. Li Yao had received tremendous files about the starships of the Imperium in Li Linghai's deep-sea palace. He had profound studies on the air circulation systems of the starships. Even the heavy starships more than 10 kilometers long produced hundreds of years ago had never met any technical difficulties in terms of air cleaning, filtering, and recycling. With a tiny bit of highly compressed catalyst, the wastes could be transformed into fresh air incessantly before the sieves in the molecular level filtered the toxins in it. Even when there was a huge fire on a starship yielding intense poisonous smoke, the battle performance of the entire starship would not be affected at all. The air circulation devices adopted in the underground world were slightly different from their counterparts on the starships. The requirement on airtightness was lower, but the requirements on anti-heat and anti-vibration abilities were much higher. But that was not a big problem either. Li Yao himself knew quite a few special porcelains that could significantly improve the performance in anti-heat and anti-vibration as long as they were sprayed on the surface of the components. It was not complicated, and the cost was certainly not high. However, in the core units of the air circulation magical equipment of the 10,084th district, all the cleaning chips and exchange units were rusted and deformed. The rune arrays on the surface and inside were all as twisted as the scribble of naughty kids. Absolutely no anti-heat measures were taken. Because of the continual work day and night and the lack of a decent cooling system, the temperatures inside the units were so high that one would leave a dent on them by jabbing at them softly with a finger. Crude did not even begin to describe such components. They were far behind the current age. Even the assembly lines 500 or 800 years ago wouldn't have produced such lousy products. God knew which unqualified factory crafted them. Something would be terribly wrong if the air in the town could be fresh when such unworthy components were used. That explained why Li Yao had been smelling dirt and rust the whole time while he was here. Li Yao was infuriated and even disgusted. For a master of refining like him, to watch such shiny components was almost sullying his eyes and his mind. Holding back his fury, he stood straight and shouted at the locals outside. Who purchased those components? Who installed them? And from whom did you buy them? You've been tricked. Li Yao's exclamations echoed in the giant cave and crashed into pieces on the stalactites and stalagmites, only to be greeted by silence. The locals who were hiding behind the spikes and the fungi and observing them in secret all quickly retreated their heads like shocked snakes. It's useless, Brother Yao, stop shouting. Except for the few designated talents trained by Sister Long, nobody will talk to us. Li Jialing explained. The locals thought of us as the immortal cultivators, or at least people who come from the surface of the planet. For hundreds of years, the immortal cultivators from the surface of the planet have never brought anything for the locals except slavery, destruction, and catastrophes. In the past, wherever the immortal cultivators showed up, it often meant that precious mother lodes and relics had been discovered in the area, and it also meant that the villages nearby would suffer a disaster. As time went by, the dread for the people from the ground has been deeply branded into the flesh and bones of the underground locals, whose only way of resistance is silence. There are too many lessons for that. When the immortal cultivators heard that new mother lodes and relics were discovered below the ground, they came here pretending to be kind and friendly, even offering resources that the locals were in dire need of in the name of His Majesty or the major sects. But they were simply trying to elicit information concerning the mother lodes and the relics from the underground locals. After the information was retrieved and the coordinates and reserve were figured out, the immortal cultivators would immediately change their attitudes. The whole village would be destroyed, and the villagers would either be annihilated on the spot or enslaved until they died. Such things happened hundreds of times before and cannot be entirely kept a secret. As time goes by, all the locals know that talking to the people from the ground will lead to disasters, and that they have to remain silent and keep a distance from the strangers. Li Yao frowned. Aren't we the honorable guests of that Serenity Seraph? It is exactly because we are Sister Long's honorable guests that they are bold enough to watch us, and a maid can slightly talk to us. Li Jialing said. Otherwise, when the people from the ground like us came here, chances were that all of them would have hidden themselves in the caves, shuddering in fear together with the rock worms. Li Yao sighed and looked through the fog again. His eyes even pierced through the cold and hard shell of the underground locals, almost allowing him to feel the panic, anxiety, confusion, and even a tiny bit of expectation under the nonchalant appearance. Li Jialing continued. In fact, you don't even need to ask them such a simple question. The answer is obvious if you think about it. If the components sold to them are not so lousy that the facilities break down on a daily basis and can be used steadily for a long time, then there will be no problems for the supply of oxygen at all, will there? If the oxygen supply does not have any problem, and there are sufficient rockworms, this place will be totally able to feed itself. Then, how can the 3-digit and 4-digit towns up above control the 5-digit towns such as the 10,084th district? And how can they get dozens of rockworms by paying a tiny can of compressed air? Slightly dazed, Li Yao gradually became cold. Li Jialing said with a bitter smile. After living half a year of a carefree life with the help of the omnipotent brother Yao, I seem to have returned to the days when I had to activate my brain cells to the maximum to deal with Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan in the past in order to see everything clearly. This is really uncomfortable. Li Yao stopped talking but fell on one of his knees before the air circulation magical equipment. With his eyes half narrowed, he listed the materials inside his cosmos rings and drafted the plans of maintenance in his head. Maintaining a piece of air circulation magical equipment was really nothing for an expert like him who could even repair a colossus. However, Li Yao considered the plan for 5 minutes and polished the whole plan in the most cautious and careful attitude. Then, he cleaned and wetted all the components with his best for an entire hour. The garbage that was too crappy to be used was simply thrown away and replaced by the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he tricked from Li Linghai. By using his soul that was still extremely feeble, he reorganized the entire circulation and cleaning system with the micro-engraving techniques in the molecular level. As for the catalysts to transform carbon dioxide into oxygen, he did not have any of them in his cosmos rings. Thankfully, it was not complicated to mix them. Without even frowning, Li Yao combined a bucket of them with a few kinds of invaluable cooling liquids and combustion improvers. Considering the consumption rate of all the residents of the 10,084th district and the rockworms, it should suffice for the next couple of years. Nailed it! Li Yao smiled at the renewed, glittering components and then closed the cover of the core units. Then he adjusted the activation rune arrays nearby. Immediately, a wave of cool and fresh air spurted out of the roots and branches of the giant tree, which spread out to the entire tire. It was as refreshing as a drizzle on a hot summer afternoon. Many locals had been snooping on what Li Yao was doing from far away carefully. They did not dare to stop him, and they did not know what he was doing exactly until this moment. Almost finding it impossible to believe what their eyes and their skin had sensed, they were all utterly dumbfounded. It had been for a long time, perhaps thousands of years since the ancestors of their ancestors, that they had forgotten the feeling of ecstasy. The darkness and destitution of reality even forced them to accept Long Yangjuan's kindness, abandoning their feelings that had nothing but pain and desperation. But right now, their brains that had been sealed for a long time were suddenly rippling. Rigid, twisted, and weird expressions appeared on their faces, where sunny flowers were gradually blossoming regardless of their ages and genders. They were all staggering and dancing as if they were drunk. Dear folks, I have just repaired your air circulation system. The oxygen percentage in the air is gradually restoring to normal, and the toxins in the air have been filtered. You have been used to a low oxygen intensity for a long time, and you will encounter a phenomenon called oxygen intoxication after the sudden increase of oxygen intensity. But it will not harm you at all and will only make you smarter and stronger. There is no need to be anxious. Li Yao stood straight again. Not caring if the locals were following him, or if they would believe him even if they understood what he was talking about, he simply went on and announced, "It has occurred to me that the general cooling system of this town has a lot of hidden problems too. I will help you fix the problems after I return from the deeper parts. Then, I will compile all the maintenance procedures into an operation manual for you so that you will be able to maintain them in the future on your own. Trust me, it is not complicated at all. However, for safety reasons, you'd better elect 2 representatives who are smartest and deftest. By then, I will teach them hand by hand, and they can teach the rest of you. Then, you will no longer need to trade the rock worms that you've raised through all the trouble for the insignificant compressed air, and you will not be exploited by the upper levels anymore. Li Yao's deafening voice echoed in the town for a long time, almost ripping apart the mist that surrounded all the locals. Dwelling in the amazing oxygen intoxication state, the locals felt unprecedented vigor despite their dizziness. Even the tranquil faces of the old were spreading out the redness of excitement. Although nobody had the courage to say anything back to Li Yao, the eyes of many of them were apparently much more emotional, and they were not as docile and lifeless as a moment ago. Let's go! Finishing what he did, Li Yao patted his hands and grinned at Li Jialing. Now, we may set off and find Long Yongjun. Frowning, Li Jialing looked at the people around who had subtle changes and then at the air circulation magical equipment that Li Yao had just repaired. He said thoughtfully, "Even if you can temporarily fix the air circulation magical equipment, Brother Yao, so what? The catalyst that you left will run out sooner or later, the cartridges will eventually be dusted and stained, and all the chips and rune arrays will be worn out one piece after another. Eventually, the magical equipment will be damaged again, and the oxygen percentage that you just raised will drop. This place will become suffocating and stinky just like before. You can only save them for the time being, but you can't save them forever. Even if you can save the 10,084th district forever, there are still thousands of sunless towns like the 10,084th district deep below the ground of the capital, and there are probably millions of more miserable towns and villages in the hundreds of sectors under the control of the Imperium. Even if you can save one of them, it is impossible for you to save them all. Then, what's the point?" Li Yao slowly retrieved all the maintenance tools into his cosmos rings before he slapped his forehead and said, "That's very reasonable. I can save them for the time being, but I can't save them forever. I can save one of them, but I can't save them all. So, everything I did is utterly meaningless. But in such a case, I have a minor question for you." Slightly dazed, Li Jialing asked, "What is it, Brother Yao? You know that hundreds of thousands of people must be receiving excruciating refinements and experiments in laboratories, prisons, and dungeons exactly at this moment, right? It seems unlikely for me to rescue all of them. Then why did I rescue you from Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan at great risks? If it were utterly meaningless, I could have hidden in a corner, bulged my eyes, and blown whistles while I watched Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan rub and knead you into a real slaughter machine. Wouldn't that have been great?" Li Jialing's golden face was immediately frozen, unable to say anything for a long time. "Answer me, do you really think that it was meaningless that I saved you? After all, I saved you, but I couldn't save everybody else." Staring at Li Jialing in the eyes, Li Yao said, "If you really think so, I have 10,000 ways for you to relive the sufferings of the past. I'll respect you as a good man if you agree to that. But if you have accepted my help gladly, only to feel that me helping other people is utterly meaningless, how can you justify yourself? Because you are more handsome and more worthwhile to be saved. And the despicable people here are not as great as you." Li Jialing was rendered speechless and blushed. But thanks to the clusters of golden fur on his face, it was barely possible to tell his embarrassment. Li Yao curled his middle finger and his index finger and knocked Li Jialing's forehead, causing a huge noise. "Wow, it hurts." Not expecting that Li Yao would attack him abruptly, Li Jialing covered his head and jumped to his feet. "Damn right it hurts," Li Yao said. "Why are you playing sophisticated as if you have seen through the darkness of humanity and the cruelty of society when you are at such a young age? For a young man like you should be more sunny, hot-blooded, and recalcitrant. If you really want to see through everything, you can wait until you are 200 years ago. Right now, your wings haven't grown tough yet, and you'd better watch and learn after Brother Yao. Furthermore, saving them for the time being and saving them forever, saving one of them and saving them all, these are not in contradiction at all. A journey of 1,000 kilometers has to begin with a most insignificant first step. Doesn't it? Come on, widen your eyes. No, that's not wide enough. Keep bulging them until your eyeballs are jumping out. Yes, that's right. Keep it. Now, use your egg-like eyes to look at Brother Yao's solemn face. And tell me if I am joking. Do you think that I was teasing you when I said that I was going to save the world? Let me tell you again. Brother Yao is best known for his truthfulness. I never tell any lies. I will save them both for the time being and forever, and I will save one of them and all of them. Li Jialing was completely overwhelmed by Li Yao's dominance. For a moment, he had forgotten Long Yangjuan's words about Li Yao's brain disability due to wounds. In a trance, he seemed to see Li Yao's magnificent performance when he challenged Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng with one crystal suit and one colossus in Manjusaka. The city in the sky again. Brother Yao, Li Jialing felt that Li Yao's heavily wounded soul was expanding into a giant that was ripping apart the crust almost 10,000 meters deep, letting the sunlight on the surface of the planet into the place. In comparison, his own soul was as insignificant as a grain of dust. The young man considered it for a long time and hesitated before he said, "However, what exactly are you going to do, Brother Yao? You are not helping them repair the air circulation magical equipment one town after another, are you? Of course, that's impossible. The efficiency will be too low," Li Yao said carefully. "The source of all the problems is the dark, corrupted system of the Imperium of true human beings. Whatever scheme your mother and Wu Yingqi have, they are at least right about one thing. The Imperium today has been corrupted to the point that a world-shifting reform is necessary. Without a reform, everybody from top to bottom will be suffocated in the stinky and dirty air, while the oxygen percentage drops exactly like the locals of this place. However, there are different approaches for reforms. I have my own ways, which are entirely different from Li Linghai and Wu Yingqi's, and absolutely incompatible with Long Yangjuan's." Li Jialing sighed and said, "After spending time with you for such a long time, I have finally discovered that no matter how casual Brother Yao appears, you are always an unwavering cultivator deep down your bones. Even the flames of 10,000 stars cannot burn your beliefs. About the path of the cultivators. Truth be told, Brother Yao, I've been considering the differences in the paths recently. The path of the cultivators, the true path of immortality, and the path of ultimate benevolence, which represses feelings and desires to reduce resource consumption and maintain the harmony of the universe. To be honest, the future lying in front of the path of the cultivators is indeed beautiful. Who doesn't want to live in a world which is peaceful, open, prosperous, and where everybody helps each other kindly? It is a pity that resources are limited and humans are born evil. So, it is most difficult of all to transform the ideas of the cultivators into reality. I'm afraid that it will only be a dream however hard you work." Li Yao nodded his head and said, "I admit that, compared to the true path of immortality which takes advantage of the weaknesses of humanity, and the path of ultimate benevolence that completely abandons humanity, it is indeed most difficult to carry out the philosophies of the cultivators and build a harmonious, beautiful world. However, that is not the reason why we shouldn't work on it. Let me give you an example that young people of your age can understand. Let's say that you are studying in a school where there are more boys than girls, and there is a cheerleader in your class who can be rated 10 in every aspect. Not only is she uncriticizable in look, body figure, charm, and whatever, but she is also good at cooking, sewing, and other home skills. Furthermore, she is kind-hearted and helps a grandma to cross the street every day. Most importantly of all, her interests and hobbies are exactly what you like too. Whenever the two of you start talking, you can never stop. All in all, she is a goddess of goddesses. Naturally, such a girl certainly has a bunch of pursuers, and it is terribly difficult to get her. Several brawny men surround her like sharks every day and glare at whoever approaches her. Then let me ask you, as a passionate, ambitious young man, should you just abandon her and pursue another girl that you don't really like because it is too difficult to pursue the cheerleader?" Li Jialing slowly bulged his eyes and thought for a long time. Then he shook his head. "I don't think so." "What do you mean by I don't think so? Be specific." Li Yao frowned and said, "If you pursue a girl that you are actually not satisfied with and don't even like, just because the odds of winning the love of the cheerleader is too difficult, isn't such an action cowardly and shameless?" "It truly is." Li Jialing nodded his head heavily. On the other hand, Li Yao carefully guided him. "If you are truly going to be a shameless coward, shouldn't you at least try your best to pursue her first and wait until you are cruelly refused by her or beaten up by her brawny bodyguards before you pursue somebody else? What if she is blind and just like your tiger, no lion appearance? What if those brawn bodyguards are actually her brothers who are testing her pursuers for her? What if no one else has the courage to pursue her, and she has hungered for a long time? In that case, wouldn't you suffer a heavy loss if you don't even dare to try?" Li Jialing was greatly enlightened, but then he was confused again. "Brother Yao, you do have a point, but what are you trying to say exactly?" "It's very simple. The cheerleader is exactly the path of the cultivators." Li Yao said, "Although I am your brother, I'm not forcing you to embark on the path of the cultivators at all. However, if you feel that the world depicted by the cultivators is beautiful albeit it is difficult to put the ideas into practice, it is all the more reason why you should work on it so that you wouldn't waste your youth. If it doesn't work out when you have burned up your hot blood, you can always shift to a different rail." In the early years of the Imperium of true human beings, too many cultivators were transformed into immortal cultivators. If you are defeated by the dark reality in the end after trying your best, and you become an immortal cultivator again because you do not have an option, you will not regret it, and Brother Yao will not berate you either. But if you run back like a coward without even having the courage to pursue the cheerleader, don't blame Brother Yao for criticizing you. Doesn't it make perfect sense? Complicated expressions popped up on Li Jialing's face as he mumbled, "It does make sense, but why do I feel that what Brother Yao said made sense, what Sister Long said made sense, and even what Black Star the Great said made sense too? You are all right. I am completely confused. That's why I said that you are still too immature and need more personal experiences." Li Yao said, "Besides, in many cases, if you are merely talking, even the most bizarre reasons can be decorated flawlessly, but what actually matters is what you do and how you put them into practice. I admit that the situation at the center of the cosmos is chaotic, and that the ideas of the cultivators look rather obsolete. But it is exactly because of the chaotic situation and the balance of Black Star the Great, the Four Kurfürsten, and the Covenant Alliance that we can take the opportunity and rise. If it were 500 years ago when the Imperium of true human beings was still relatively united and steady, we would be really hopeless. Therefore, give some credit to Brother Yao and the path of the cultivators. Trust me, I am best at taking advantage of chaos." Li Jialing hesitated for a long time but still nodded his head. Not giving a straight answer, he simply said, "I will remember what Brother Yao said. In any case, I am definitely not a coward." Right then, the two of them suddenly heard intermittent but rhythmed voices far away from the town. Somebody seemed to be singing a weird tune. Slightly dazed, the two of them looked at each other and listened quietly, only to realize that the young and vigorous voices were from the kids who were playing on the mainframe crystal processor a moment ago. Having never breathed such fresh air before, the children showed more intense reactions from the oxygen intoxication than the adults did. They clapped their hands and sang ancient rhymes while giggling. Perhaps the children born in the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, who were the ancestors of everyone today, might have sung exactly the same song in their momentary joy, didn't they? Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao listened for a while and remarked, "Very pleasant, isn't it?" "Yes." In a trance, Li Jialing said in a low voice, "When I was little, I spent every second in training and fighting. I never had any chance to sing any song." Li Yao said, "You will have children someday, chubby and lovely kids. Do you want them to live in a world without light and rhymes?" After a long silence, Li Jialing gradually clenched his fists and said, "Brother Yao, let's go and see what the wildlings living in the areas of darkness and death look like." After checking the assets they were to bring with them and confirming the map of the complicated tunnels and gaps, Li Yao and Li Jialing passed a long channel and opened the rusted gate of the shelter, while a few fully armed sentinels observed them, entering the wilderness. The moment they left the ancient shelter, they immediately discovered that the temperatures had risen by dozens of degrees. The air was soggy and stagnant, enshrouding them in invisible magma that might melt them into parts of the colorful rocks at any moment. There were countless tunnels outside of the shelter that led to every direction up and down. Liao touched the wall of the tunnels, finding that it was smooth, unnatural, and had traces of manual work. There were also helical whorls on it, suggesting that all the tunnels had been dug by enormous excavators and shield tunneling machines a long time ago. Li Jialing and Liao said that when the Demon Beast Empire and the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed, countless demons and cultivators escaped to the underground world. They naturally carried a lot of large magical equipment for the underground environment, of which excavators and shield tunneling machines were certainly the key. At that time, nobody hoped to be stranded in a shelter in loneliness. All the refugees had ambitious plans, hoping to dig countless tunnels with the excavators and shield tunneling machines and connect all the shelters so that they could re-establish an enormous underground empire. Perhaps they partly succeeded at the beginning. The force made of hundreds of shelters could exchange resources and information as much as possible, thus continuing the civilization from the ground. But good days did not last. Very soon, the regime of the demons and that of the cultivators discovered each other. A bloody, incessant war immediately began. The cultivators at that time had just passed the 30,000 years of the Great Dark Age, and they still held larger-than-life hatred against demons. The demons, having just lost their country and their lineages, would never concede either. The brutality of the war must have been 100 times crueler than the battle to besiege Starlight below the ground of the Land of Sins. Deep below the surface of the planet, where there was a shortage of all resources, including sunlight and water, it was inevitable that nobody could win the war. The tunnels of demons and those of humans met and collided together. The excavators of the two parties drilled through the enemy's skulls, their tracks crushing over the enemy's bones. The gigantic shield tunneling systems with 100 discs could have dug out a bright future, but they only shattered the enemy's civilization as well as their own in the end. 10,000 years later, the civilization of the past was almost gone, and the only things left were the twisted tunnels and the abandoned shelters, as well as the dead bodies at the corners which had decayed into ashes, telling the brutality of the war in silence. Li Jialing told Liao that, because of the earthquakes and volcanic eruptions in the past 10,000 years, most of the tunnels had been twisted and deformed into dead ends. The destination of many tunnels was a forsaken shelter, in which there was nothing but bones and ashes. Anything with the slightest worth had been ransacked. Only a few of the tunnels led to the caves deeper into the ground that were barely suitable for the survival of living creatures. Those caves were mostly gigantic bases that were supposed to be supertowns accommodating the refugee civilization, but they were the habitats for the wildlings and the animals now. Long Yangjun had spent a long time in this place. She explored all the tunnels and natural cracks near the 10,084th district and drew them into a 3D map that had been imported into Li Jialing's portable crystal processor. Together with the localization chip that could report her coordinates in real time, they were not worried that they could lose their way. Those tunnels were the underground highways that connected different shelters. Naturally, they were not small at all, but at least 3 meters in diameter, broad enough for a fully armed warrior in a crystal suit to pass by. So it was not too hard to push forward. Liao and Li Jialing were both capable of a lot of techniques. Although there was no light, and the air was hot and pungent, they were still moving fast. Even though the tunnels had been torn apart by earthquakes, leaving only zigzagging, narrow gaps, they could also change the structures of their bones and muscles and squeeze through. Since the wildlings were able to move through the gaps, they couldn't have been too narrow and twisted. Soon enough, the lights of the 10,084th district completely disappeared into the darkness. They seemed to have walked into the rocks that nobody had ever entered since the primeval age. They heard absolutely nothing in the utter silence. As a result, the sounds of the organ movements inside the body and the running blood were much clearer than before. Even every breath became as deafening as thunders. This place was exactly the areas of darkness and death that were often frequented by the wildlings. The two of them released their spiritual energy and sensed the crevices carefully, discovering a lot of creatures that could only be found at such a depth below the ground. There was a creature that looked like moss but had a tiny umbrella on the head growing in the hottest areas inside the crevices. What was most bizarre was that their umbrellas would release orange brilliance during a bloom, like tiny lanterns. Li Jialing told Li Yao that the creature similar to moss was known as fire flower by the locals and could be traced back to the primeval age hundreds of thousands of years ago. They were likely to be an experimental life created by the Pangu civilization or the Nuwa civilization because natural-born creatures rarely had its bizarre characteristics. The fire flowers fed on heat. They would even join each other in clusters, forming carpets that could slither forward, while they chased after magma like herding livestock. Their body structure was naturally not strong enough for them to survive the magma without being damaged. But whenever the magma slightly cooled down and consolidated, it would immediately become their most succulent prairie. Tremendous fire flowers would enshroud the cooling magma and absorb the heat inside without leaving out a single drop. The fire flowers were at the bottom level of the underground ecological system as the food of countless insects and reptiles, supporting the entire complicated plaza of food chains. Also, by absorbing heat on a large scale, they significantly reduced the temperature of the environment, allowing the wildlings to manage to survive. More importantly, after absorbing sufficient heat, the fire flowers could also unleash abundant visible light, which was a prerequisite for the underground plants to conduct photosynthesis. Only through such an amazing reaction could the carbon dioxide be absorbed and transformed into indispensable oxygen. However the wildlings evolved, it was impossible for them to change into anaerobic lives that did not require oxygen at all. In other words, the whole underground ecological system would collapse abruptly without the fire flowers. It was said that a lot of best scholars of the Imperium of true human beings tried to figure out the mysteries of the fire flowers too. Such a simple structured and ancient-looking fungus seemed to be a transitional form between life and non-life that had been carefully refined by the primeval civilizations such as Pangu and Nuwa. The enigmas about them were too sophisticated for human beings to understand at this moment. Apart from the fire flowers, Li Yao and Li Jialing discovered a lot of other bizarre underground lives. The biodiversity reminded Li Yao of his exploration in the Silver Lake below the ground of Boneyard years ago. However, almost all the underground lives seemed to be whimsical variations of the lives from the surface of the planet but not natural creatures. It seemed that they only managed to survive in such a harsh environment thanks to the genetic modifications and the artificial interferences of the intelligent lives since the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations. The habitats of most of the underground lives were the shelters that had been collapsed, buried, and abandoned in the past tens of thousands of years. In only half a day, Li Yao and Li Jialing passed by 3 forsaken shelters or ancient relics. Ancient relics sounded like mysterious places that boasted infinite treasures that attracted the experts everywhere, like the Kunlun relic that the Star Glory Federation discovered, or the Nuwa warship deep inside the land of eternal night near the North Pole of the ancient sages sector. However, such relics that were intact because of the special sustenance system or the refrigeration in the North Pole were too hard to come by. For most of the relics, after being corroded for hundreds of thousands of years, the magical equipment and dead bodies of the slightest worth were long gone. They were either vaporized or completely melted with the rocks. There was no possibility to excavate and recover them at all. It was exactly the case for the 3 relics near the 10,084th district. The crystal processor systems, which used to boast extraordinary computational abilities, had turned into rusty, deformed shells. The rune arrays to clean the air and reduce the heat were covered by mosses and vines too. Most of the channels were blocked by collapsed rocks and spurting magma. Traces of the painful struggles of the final victims could be vaguely seen, because they had been branded on the uneven wall clearly as part of the fossils. No matter whether the masters of the relics were the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan, who controlled the universe hundreds of thousands of years ago, or the ancient cultivators who were ignorant but inherited abundant primeval treasures, or the demon nobles during the Great Dark Age, or the first modern cultivators in the Star Ocean Republic, there was no difference at all. Their glory and civilization were gone, their bodies warped. The dim light of the fire flowers passed their traces that were covered in mosses, and even the lizards and snakes slithering by in a hurry simply ignored their ashes, because there was nothing to be sucked and absorbed inside at all. However, Locating the relics meant that they were not far away from the wildlings now, because most of the wildlings were the offspring of the people who lived in the relics. Li Yao and Li Jialing both covered their telepathic thoughts with spiritual energy and spread them out like ripples. Soon, they discovered a few wildlings in the depths of the darkness. The two of them appreciated a splendid ambush. At first, it was a red ring hunting a black armor. The red rings were thinner than general humans. They were only about 1.5 meters tall, but the thick and strong muscles tied their bodies like moorings, suggesting their astonishing explosive strength. They were as agile as leopards in the underground world, both graceful and brutal. Their canine teeth that protruded like daggers allowed them to bite the skull of another human from the rear, penetrate into the eyes, and destroy the brain tissues of the target immediately. There were no other large mammals below the ground except humans. Such a teeth structure could only imply that they were used to eating their own kind. Li Yao paid special attention to the eyes of the red ring, only to discover that his pupils were crimson, concentric rings that were glittering in the darkness, just like what Li Jialing described. When they were illuminated by the fire flowers, they would be glowing even brighter, filled with the soul-stirring power. It seemed that, besides night vision, the eyes were also attached with a certain natural ability related to mental attack, like some sort of deterrence or shock. Although the ability was weak, it should be more than enough to deal with common prey. The ears of the red rings were also broad and thick, filled with a lot of wrinkles. It was said that tremendous keen sensing organs were hidden inside the wrinkles, allowing them to perceive the terrain around, as well as the breath and heartbeat of the prey, through the feedback of sound waves. With such tough weapons of searching and attacking, the red rings were the best predators in the areas of darkness and death. They were at the top of the food chain. When Li Yao sensed the red ring, he was hanging on the ceiling of a cave and crawling without a sound to a black armor who was gnawing at a lizard. Li Yao had thought that the black armors must have been huge and shallow, like turtles, but now that he had seen one with his own eyes, he realized that the black armors were also very thin and that the shells around their bodies weren't in one piece but like dense fish scales. They were more like armadillos. Except for the black shells, they hadn't grown any weapons for attack, which naturally put them in a disadvantageous situation in the competitions against the red rings. Seeing that the lone and ignorant black armor was about to be killed by the red ring, Li Yao considered if he should stop the fight of the two wildlings. But right when the red ring lunged at the black armor, something that appeared to be a stalagmite moved abruptly and threw a dark object at the red ring, knocking the predator to the ground immediately. It was exactly a night wing who was pretending to be a rock. Li Yao was greatly surprised by the Ning wing's camouflage. Although he was heavily wounded and only triggered 1/10 of his telepathic thoughts for detection, it was still quite remarkable for the night wing to have avoided his scanning. The racial talent that they had evolved below the ground was rather extraordinary. Besides, it was obviously a preset trap, where the black armor was a bait and the night wing was to attack and hunt the careless red ring. Based on the fact that they could set up such an accurate trap, it was obvious that their wisdom had not been entirely gone yet, and they were still in the category of human beings, not some sort of beasts in human skin. The dark object that the night wing threw out seemed to be an alloy composed of a piece of magical equipment with sharp edges. The red ring was made of flesh and blood and had never practiced any spiritual energy after all. Having suffered the terrible blow, he immediately fell to the ground, bleeding hard. Seeing that the black armor and the night wing were about to bite the throat of their prey, Li Yao stood up from the darkness and slightly released his spiritual energy. The underground residents were most wary of potential dangers. The black armor and the night wing did not even consider for half a second before they abandoned the prey and fled in a hurry. Li Yao did not stop them but went forward to check on the red ring. The man's head had suffered a heavy hit, and his skull collapsed deeply on his left temple. It was obvious that he was dying. Li Yao observed the red ring's body. He discovered that although the man was not wearing any clothes, there was an uneven tattoo on his chest made through the biting of beetles. The man also had a rubber band on his right arm, to which 2 sharp bone blades were attached. According to Li Jialing, the red rings had the habit of whetting their daggers with the teeth of their beloved ones. They believed that the souls of the deceased would reside in the daggers that were as sharp as the canine teeth, and such daggers would bring good luck to the living and protect their safety. It seemed that the beloved ones of this particular red ring did not bring him luck today. However, the complicated tattoo and the unique custom proved that the red rings were not ignorant beasts wearing human skins, as the immortal cultivators had slandered, but a part of mankind. Liao had accepted the bizarre-looking demons, and he certainly had no reason to reject the underground people who had retained most of the appearances of human beings. The red ring's special eyes gradually lost the dim brilliant, turning into gray rocks. His chest stopped moving too. His muscles that had been tense the whole time gradually relaxed, but his veins constricted and rigidified, making him appear in a weird posture. Liao sighed and crossed the red ring's hands on his chest, as if the man was in a sound sleep. Then he placed the body in a corner of the cave and blew off a few rocks to bury it. That was the best he could do right now. Li Jialing observed in silence from nearby and hesitated, but he did not raise his questions in the end. After burying the red ring, the two of them kept pushing forward. The caves and cracks up ahead were even more rugged and mysterious. Had it not been for the guidance of the map, the coordinates, and the giant arrowheads that Long Yongjun had painted with special fluorescent drugs, Liao and Li Jialing wouldn't have realized that there was such a winding path through the seemingly dead ends at all. Walking and crawling for another half a day, the two of them found themselves in front of a tunnel more than 30 meters in diameter. The whorls on the wall suggested that it must have been dug out by a certain piece of gigantic excavation magical equipment. The Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan must have built the tunnel hundreds of thousands of years ago. Liao observed the environment and said, "It was supposed to lead to the surface of the planet, right? However, because of the tectonic movements, the upper half of the tunnel leading to the surface of the planet was collapsed and buried, nowhere to be found again, and only the lower half was left behind. There was a vague light at the end of the tunnel. Also, the oxygen percentage and the air pressure up ahead were both different from where they were standing, to the point that they could almost feel a gentle wind. According to the localization chip, Long Yongjun's coordinates were right before them at the end of the gigantic tunnel." Liao and Li Jialing looked at each other. Now that they had come to this place, there was nothing to hesitate about anymore. If Long Yongjun had been truly malicious, she wouldn't have bothered to rescue them from Black Star the Great at all. And if she really wanted to hurt Liao, she had plenty of opportunities in the past 10 days. It was unnecessary for her to trick them to come here for an ambush. "Let's go and see what this woman is up to exactly." Liao waved his hands and strode into the tunnel. They walked into the uneven tunnel that was brimming with the fire flowers and the shimmering mosses. Now and then, when they stepped on the soft spores by accident, countless glowing, colorful dust would spread out. Such a mysterious and amazing environment seemed to be leading the two of them into an unprecedented alien world. The deeper they went, the more they could hear hums that were inaudible for the ears. Even the air, which was vaguely flowing, was filled with tiny waves and ripples, a sign that countless thoughts were colliding, entangling, and spreading. What was known as thoughts were known as information streams by the moderners. Countless information streams rolled inside every intelligent life naturally and could be released by way of brainwaves after training. General thoughts were only fuzzy, incomplete, and inaccurate information streams. For example, the thought of, "I'm going to dinner" failed to describe time, location, and food. So little information could be transferred. However, when the trainers combined thousands of thoughts with spiritual energy into a telepathic thought, they would become an amalgamation of information that had been highly restructured and compressed. The same telepathic thought of "I'm going to dinner" could entail the time, location, and even the flavors of the cuisines and be transferred to the target in a highly oriented way so that the target would actually sense the taste of the food, which, after all, was just the stimulation on nerve endings that could be simulated by the information transmission of brain cells. Right now, what was wandering in the midair was exactly a certain special information stream between thought and telepathic thought. Although not much information was contained in each wave, thousands of them were flowing from the deepest part of the tunnel incessantly, as if an ancient and mysterious ocean were rolling non-stop. The target was so clear that Long Yongjun's localization was unneeded. Liao and Li Jialing accelerated and soon passed 3 magnificent, but broken airtight gates from ancient times, reaching a splendid, boundless underground cave. Such a cave, which was as huge as a space fortress in size, was generally developed in the middle and upper parts of the crust. But this place was the border of the crust and the mantle, if not already deep into the mantle. By logic, such a huge room that was as grand as a palace couldn't have come into being naturally. The only possibility was that it was an artificial room created by an intelligent life. Also, judging from the scale, it was not a product of human beings who were only around 2 meters tall, but probably one made by the giants of the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan who were more than 10 meters tall. As he expected, when Liao focused his spiritual energy on his eyes, he saw the countless square, flawless characters on the wall, which were identical to the primeval characters he saw in the Kunlun relic, the Nuwa warship, and the Pangu's underground laboratory. Those primeval words had been engraved on the rocky wall by force with spiritual energy. Because of the abundance of spiritual energy, countless fire flowers and glowing mosses were attracted to them. As time went by, even the runes became iridescent, bringing vague light to the profound, bottomless cave. With the light, Liao narrowed his eyes and looked at the bottom of the cave, where thousands of thoughts were rolling, only to be slightly surprised. He saw a whole horde of wildlings, at least 1,000 people. It was an astonishing number in the underground world where the resources and the air were thin. Quite a few tribes must have come here. What surprised him was not just the number of the wildlings but also their races. The Red Rings, the Black Armors, and the Night Wings. The 3 tribes that should be fighting each other relentlessly in grudge were all sitting cross-legged with their hands on their knees obediently. There was nothing but tranquility and expectation on their hideous and abnormal faces as they stared at the center of the crowd piously. The 1,000 wildlings were sitting in a circle. At the center of the circle were dozens of highly rising stalagmites whose tops had been cut, turning them into stone seats and high podiums. Dozens of Nepenthe believers in gray capes were sitting cross-legged on the stone. In a certain meditation state, they were moving their heads while enchanting weird spells as they guided all the wildlings to release and receive thoughts. Surrounded by the dozens of Nepenthe believers, on the top of the highest column, Long Yangjun was in exactly the same posture. She couldn't have looked more graceful, solemn, and divine. This guy, Liao's eyelids were cramping non-stop. Had he not known Long Yangjun's true appearance a long time ago, he would have likely been fooled by her deceptive style. She was also wearing a white, flawless cape, but it seemed to be made of a certain fluorescent material and enshrouded her in an ivory halo, both making her look sacred and lofty and stopping people from seeing her face. The only things that could be seen were the astonishingly long and black hair that dangled like a waterfall and her bare feet that were as immaculate as if made of jade. What Liao found most hilarious was a glowing ring that hovered slowly half a feet above her head. After every lap, it would release gentle ripples. Liao estimated that it was some kind of magical equipment for mental attacks with the function of pacifying the soul, but it did give her a sense of mysteriousness as if she were an angel walking on earth. The sexless person indeed deserved to be a deceptive charmer from the ancient sage's sector. Her style and her vibe were truly professional. What are they doing exactly? Liao vaguely felt that what he was watching looked familiar. It was certainly not as simple as brainwashing the wildlings and removing their feelings and wild hatred. After thinking for a moment, Liao immediately bulged his eyes. He knew what it was now. What he was seeing was so similar to the scene of the riot of the captives from the Covenant Alliance in the Godly Might prison. When Liao snuck into the Godly Might prison, ready to rescue Lei Qinghu, he happened upon a riot of the captives of the Covenant Alliance. The communication among the captives was not necessarily conducted through language but done in a way similar to thought reverberation. As a result, the thousands of captives were as united as one person. Li Jialing and Li Linghai both told Liao that the Covenant Alliance boasted very special techniques. Even the ordinary people had the uncanny abilities that were similar to telepathic thought transmission, which made their unity and organization much better than the ordinary soldiers of the Imperium. It significantly made up for the Covenant Alliance's shortage of high-level warriors. Liao did not expect that Long Yangjun was capable of that. In other words, she was not just harmlessly, teaching the underground locals the ways to suppress their feelings and desires. She was also issuing certain clandestine instructions to the people who had been brainwashed through thought reverberation. Well, wait. Since Long Yongjun voluntarily invited him to come to this place, it was not exactly clandestine. But all in all, there must be something sleazy and dangerous going on. In fury, Liao focused his telepathic thoughts and slashed them on Long Yongjun's forehead on the podium. You should have been more careful with your costume. Why didn't you carry a few chicken wings on your back? The profound and mysterious hums stopped. Perhaps it was an illusion, but even the overwhelming, gleaming primeval runes on the wall dimmed a lot. The brutal, disobedient wildlings all stood up. They did not howl or look at Liao at all. Instead, they simply disappeared into the darkness without a sound, crawling into the deeper cracks. Even the dozens of Nepenthe believers in gray robes hid stealthily. Long Yongjun glanced at Liao casually. Touching her white, flawless, and glistening robe, she stepped on non-existent stairs and walked down from the top of the stone column in midair. Why bother? You could have just jumped off. Liao threw another telepathic thought over. I don't believe your legs will be broken if you jump from only dozens of meters high. Long Yongjun stared at Liao and replied coldly, Cut the crap. Follow me. Liao pondered for a moment. He had a lot of secrets that he did not want Li Jialing to know yet. Not because he did not trust the little lion, but because if Li Jialing was unfortunately captured and possessed by Wu Yingqi, all his memories would likely be absorbed by Wu Yingqi. Then, everything about the Star Glory Federation that Liao told Li Jialing right now would probably be learned by Blackstar the Great. Therefore, it would be safer to keep it a secret from Li Jialing for now. Liao asked Li Jialing to wait outside for a moment. He also gave the young man some perspection magical equipment, asking him to measure the edge and structure of the artificial cave. Then, he followed Long Yongjun to go to the deepest part of the cave. In the rocks of the deepest part of the cave, a gigantic artificial carrier had been stabbed in abruptly. However, after a long time of being melted by the high temperatures and high pressures, and because of the corrosion of minerals, it had long become a fossil and could not be compared to the Kunlun relic or the Nuwa warship. It was barely of any value to be excavated. Liao wondered why there was a huge warship deep below the ground. It was not until he observed carefully for a long time that he realized it was not a warship but an enormous excavator that could shatter rocks and build tunnels. The general structure of the vehicle was similar to the earthly dragon, adopted by Starlight in the underground world of the Martial Meritocrats sector, but, of course, significantly larger in size. It must have been the drilling machine that the giants of the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan used. At this moment, the most advanced drilling magical equipment in the old days had turned into a lifeless, collapsed palace that served as a perfect temple for the wildlings. Following Long Yongjun, Liao walked into the primeval excavator and did find a lot of giant corpses that had been highly dehydrated and fossilized. Some of them had human heads and snake bodies, some had 3 heads and 6 arms, and some had green faces and bulging tusks like fiends. It was not the first time that Liao had seen similar corpses of the primeval gods. He had seen too many of them in the Kunlun relic and the Nuwa warship and therefore was not surprised. However, he could totally imagine how panicked and astounded the underground locals were when they saw the primeval gods for the first time. Perhaps Long Yongjun used exactly those corpses to deceive them and mislead them into thinking that she was an envoy of the gods. Didn't she? Why are you not talking after you see me? You haven't figured out yet how to trick me. Looking at Long Yongjun's cold and mysterious back, Liao sniffed. You've done a better job in acting than Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu. Why have I never noticed that you have such a facet? Aren't you well aware that I have dual personalities? Long Yongjun was not infuriated but simply walked to the depths of the gigantic excavator. She said casually, Most of the time in the past, what you saw was my side that was more inclined to the Nuwa clan. But what you are seeing right now is the Pangu clan side of me. Now that I have brought you to the underground world, I will not keep anything from you. Just widen your eyes and watch this side of me carefully. Liao stopped and said solemnly in full wariness, Stop walking anymore. What's your purpose exactly? Long Yongjun said with a smile, Don't be scared. I am your lifesaver after all. Since I have rescued you from Black Star the Great's hands at great risks, and I have brought you back to my nest for careful treatment, is there any reason why I should do you harm? There is no need to be so anxious at all. To be honest, even if I want to harm you, I'll prefer to crumble your beliefs inch by inch and enjoy your furious but helpless look, rather than simply savaging you physically. The destruction of a physical body is always most crude and boring. Isn't it? Liao gnashed his teeth. I will certainly bear your favor in mind. Next time you are savaged by Black Star the Great to the point that you are almost destroyed, I will naturally come back for you too. However, just because you did me a favor does not mean your ideas are justified. You should know it more clearly than anybody else that I am a man of principles. I am a selfless, devoted, and loyal cultivator who will not waver in front of what is right and what is wrong. Is that so? Long Yongjun finally stopped and turned around, looking at Liao. A familiar smile gradually popped up on her cold and indifferent face. But I don't feel that I am crossing your lines. Then why do you have to act so aggressively, as if you are holding me responsible for something I've done? In that case, let me ask you, what were you doing just now? Were you not brainwashing the underground wildlings and eliminating their feelings and desires? Liao said confidently. Also, can you turn off the light ring above your head for now? Let's just talk nicely and throw away all the occultic sound and visual effects. If you insist on doing that, I can surround myself in dazzling electric arcs and get a head full of golden and explosive hair so that we will be communicating on equal terms. Excuse me, I forgot about it. Long Yongjun waved her hands, and the light ring hovering above her head gradually dimmed, eventually turning into a silver metal ring that was stored into her cosmos ring. She said, undisturbed, "If you are accusing me of being pretentious, I will not deny it. After all, neither the residents of the 10,084th district nor the ignorant wildlings here will trust an outsider easily. If I had not pretended to be an envoy of the gods, it would have been impossible for me to join them and make them absolutely trust me so that I can settle their wars and conflicts. Besides, by claiming that I am an envoy of the gods, I was not entirely lying, because I am a successor of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan after all. As for your accusation that I've washed off their feelings and desires, I'm afraid that you've wronged and overestimated me. Haven't Li Jialing told you that the so-called feelings and desires all depend on a material foundation? In the places where materials are abundant, communication is frequent and smooth, life security of the people is ensured, and the future of the people is promising, it will be natural that the feelings and desires of the people will blossom. Everybody will be passionate and self-expressive. They will not be implicit at all. However, in the remote mountains that are poor, secluded, and hopeless, people who are going to spend their entire lives there were born to be taciturn, nonchalant, and numb. They do not have any hope for the future, and they have few desires except for survival and reproduction. Even if they do have some feelings deep inside their hearts, they will usually hide the feelings very well. Isn't it only natural? The ecological system 10,000 meters below the ground is a relatively simple and extremely barren system. Look at the monotonous environment around you. Do you think the wildlings living here boast profuse feelings and desires require my brainwashing? How hilarious! Liao was not moved. He simply sniffed and said, "Then, what were you doing just now? Why did the wildlings of 3 different tribes, who should have been fighting each other relentlessly, sit below your feet obediently in harmony? It's true that I taught them certain tricks to repress their feelings, but my lessons were mainly about how to hold back the fury and abandon unnecessary hatred." Long Yongjun replied confidently, as if she did not feel guilty at all. After 10,000 years of bloody battles, in the areas of darkness and death, few beautiful feelings are left in the brains of the Black Armors, the Night Wings, and the Red Rings. The only thing they remember is the ineffaceable hatred. Nobody knows how the hatred originated, but they know they will not stop until 1 or 2 of the tribes are completely wiped out. When I just came to the underground world, the 3 tribes were about to summon all their people for an unprecedented bloody war. Although they did look hideous, they were a part of mankind after all and the creatures of Pangu and Nuwa. Whatever my stance was, I did not want them to die together with each other. Therefore, through what I was capable of, I helped them settle the war and saved the precious lives of 1,000 wildlings. Why, Cultivator Liao, is that in violation of your principles? Do you want me to just sit by and watch the wildlings slaughter each other until none is alive? Liao was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered, "So to speak, you did it for a noble purpose? Does it really matter what my purpose was?" Long Yangjun smiled casually. As the saying goes, you just judge people by what they do, not what they think. Whatever clandestine purposes I might have had, it was an undeniable fact that I saved the precious lives of so many wildlings, soothed the pain of the residents of the 10,084th district as well as many other zones, and even condensed them in a certain way so that they could be highly organized. Wow, I have done so many great things. I think you should be applauding me. Why are you acting as if I were a criminal? Highly organized? Right. I remember it now. Liao said, "The way you controlled the wildlings was exactly the same as how the commander of the Covenant Alliance led the common soldiers in the Godly Might prison. I'm afraid that you are not just saving the precious lives of those wildlings, but also trying to transform them into your tools, aren't you? It is not exactly control. To be more exact, I was merely communicating with the wildlings." Long Yangjun explained, "It is a very special way of communication, similar to the direct communication with brainwaves. You may call it telepathy. Theoretically speaking, every ordinary person is capable of telepathy without special training. Our brains are born with such an ability. The connections between a mother and her child, or those between twins, are all phenomena of telepathy due to the overflow of brainwaves. A man would have a very weirdly familiar feeling when he visited a place for the first time, as if he had visited the place a long time ago. In fact, it is only because he accidentally received the brainwaves of the passers-by and connected with them. However, in daily life, the heads of the ordinary people are filled with exuberant emotions and self-awareness, and they are used to transmit information via sound waves. As a result, such an ability is gradually covered. But as long as one suppresses the emotions to the minimum, trying to empty their brain, they will naturally recover the ability of telepathy under some guidance. How should I put it? It's like how the blind always has keen ears, and the intellectually disabled can sometimes come up with brilliant ideas. They are all part of the biophysical compensation effect. Therefore, I was not brainwashing the wildlings just now, but only talking to them by way of telepathy. It was no different from standing on a podium and giving a blood-boiling speech to refresh the audience. Long Yangjun had been peaceful and patient the whole time, and Liao could not vent his fury at all even though he had a lot of it. He could only ask in suspicion, "Telepathy? Is it a real thing?" "Yes," Long Yangjun said casually. "However, it is destined that you cannot master such an ability because your soul, feelings, and self-awareness are simply too intense. It is absolutely impossible for you to repress your emotions and completely clear your brain." Liao was still not entirely convinced. If there is such a convenient way of communication where everybody can talk to each other just by thinking, then why have the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and human beings develop speaking abilities? Isn't it completely redundant? You are wrong about that. The language based on the vibration of sound waves is in fact a more advanced way of communication than telepathy, which directly relies on the interaction of brainwaves. Long Yangjun said solemnly, "The biggest problems of telepathy are that it can only be used to deliver the fuzzy, general concepts and that it will make the whole group of people like-minded. When the brain waves are mixed, the speed and efficiency of communication will certainly be improved, but it is obviously very disadvantageous in the cruel competitions of nature if 10,000 people only have one idea. It will take only one foolish decision to ruin the entire community. Communicating with a language seems inefficient and underdeveloped, but it protects the brains of all the members of the group so that everybody will be an independent individual who can think entirely on their own. As a result, the community as a whole will have a myriad of different ideas, and the diversity and abundance of decisions will be ensured to the largest content. That is the most important and safest approach on the way of evolution." Liao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. When he discussed with Di Feiwen, the deputy commander of the Black Wind Fleet, about the situation of the Imperium back when he was in the Star Glory Federation before, and when he talked with Li Linghai about the development of the battle after he came to the Imperium. They had both compared the Imperium with the Covenant Alliance and explained the features of the warriors of the Covenant Alliance. With the ability of telepathy and a system of high efficiency and absolute obedience, the Covenant Alliance had been on the winning side in the war against the Imperium for 1,000 years, even though it was just a barren country based in a corner of the cosmos. But as time went by and the war fell into an impasse, the fatal flaws of the Covenant Alliance were gradually revealed, which were the rigidity, lifelessness, and lack of creativity in their society. From top to bottom, all the people of the Covenant Alliance thought exactly the same. Such a problem was even more severe in the Covenant Alliance than it was in the Imperium. After all, however decayed and corrupted the Imperium was, the major forces never lacked creativity when they plotted against each other. During the Imperium's counterattack, the Covenant Alliance's weaknesses were completely exposed, and the Imperium's army secured a gratifying triumph by taking advantage of them. Long Yongjun told Liao that there was no seemingly immaculate ability in the universe that was really immaculate and did not come with a price. It was like no ferocious beasts could unlimitedly increase their strength and speed, or they would collapse on their own. The seemingly powerful ability of telepathy was actually a lethal trap on the way of evolution. The convenient communication and the easy organization for the time being were actually traded with the independent thinking and the diversified development of the whole community. When the Pangu Civilizations Alliance rose first, it was obvious that there were more carbon-based civilizations than Pangu, Nuwa, Kwafu, Hui, etc., that were engaged in the million years of wars among them. Some of the civilizations did choose to establish their society by communicating with brainwaves. When the language civilizations encountered the telepathy civilizations, they were almost caught unprepared by the enemy's effective communication and meticulous organization, but as long as they could weather through the first attacks, the endless whimsical tactics of the language civilizations, as well as the schemes and ploys formed in their independent heads, would often turn the situation around for the language civilizations, allowing them to completely annihilate the telepathy civilizations. Therefore, when the Pangu Civilizations Alliance was really founded, the 13 carbon-based civilizations reached a consensus that languages made by the vibration of sound waves would be the medium of communication to ensure the independence and diversity of the individuals. But of course, the ability to use telepathy to transmit information directly through brainwaves was still retained to control the generic flesh puppets such as human beings. As the resources were running out, and their contradictions against each other escalated, many people within the Pangu Civilizations Alliance raised doubts on language communication. They believed that it was because of the existence of languages that there were misunderstandings, contradictions, and social differences, and only by completely shifting to telepathy could they achieve real harmony and equality. When the civil war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan broke out and went to the most heated phase, to resist the Nuwa clan that was corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils and who were overzealous about individuality, the opinions that fully supported telepathy prevailed within the Pangu clan. Since Long Yongjun had the legacy of the Pangu clan, she was naturally capable of such an ability. Seeing that Long Yongjun had confessed the fatal flaws of telepathy dutifully without hiding anything, as if she were truly being honest, Liao couldn't help but ask why she was spreading such an ability below the ground when she knew that telepathy had so many shortcomings. Long Yongjun opened her hands and replied, "I don't really have a choice in such a situation. While using a language is a more advanced way of communication than telepathy, those underground wildlings have forgotten most of their languages in the past 10,000 years of wars and darkness. They can only talk with a few simplest syllables. However capable I am, it is impossible for me to teach the wildlings to speak the language of human beings in only a couple of days, right? However, because of the entanglement of the many negative factors, including their feud and the shortage of resources caused by earthquakes, their contradictions have been intensified to the point that a total war will break out at any moment. The Stupa sect of the ancient sages sector, from which Master Bitter Cicada came, has a saying that saving one life is better than building a 7-floored pagoda. I was too desperate to stop the conflicts that had lingered for 10,000 years and to save the lives of thousands of wildlings. Therefore, I had to talk to them through telepathy by activating the brainwaves in the emergency. It was a helpless choice. Seriously. Liao bulged his eyes and tried to search for a loophole on Long Yangjuan's sacred and flawless face. Since when have you become so great? I am a dual successor of Pangu and Nuwa after all. All right? Long Yangjuan's lips curled before she said casually, the Pangu clan is mankind's father civilization, and the Nuwa clan is mankind's mother civilization. As a representative of the parent civilizations, shouldn't it be natural for me to try to save certain individuals of the child civilization? What's great about that? Thinking carefully for a long time, Liao became more grave than ever. Is that a subtle way of implying that I am your son? Long Yangjun, why are you always so lowly? It has occurred to me that talking about civilizations and philosophies with you is just a complete waste of time. Liao, fine, I withdraw my question. Let's say that you can communicate with those wildlings through telepathy. Then, how did you persuade them to give up their hatred? Did it really not involve the creepy and evil stuff about brainwashing? Long Yangjun was amused. Why are you still bothered by things like brainwashing even today? Back in the Star Glory Federation, your textbook stated to the citizens of the Federation that the leadership of the Imperium transformed all the people whose spiritual roots were awakened into selfish, bloodthirsty, immortal cultivators through evil brainwashing. In the Imperium, the textbooks of the Imperium stated to its people that the Covenant Alliance turned all the people into emotionless idiots through evil brainwashing. But as a matter of fact, isn't the education that the Star Glory Federation imposes on the adolescents who are like blank paper another kind of brainwashing? Why are you certain that your ideas are absolutely correct? All in all, brainwashing may be real, but it is not exactly how you pictured it. It was impossible for me to be so omnipotent as to control the minds of 1,000 people and brainwash all of them. Liao's curiosity was almost overflowing. Then how did you make the wildlings obey you? Very simple. Long Yangjun said, I found the battlefield where the black armors, the night wings, and the red rings were about to fight on. Then, I intimidated them with my daunting spiritual energy before I demonstrated my strength by blowing up a stone column of almost 5 meters with one punch. Even the most ignorant beasts should know that it was better to retreat, not to mention that they were still human beings with some wisdom after all. Naturally, they did not have the courage to defy me. After that, I transmitted certain fuzzy information into their heads by way of telepathy, letting them know that I had inexhaustible food and resources and that I could lead them to live in a heaven that was 100 times better than this place. Those Nepenthe believers did bring tremendous compressed food from the upper towns, which were enough for the wildlings to have a great meal. The hatred among the wildlings had lasted 10,000 years. They did not have to fight their final war that day. It was just because the frequent earthquakes and volcano eruptions destroyed their sources of food that they had to fight a war to reduce the population as much as possible. Now that the food problem had been resolved, why would they fight at all? Do you understand it now? There is nothing superstitious at all. If it were you, you probably would have done the same, wouldn't you? The only difference would be that you would only shout aloud and make silly speeches, before you and the wildlings look at each other in awkwardness, while I could simply send brainwaves through telepathy and prevent the disaster in the simplest way. But as it turned out, right after I finally managed to complete everything through so much trouble, and when they laid down their weapons and sat with each other in harmony, you popped out of nowhere and lambasted me when you did not know what was going on at all. You also questioned my purpose without the slightest proof, as if I would certainly bring disasters to the world, and you were on the moral high ground as a cultivator and could judge other people freely. It may be too much to say that I feel wronged, but I do feel that my heart is more or less chilled when I see you so furious. I really want to dig out my heart and ask myself why I bothered to save you at such great risks, and why I did those things which were not beneficial for me at all. Wouldn't it have been much easier for me to just stand by and watch the wildlings fight and kill each other until everybody is gone? In that case, I wouldn't be blamed and cursed at all, right? Well, Liao was rendered speechless and scratched his head hard. Then something suddenly occurred to him. Wait, that's not right. You said just now that you would lead the wildlings to a heaven that was 100 times better than this place. Where exactly is this heaven? Up. Long Yangjun extended her narrow and long finger and pointed at the top of the cave. one of the 4-digit or 3-digit towns. Although they are still filthy, murky places compared to the surface of the planet, aren't they much better than this inferno at the border between the crust and the mantle? Rest assured, I never thought to lie to them even though they are wildlings. But how is it possible? Liao found it hard to believe. Most of the underground towns are already crowded with people with barely any living spaces, aren't they? Even the residents of the 10,084th town can barely move upward even if they want to, much less the hideous, brutal, and disobedient wildlings. Why would the residents in upper towns welcome them? How are they going to make a living even if they are up? That's not a problem. They will be welcomed, Long Yongjun said with a smile. Nepenthe has everything planned out. Nepenthe is recently organizing a great uprising that involves dozens of towns and hundreds of factories. It is now in dire need of valiant, fearless warriors as vanguards. Those wildlings are the best warriors for the uprising. That's why the Nepenthe believers have come here to sincerely invite them to join the noble cause. That explains a lot. Liao was greatly enlightened. And here I was wondering why you suddenly became so great. I thought you had come here to stop the war of the wildlings because you were sincerely trying to save the people. But that did not seem like your style at all. As it turns out, you are just deceiving those wildlings to go upward as the cannon fodder of your scheme. Wrong. It's not a scheme but an uprising. They will not be cannon fodder but the warriors of a righteous army. Long Yongjun said with a smile. The life of the Imperium's people is already insufferable because of the dual oppressions of the immortal cultivators and the external enemies. Even the situation tens of thousands of meters below the ground is the same. The past 10 years of Imperium's counterattack almost drained every last drop of blood in every person of the Imperium, and the drastic changes in politics over the past few months, particularly the fall and collapse of the Dongfang family, have led to severe consequences too. It is inevitable that all the classes below the ground are affected as collateral damages. Many factories and energy bases below the ground originally belonged to the Dongfang family, but now that the reformists are determined to eradicate the Dongfang family, all the major forces are attacking it together. Those factories and energy bases are certainly fat meat that everybody drools over. When the high and mighty big shots fight each other in the struggle for power up above, even the losers will have a chance to maintain their basic dignity. But for the small fries living below the ground whose livelihood depends on the factories and the energy bases, if the factories stop for 1 day, their whole families will be hungry for 1 day, and if the factories stop for 10 days, none of them will survive. That is still not counting the collapses of buildings, fractures of tubes, fires, and leakages of poisonous gas caused by the battles of the immortal cultivators below the ground. The critical assets of the underground towns have changed their owners multiple times. To make up for the losses, the new owners further exploit the workers through whatever means possible, to the point that the workers are either starved because they do not have a chance to work, or die in exhaustion because of too much work, or accidentally get killed when they are unfortunately involved in a fierce battle between the immortal cultivators. In short, most of the hominoids living below the ground have had enough oppression. By launching a magnificent uprising to occupy the factories and energy bases, they will have enough food, compressed air, and coolers. This is their instinct for survival. Is there anything wrong about that? Liao said solemnly. There is certainly nothing wrong about that. If I were on the spot, I would certainly participate in such an uprising in person. But how is it related to those wildlings? Long Yongjun chuckled. Since they have decided to go big, they will certainly need to unite all the forces that can be united. The wildlings are a part of the underground civilization of mankind, and they are natural-born tough and dangerous hunters. Of course, they must be invited for the great cause. It's true that the uprising is risky and 99% of them will likely be suppressed, but those wildlings were preparing to die with each other in the first place. In the war among the Black Armors, the Night Wings, and the Red Rings, there would be no winner at all. Even if somebody managed to survive, it wouldn't take long before they go extinct. Since they would be dead either way, don't you think that it is more meaningful if they die in a noble cause by resisting the tyranny? Speaking of which, I actually learned my ideas from the legendary, glorious, sacred, and lofty vulture Liao. the founding father of the Star Glory Federation and the dominator of 3 sectors. Father Li once taught us that the Federation was too weak and the Imperium was too strong, and that the Federation would certainly be smashed into pieces if it were hit by the Imperium's iron fists. However, the Imperium could not win the support of the people with its governance of violence and cruelty. The hominoids that took up 99% of the total population must be very dissatisfied with the reign of the ruling class. They were like a powder keg filled with infinite energy that could be detonated with a single spark. Therefore, if anybody had a chance to sneak into the Imperium, they must find a way to awaken the hominoids and ignite the fire of resistance that would illuminate the universe. As long as all the hominoids were roused and resisted the tyranny bravely and relentlessly, no matter how huge and overwhelming the Imperium of true human beings was, it would collapse without being attacked. That is exactly the tutelage of our noble Father Li. I have always regarded Father Li as the greatest man in the entire universe. I recite Father Li's quotes 3 times every night before I go to sleep, and I've been carrying out Father Li's directions in my work scrupulously. That's why Nepenthe came into being, and why such a great uprising is to take place. Why are you bold enough to suspect Father Li? Li Yao was stunned for a long time before he took a deep, deep breath. Why do you look so angry? Long Yongjun said casually. Your nostrils are widened enough to be stuffed with 2 eggs. It seems that you are truly dissatisfied with Father Li. Do not twist what I said. That was not what I meant at all. Li Yao frowned, his veins protruding. It's true that I said the strengths of the billions of ordinary people of the Imperium must be activated, and that they should fight for the rights that they deserve when the time comes. But it is based on 2 things. Firstly, the ordinary people must be really awakened first to make them realize their situation and the way to completely change their fate, and then they will launch the charge following the cultivators because the blood of the strong should be shed first. Secondly, in any case, there is no reason to suppress the feelings, desires, and will of human beings and transform them into ignorant beasts. That's not how you should achieve the purpose. Let's just talk about those wildlings. Having lived below the ground for 10,000 years, they have lost most of their wisdom, and their intelligence might be as good as a 5-year-old kid. Are you able to make them understand the idea of fighting for their own freedom by resisting the tyranny in only half a day? How is it possible? Even though they are following you willingly on the surface, it is still just a deception. Is such an action any different from tricking a bunch of 5-year-olds into going to a war with fancy talks? As for the Nepenthe believers from upper towns, they perhaps boast fundamental wisdom and judgment, and they have abandoned their feelings and desires to be your tools of their own will, but ask yourself with your conscience, will you lead the charge as the Serenity Seraph and face thousands of aggressive immortal cultivators, or even Black Star the Great who has come as a reinforcement before everybody else? Will you? I'm sorry, but my body structure is different from yours, and I don't have an organ named conscience inside my body. Long Yongjun said with a smile. However, I do not need a conscience to give you a straight answer, which is that I certainly won't. I will never charge in the front line. That's a stupid thing that only an idiot like you would do. I will not even lurk in the rear and command the battle. As a matter of fact, the upcoming great uprising barely has anything to do with me. The most that I've offered is a tiny bit of guidance to push the situation to where I want it to be. Don't forget that I had been in the royal palace first and then with Dongfang Wang as the director of the Association of Demon Hunters for the past 2 years. It was impossible for me to have planned this meaningless and suicidal uprising in person. Li Yao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. Neither Queen Li Linghai nor Prime Minister Dongfang Wang was easy to deal with. Long Yongjun must have devoted all her attention to them while she was dealing with them. It was impossible and unnecessary for her to instigate such an uprising of hominoids. As for your criticism, it may be very reasonable, but it is too ideal. Long Yongjun said, as peaceful as before. If it were you, how would you have cleaned up the mess below the ground? Were you going to teach them languages and what made a human for 10 years, the ideas of the cultivators for another 5 years, before you finally let them awaken their determination of resistance? What if all the wildlings killed each other during the 10 or so years? What if they did not kill each other, but all starved because of the shortage of food. What if the immortal cultivators noticed your tricks in your protracted preparation and suppressed all the wildlings who were half awakened? Li Yao, you are a good man, and you are an out-and-out good cultivator. Perhaps it is because of people like you that I am not entirely disappointed at the civilization of mankind. But just by being a good man cannot solve the complicated, infinite problems in reality. In many cases, you cannot afford to wait in an emergency, and you must be cruel and heartless to settle the problems quickly. In the drastic changes, if a few ants are accidentally sacrificed, although it is very pitiful and not quite right, is there anything else you can do? Li Yao completely calmed down. He suddenly discovered that Long Yangjun was adopting a different approach to infuriate him and locate the loopholes of his beliefs so that his mental defense line could be breached easily. After more than 100 years of life and death adventures and collisions of beliefs with so many great men of the time, Li Yao's soul had already been polished and indestructible, and his heart was also as pure as a newborn baby. Even though he looked shocked and angry now and then, his mind and his soul were never shaken easily. What is your purpose exactly? Ignoring the details, Li Yao went directly to Long Yangjun's motive. I don't believe that you are doing everything genuinely for the sake of the underground locals. You must have a certain purpose by establishing a so-called nepenthe through all the trouble and instigating such a great uprising. And the purpose can't be entirely for the benefits of the locals of this place. Let me take a guess. Is it related to the Covenant Alliance? Smart. Brilliant sparks were flashing inside Long Yangjun's eyes as she looked at Li Yao with great interest. That's why I have to constantly remind myself during competitions with you that the you who are standing before me is an extremely smart, extremely sleazy, and extremely dreadful monster, Li, and that I must not be fooled by your childish appearance that almost looks like a middle school student. This is really exhausting. However, you are only half right. What happens below the ground of the capital is not deeply connected to the Covenant Alliance. This is just my personal interest. I want to conduct a social experiment to explore the origins of the Covenant Alliance. Simple as that. With the universe as your laboratory and billions of mortals as your pawns and subjects. Li Yao said, "This is indeed as expected of your identity as a dual successor of the Pangu civilization and the Nuwa civilization. Don't overstate it. Thousands of experiments are required even when a new strengthening drug is to be synthesized or when you are designing a new crystal suit." Long Yangjun remarked, "Then, shouldn't we run a small-scale experiment if a certain ideology will affect the future of billions of people? If you do not run an experiment, how do you know whether or not the ideology is righteous? Is your ideology naturally self-justified just because you are passionate and hot-blooded?" Pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, "Fine. Let's not waste time on the unimportant details. Tell me your specific experiment. Since you are exploring the origins of the Covenant Alliance, how is the underground world of the capital related to it? The Covenant Alliance couldn't have originated from below the capital of the Imperium. Could it? Of course it couldn't, but it might have originated from the same logic." Long Yangjun suddenly leaned close and said mysteriously, "Do you not find it strange that the descriptions on the origins of the Covenant Alliance in the history books of the Imperium of true human beings are all fuzzy and ambiguous? It feels like the weird, far-flung country rose exactly together with the birth of Blackstar the Great 1,000 years ago, and the path of ultimate benevolence and the three fundamental laws were already very perfect back then. Here comes the question. We know that there was absolutely no such thing as Alliance of the Holy Covenant 10,000 years ago when the Star Ocean Imperium was founded, and it was even less possible for the Covenant Alliance to have been created in the Great Dark Age earlier because the entire universe was ruled by demons back then. In other words, until the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed 10,000 years ago, the worlds which worshipped the Pangu civilization and observed the three fundamental laws had been dominated by normal people who had feelings and free will. The local governors could have been cultivators or dictators with the immature ideas of the immortal cultivators, but they couldn't have been the desireless and emotionless puppets, much less the reborn members of the Pangu clan, right? Li Yao was slightly stunned because he had never considered the problem before. He couldn't help but nod his head. It seems correct. Take the Heaven's Origin sector, for example. Although the heaven's origin sector is at the edge of the cosmos, we have never forgotten the glories of the Star Ocean Imperium but regarded ourselves as the descendants of the Supreme Emperor. The memories are still fresh after 10,000 years. The worlds under the control of the Covenant Alliance can't be more remote than the heaven's origin sector. So, the people who dominated the places at the beginning were naturally the good or bad experts, who should have been perfectly normal human beings with feelings. That's right. Long Yangjun said, if it were normal human beings who lived in those worlds at the beginning, how exactly did they abandon their feelings and become cold, heartless puppets step by step? Even if they had indeed excavated tremendous relics of the Pangu clan, or even certain brainwashing temples as you put it, which could be dated back to the primeval age, they could have totally made use of what was beneficial for themselves and abandoned what was harmful. Just because they utilized the technologies and the magical equipment left by the Pangu civilization did not mean that they had to become the puppets of the Pangu clan again. Think about it. If it were you who discovered a massive relic of the Pangu civilization, would your first thought not to learn and digest the technologies inside and not to repair all the powerful magical equipment, but to send your head into a certain weird device to be washed? Liao shook his head and said, I certainly wouldn't do that. Of course, you are not an idiot, and you wouldn't do that at all. Long Yangjun said, but were the initial people of the Covenant Alliance all idiots, who were willing to be the Pangu civilization's most loyal slaves, most docile livestock, and the most precise tools for no good reason at all? Furrowing his eyebrows, Liao thought for a long time. Then, did somebody force them to do that? Perhaps. This is exactly what I want to find out through my social experiment. Holding her arms, Long Yangjun sat on a primeval corpse that had already fossilized and swung her legs while she continued, I am different from you. You have been educated with the ideas of the cultivators since young, and you have fought for the ideas of the cultivators your entire life. In the meantime, you have received the most copious returns, and you have become an indispensable part of a world of cultivators. You are even some sort of symbol. It is safe to say that your personal worth is highly realized on the path of the cultivators. Their ideas have been completely melted into your life and cannot be excised at all. Making you doubt or even object to the ideas of the cultivators is like to force you to cut your flesh or even kill yourself. It is absolutely impossible. But I am different from you. The dual bloodlines that I carry and my unique fate allow me to see the complicated universe and the paths, which each had their own characteristics, from 4 different perspectives. I am a person from ancient times, but I can also be a moderner. I can be a member of the Pangu clan, but I can also be one of the Nuwa clan. I can even free myself from all the identities and just be a lonely yet unique observer, who wanders in the universe among the 3,000 sectors. Observers know a game better than its participants. The difference between you and me lies not in the computational ability or the thinking patterns, but in the fact that I am more unrestrained than you. Therefore, my ideas are less hindered by stances and preconceptions, which allows me to think more calmly and less emotionally. As a cultivator, when you heard about a country such as the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, you will feel disgusted and rejective intuitively, believing that the Covenant Alliance is even more violative of humanity than the Imperium of true human beings is. But for me, there is no such thing as humanity at all. Or rather, the 2 extreme approaches, to release the feelings as much as possible and to repress them as much as possible, are both parts of humanity. What intrigues me more is not whether the Covenant Alliance is right or evil, but how it was born, how it rose, and where it will go to. Why did the initial people of the Covenant Alliance willingly abandon their feelings? If they were forced to do it, then who forced them? Do you not think that if someone did force the initial people of the Covenant Alliance to abandon their feelings, that person would, in fact, be the worst villain of all? Since half of me carries the legacy of the Pangu civilization, there is a connection between me and the people of the Covenant Alliance who admire Pangu as their supreme god. It is naturally my obligation to consider the origins and the future of the Covenant Alliance. If somebody contorts the philosophies of the Pangu civilization and is doing evil things under Pangu's banner, they will be false gods and evil gods, and I must destroy them as a true god, don't I? Of course, when I just came to the Imperium from the Federation, I hadn't thought so much yet. At that time, I had just awakened all the heritages inside my body. It felt that I just opened my eyes after I was reborn. I only wanted to travel and get to know this beautiful but strange new world. Long Yongjun seemed to become tired after a long time of talking. Leaning against the giant corpse of the primeval creature, she smiled at Liao lazily and said, "Do you want to know my experiences in the few years after I left the Federation? That is a long story that I wouldn't tell to anybody else. I'm only willing to tell you because of our special relationship. Wait, let's get one thing straight first." Liao felt that his hair was all rising. What special relationship do we have exactly? You must not be ambiguous about that. Thanks to your hospitality, I was brought to the Star Glory Federation from the Ancient Sages sector. At that time, I certainly clung to the thigh of Vulture Liao, the dominator of 3 sectors and the founding father of the Federation. A lot. Long Yongjun said. In return, you clung to my thigh without any courtesy after the battle against Black Star the Great, didn't you? Therefore, we are in a relationship of mutual thigh clinging. Isn't that a special relationship? Stunned for a long time, Liao gave up resisting. Fine, whatever you say. After all, I am a righteous man, and I am not scared of gossip. Just go on. He sat straight with his legs crossed before the giant corpse and said with his eyes glowing, "Tell me now, what exactly have you been through in the Imperium? For the record, while I am a firm, unwavering cultivator, it does not mean that I am an obstinate, stubborn fundamentalist. Since you know me well, you should know that I am always ready to rectify my mistakes. After all, I'm already used to being slapped in the face by other people with their ideas. If you have a point, I will simply borrow your point and melt it into my beliefs, and I will certainly not persist in my own theories doggedly. I knew that you would be a communicable friend," Long Yongjun said with a smile. "Otherwise, I wouldn't bother to tell you those things." Long Yongjun began to tell her own story unhurriedly. She told Liao that she did not lie to him when she was awakened in the Ancient Sages sector at the beginning, and she never kept the legacy of the Pangu clan a secret on purpose. It was because she did not know her bizarre, twisting past, that she was a warrior of the Nuwa clan who was corrupted by certain uncanny forces of the Pangu civilization in a certain way. Later, after the fierce battles and the extraordinary views she saw in the Star Glory Federation, the strengths of the dual heritages gradually awakened inside her body. It was not until extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian activated his plan, and both she and Liao fell into the virtual space where they were faced with the enormous energy of the extraterrestrial devils, that her heritages were completely awakened. The Pangu civilization and the Nuwa civilization, order and freedom, law and chaos. 2 opposite strengths immediately began a fierce battle inside her brain, splitting her personality and making her lost. She left the Federation at that time because she intended to find somewhere peaceful and quiet in the vast space to sort through the messy but overwhelming strength inside her body. Otherwise, if she had gone out of control while she was in the Star Glory Federation, it wouldn't have been anything good for either herself or the Federation. After she learned how to control the 2 contradictory strengths inside her body, Long Yongjun wandered all the way to the Imperium on the escape capsule of the Primeval Age. Her primary target was exactly the capital in the Imperial Terminus sector. It was because the capital boasted the largest library of the entire Imperium and was a half-vacuum where the 4 Kurfürst families were in conflict. It would be easier for her to take action here. At first, Long Yongjun did not intend to sneak into the royal palace. It was because she was new to the place and did not know much about the customs of the Imperium of true human beings or the details of the major forces. Besides, the important cities on the surface of the capital were full of surveillance cameras. It was very possible that she would be locked onto when her traces were exposed. The royal palace was a sensitive place. She certainly needed to be fully prepared before any action was taken. Therefore, Long Yongjun entered the underground world of the capital through the bottomless, gigantic chasms, planning to collect the basic intelligence about the Imperium of true human beings indirectly and to establish a few bases where she could temporarily hide as her shelters. She chose the underground world partly because the place was chaotic, murky, and mostly devoid of the annoying surveillance of crystal cameras. But more importantly, it was because the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and the other 11 clans in the Alliance had all left tremendous relics below the surface of the planet in the primeval age hundreds of thousands of years ago. The Imperial Terminus sector was a pivot of space jumps for the 3,000 sectors thanks to the brimming wormholes in the area, which made it a critical location that Pangu and Nuwa fought over relentlessly. Long Yangjuan's previous self was only a common soldier in the primeval war. Naturally, she was not aware of the accurate coordinates of the relics. But because of her knowledge from the primeval age, as long as she entered the underground world and approached the relics, she would be able to mysteriously sense them. If a primeval relic was truly located, it would be much easier for her to excavate. With that in mind, Long Yangjun camouflaged herself and went deep into the underground world, getting a taste of the life of the hominoids of the Imperium of true human beings. Leaving aside the glittering, splendid cities of immortal cultivators on the surface of the planet, even the hominoid worlds below the ground were not the same but had clear boundaries. Every several thousand meters deeper would be like crossing a barrier between two worlds that had entirely different characteristics. The districts 100 meters below the ground that were numbered 0 to 9 were the important military strongholds of the old days. They were controlled by the powerful sects of immortal cultivators today. Besides a tiny proportion of low-level cultivators, the residents of the places were mostly senior hominoids, who were vassals to the immortal cultivators. Those senior vassals were more like the immortal cultivators' toys, pets, tools, and pawns than their vassals. What they pursued in their entire life was to win the affection of the immortal cultivators by satisfying the immortal cultivators' peculiar demands. In short, they were like what cats and dogs were to humans. In the hominoid worlds, those senior hominoids often took part in the most gorgeous and eye-catching professions, say the superstars in show business. When they dressed up and danced on the 3D light beams, there were truly countless lower hominoids who regarded them as sacred, inviolable goddesses or handsome, charming princes. Little did the lower hominoids know that their goddesses were nothing but playful cats and dogs in the eyes of the immortal cultivators, and the seemingly good-looking and valiant princes, after exiting the stage, had to kneel before the feet of the old and ugly female immortal cultivators and lick their toes. In the meantime, no matter how hard those senior hominoids sold themselves, they could only attract the low-level immortal cultivators no higher than the building foundation stage. The high-level cultivators wouldn't be enticed by the mortals at all. If they had any desire, countless low-level immortal cultivators would naturally throw themselves over. Although it sounded rather contemptible, the senior hominoids, living in the one-digit districts, had ostensibly secure and dignified lives. At first look, the districts were not significantly different from the cities of immortal cultivators on the surface of the planet. After all, the immortal cultivators were here for fun. If the environment here were a mess, how could the immortal cultivators enjoy themselves? Long Yangjun spent some time here with great interest. According to her, she even adjusted her body into a male and had a subtle relationship with a popular female star, which almost pissed off a few sects of immortal cultivators, before she left for the districts numbered 10 to 99. The two-digit districts, ranging from -100 meters to -500 meters, were the second class of the underground hominoids. Those places were the communities of the brainworkers among hominoids. Finance, education, the spiritual nexus, design, fundamental political affairs. The professions also seemed rather decent, and they attracted most of the high-end talents among the hominoids. However, since the real creative and explorational works were monopolized by the admin type, creation type, and research type immortal cultivators on the surface of the planet, and only the fundamental brainwork that required abundant repetitive computations was dissected into different steps and distributed to the underground hominoids, their seemingly decent work was nothing more than massive, monotonous inputs, calculations, and outputs. They were called brainworkers, but they were no different from the farmers tilling the land under the scorching sun. No, their pain was even greater than the farmers in the ancient times. At the very least, the farmers of the ancient sages sector that Long Yangjun met could work when the sun rose and rest after the sunset. However, the modern brain farmers had to work for at least 14 hours every day. If they were given temporary tasks that had high workloads, it was not unusual for them to work 20 hours a day. Such a high intensity of brain work was certainly too much for their brains. However, the immortal cultivators had produced all kinds of tonics and energy pills for them. After they took the medications, their brain cells would be on fire, and they could work for 3 consecutive days without closing their eyes. As for the consequences, they were not severe at all, except that those hominoids would lose their longevity, have abnormally huge heads, or even die abruptly once in a while. But despite all the unfavorable outcomes, the brain farmers did not dare to slack at all. And they even made it a habit to work 16 hours a day. Even if their immortal cultivator bosses did not demand them to do so, they would still volunteer to stay and overwork. On one hand, it was because the living environment, as well as the medical and educational resources in the 2-digit districts, were slightly better than the areas down below after all, and the daily cost to live in such districts and enjoy the more or less complete infrastructure and public services were astronomical. They could only make ends meet by exploiting their lives all the time. On the other hand, their immortal cultivator bosses had set deadlines for the brain farmers. There was a due date for every major assignment. If they could not accomplish the tasks in time or too many errors were detected after they submitted their work, they would be executed immediately. Resources and deadlines were carrots and sticks. When the measures were taken at the same time, those brain farmers had been domesticated into things like livestock. The 3-digit areas from the 100th district to the 999th district, ranging from -500 meters to -3,000 meters, were teeming with component factories where assembly lines had been applied on a large scale. Most of the civil magical equipment and relatively fundamental military magical equipment were produced in those underground factories. It was particularly so when it came to the magical equipment that was dumped from the central worlds of the Imperium to the peripheral worlds. After all, for the lowly civil magical equipment, the quality did not matter, and everything would be fine as long as the cost was cheap and the productivity was high. To achieve the maximal profits, the workers sitting before the assembly lines in the magical equipment factories had received the most professional training and the harshest exploitation. They had almost been squeezed into bizarre-shaped components and embedded into the assembly lines precisely. It was said that the most excellent assembly line workers could weld 50,000 coils to different chips every day. Not only was their efficiency higher than the spiritual puppets, but their cost was also only 1/3 of the spiritual puppets. It was exactly because of the potentials that human beings could unleash that most of the jobs regarding the production of low-level magical equipment were still occupied by humans instead of being completely taken over by spiritual puppets. It was some sort of defense for mankind's dignity according to the immortal cultivators. Naturally, the assembly line workers wouldn't feel very great to weld 50,000 coils every day, but their working environments and intensity were still much better than the residents of the 4-digit districts below them, ranging between -10,000 meters and 20,000 meters in every aspect. The 1,000th district to the 9,999th district were the areas for energy exploitation and resource recycling. Hominoids at the bottom level resided in such areas. Some of them fought magma in the geothermal factories that were scorching and suffocating, some excavated minerals at the risks of collapses and explosions, and some looked forward to the garbage falling from the sky every day. The pieces of garbage from the upper worlds were all treasures in their eyes and could be put back to use again after dismantling, cleaning, and maintenance. The places equaled to gigantic magical equipment graveyards. The living environment here was extremely harsh, and the intensity of labor was higher than anywhere else. The average longevity was the lowest, and the death rate caused by accidents was the highest. It was an out-and-out living hell. Naturally, even hell had different levels. The only reason why the average longevity of the 4-digit districts was the lowest was that those districts were still within the statistics of the authorities, and both the geothermal factories and the mines of rare metals were within the control of the immortal cultivators. The 5-digit districts further down, namely the Forgotten Corners, such as the 10,084th district, were mostly responsible for providing synthetic food for the entire enormous underground world. They were essentially the real farmers and never counted in statistics at all. Every mortal suffers. Long Yongjun sighed gloomily and forced a benevolent look on her face. After seeing the misery below the capital of the Imperium, I finally realized that you were not lying at all. The hominoids of the Imperium of true human beings are truly living in anguishes and agony. Liao secretly felt more or less ashamed as he listened. It was true that he was the one who came up with the idea of activating the strength of the ordinary people in the Imperium of true human beings, so that the immortal cultivators would be mired in their wrath that was essentially a black hole. However, after he snuck into the Imperium, after witnessing the miserable and desperate lives of the people known as sinners in the martial meritocrats sector at the beginning, he was soon involved in the power struggle between the reformists and the four Kurfürst families following the lead of Queen Li Linghai, and he barely had any time to pay attention to the lives of the ordinary people of the Imperium. In that regard, Long Yangjun, as a malicious foreigner, had deeper observations and insights than him. However, Liao had always kept an open mind. From so many opponents in the past, including Xianxia, Bai Xinghe, Jin Tui, Lu Zui, and extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian, Liao had learned a lot of new ideas and melted the ideas with his own thoughts into the strength that pushed him forward. Now that Long Yangjun did have a point, he would simply listen quietly. Long Yangjun went on. From the space fortresses beyond the atmosphere to the metropolises of the immortal cultivators on the surface of the planet, to the dark towns below the ground on so many levels, the whole world of immortal cultivators is a gigantic cage and arena. What is ironic is that in most of the cases, it is the people inside who built the cage and the arena willingly. Inside the cage and the arena, everybody is the oppressed and the victim, but everybody is also an oppressor and an inflictor. It is exactly like what they say. In an avalanche, not a single snowflake is innocent. The senior hominoids living in the one-digit districts are in the highest class of ordinary people. They seem to be gorgeous, wealthy, and eye-catching superstars, but they have to kneel and force smiles before the immortal cultivators, abandoning all their pride and dignity. And when they grow old and less attractive, they will immediately be thrown away like garbage. Is their outcome not pitiful? However, how condescending are the superstars who are both humble and wretched in front of the immortal cultivators when they are faced with smaller stars or the people working for them. If they do not regard themselves as humans but only pets, they will certainly not regard other people as humans either. They will only impose the humiliations that the immortal cultivators have imposed on them to the smaller stars and the people working for them. In such cases, are they any less horrible than the immortal cultivators who play with them blatantly? On the other hand, when faced with the loyal supporters from the lower districts, they would immediately put on an immaculate mask, saying fancy words that they do not believe at all, to deceive the supporters through whatever means possible, so that the supporters would willingly donate their life savings to make their idols look even more spectacular. Their idols never stop thanking the supporters from lower districts, as if they were born for the supporters from lower districts, and their supporters were as important to them as their parents. But I've seen their real attitudes in the backstage. They make fun of the bottom-level supporters, considering them to be idiots and swine. They laugh at the stupidity and humbleness of the supporters, who consider their yawns and farts to be the latest fashion and follow it. The immortal cultivators are their real patrons, and the dirty people from the lower districts do not even have the privilege to touch them. The situation in the two-digit districts where the brainworkers live is exactly the same as the first class. Those brain farmers had to run excessive calculations every day under the pursuit of the haunting deadlines. Naturally, their lives are more than miserable, but few of them have ever considered if such a life is correct and if they should rise to resist. Instead, they simply shift their sufferings to the hominoids who are even lower than them, namely the servants who cater to their daily needs. You know that the brain farmers are dedicated to computations and almost melted into the crystal processors. Their limbs have significantly shrunk, and they are not very fond of outdoor activities. Therefore, a lot of servants live in the two-digit districts to look after those brain farmers. The brain farmers are in the seemingly trendy business. They have access to the latest crystal processors and the most up-to-date information. Their wages are dozens of times higher than the wages of the people below them. Dwelling in the illusion that they are the cornerstones of the Imperium, they can be quite nasty toward the servants. I'm sure you can imagine it. The simplest example is that every brain farmer often hires 3 to 5 servants, who will put clothes on them, deliver food into their mouth, and even wipe their ass for them after they go to the toilet. Naturally, they are also never short of the bed slaves who satisfy their biological desires. They may argue that most of the servants are legally hired from the districts further down, but if you think about it more carefully, you will realize that it is still oppression for the teenagers who barely have any education to serve other people or even sell their bodies for their entire lives. Isn't it? However, most of the brain farmers have already been used to it. They even believe that the mind laborers are destined to rule over the body laborers, thinking that they are mind laborers themselves. Do they really deserve it? Those people can be even meaner than the immortal cultivators. The immortal cultivators have easier ways to get resources and money. In many cases, when they are in a good mind, their pets and slaves can live a good life for a year and a half because of their generosity. But while the brain farmers consider themselves to be advanced, they have to count on the few wages for their livelihoods. After they pay the bills on every payday, how much money will they have left to give their servants? Therefore, they always come up with all kinds of bizarre reasons to nitpick the servants and cut their allowances. The best that the servants can expect is to keep themselves warm and full. As time goes by, it is only natural that the servants hold a deep grudge, and the contradictions between the two parties are more and more intense. Somebody even comes up with the theory that the servants are natural-born larcenists and must be monitored every second with a crystal camera hovering above each of their heads. It is safe to say that this is the most direct and general exploitation. Listening attentively, Liao couldn't help but have a lot of mixed feelings. It was true that he who traveled far knew much. When they made examples where the immortal cultivators exploited ordinary people during the education against immortal cultivators in the Star Glory Federation, they could often only think of the slaves in the mines, farms, and army. Who could have thought that there was such devastating exploitation and slavery in the seemingly unattractive service industry? And who could have thought that the exploitation and slavery were not from the immortal cultivators but senior hominoids? Long Yongjun sneered. Of course, don't presume that the servants, the assembly line workers living in the third class, and the miners living in the fourth class are any decent folks. Their minds are, in fact, the darkest of all, but they are too weak to vent their anger in reality and often unleash all of it on the spiritual nexus. In the beginning, they blatantly threw profanities at other people on the spiritual nexus to let out their pain caused by the failures. Gradually, such a way was not enough to fill their empty hearts, and they began to snoop on other people's pain. It appears that the more painful other people are, the happier they will be. With such a state of mind, a lot of bizarre videos where people mutilate themselves or even swallow cockroaches and rats alive popped up on the spiritual nexus. You may find it surprising, but the more painful, cruel, and mind-boggling the videos are, the more popular they will be among the bottom-level hominoids. Even the performances of the big stars are not as good as a clip where an ordinary person eats a basin of cockroaches. By the time when such dark, sensational stimulations were not enough to fill their empty minds, the catharsis reached the highest point, the slaughter stream. Who do you think most of the people among the audience of the slaughter stream are? The immortal cultivators? Wrong. If the immortal cultivators want to kill anyone, they can totally do it on their own. They're already tired of killing each other every day. Who's interested in watching a bunch of ordinary people fighting one another? Most of the viewers of the slaughter stream are exactly the miners, servants, and assembly line workers living in the third and the fourth classes. Those people aren't satisfied with only watching the slaughters. They often gather their money and ask the gamers in places like Land of Sins to kill someone in designated ways. Whatever few wages they earn through hard work at great risks will be transferred to a certain killer once the money arrives into their pockets. Just so that the killer will kill someone they absolutely do not know in the cruelest ways somewhere far, far away. That is exactly what is happening in thousands of underground factories and mines right now when the workers want to pursue a moment of joy. TSK, TSK, TSK. Human beings truly deserve to be the best carriers of extraterrestrial devils. Dense cold sweat leaked out of Liao's forehead. Recalling what he had seen in the Martial Meritocrats sector, he couldn't help but sigh. Since they are passionate enough to be involved in the slaughter stream, it should come as no surprise that they slightly maintain and pack the garbage from the upper districts and sell it back to the upper districts pretending that the goods are original. Long Yongjun said casually, It seems that everybody is hopelessly evil, and only the farmers of the fifth class, such as the residents of the 10,084th district, are the innocent good guys, doesn't it? That is not necessarily the case. How do you think they have bred the rockworms to make them so huge and fat when the environment is so harsh and the resources are so few? Have they added certain additives of unknown backgrounds, and are those additives harmful to human bodies? Hehe. Most of the rockworms are not served on their own dinner tables after all. Besides, the people of upper levels peg the compressed oxygen at such a high price. If they do not make the rockworms fatter and get more compressed oxygen back, how can they possibly live on? Don't you think so?